Get you off my mind.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, my friends. It is time for the PTT. That's not TPP. It's the Players Tour, the Masters 2. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Godspeed and the Cameron Davis as we break down the action here at the America Masters 2 Day 1. I missed out on it last time, Godspeed. I'm glad I got to get in the chair to catch up on what is going to be a very crazy day of play. How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. More PUBG events is more good for me as far as I'm concerned. Last time it was the Falcons that were able to take it home, but again, this is a new format. A lot of new changes we'll talk about today, but it's going to be a blast.
All right, let's. I assume you're doing well, Cameron. Tell me about it as we also break down the format for today, because there's a lot of changes. So I want to make sure we get through this housekeeping because we got a lot to talk about.
Listen, you know what they say about assuming. You're always right when you do. So I'm doing great. I'm doing fine. Excited to be here. And as Godspeed alluded to, there are so many things that have changed. But the format, as far as the day goes, this is something that we can rely on. But hold on to this because everything else is going to be very, very different.
Everything else is different. Yeah, Miramar and Erangel, Tego Rondo in between. But let's show the points, Cameron, and walk me through this because this is totally different.
So if people know how this is going to proceed, do not spoil it in chat. Right. First thing we should note is that the placement points have been reduced dramatically. First place only gives you 5 now, which on its own means that the kill point value is going to be so much higher. That's going to lead to likely more engagement in the early game. You're not going to have that much value out of trying to play more safe and soaking up placement points. And that's even before more changes that we're going to discuss in a bit more time. But at least for now, let's just take it 1 point at a time, and actually fewer points at a time in this case. Because, I mean, 5 points for first place. This is huge. This is the first time we've changed points since the beginning of 2019. Jeez. That was like 6 years ago when the super format was established with the 10 points per win.
This morning, Mark called it half-price chicken. I like that, but I'm going to go ahead and call it Steve's Spicy Chicken, as you only get 5 points for first, which means it's going to be very spicy out there, Godspeed, as kills take massive value. Before we talk about why the kill prices have gone up, talking about the prize pool, because there is money on the line that these points are relevant for.
There is money indeed. Now, of course, $20,000 is nothing to scoff at. $7,000 for first, $4K for second, so on and so forth. But really what it's all about, Steve, is about getting to Masters West at the end of the year. So we have this Masters, one more event, and then all of those events will culminate into Masters West at the end of the year. And that's going to be where the big monies is, so to speak.
Masters West is going to be a hit breaker. North America, the best of, will meet EMEA's best of, and we will see them throw down. Let's take a look at the actual standings right now, Cameron, because we want to kind of track who's making those transitions into the next stage.
Yeah, so this is the leaderboard from Masters 1. You can see Falcons in first place. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Liquid third, Toyo fourth, and Typhon Gaming, Godspeed. I can't speak for you, they surprised me in Masters number 1. I was excited to see what they could do the second time around. Unfortunately, that roster swapped around a little bit.
Yeah.
Their standout player, Kawazine, is now on Furia. So at least that's one player playing. But there are a couple of roster moves that has made that storyline a bit different now. But regardless, can Falcons be beat? That's always the question of the day whenever we have an event in the Americas.
Exactly. Can they be beat? Typhon, the good news for everybody else on that list is that they're not playing today, right? That roster is not in here. So that means that the race for Masters West is open to some of our other teams. Let's take a look at the participating teams that will be playing here today to try to continue to put points on that overall board. Godspeed, when you look at this list, I know that we have our famous, Falcons standout. Is there another team that you're excited to watch on here?
Yeah, actually, it's the team that Cameron just brought up, and it's going to be Furia, right?
Nice.
That roster is really strong. You have Posa, Kawazine, Kraken, Gizera, right? That's with the addition of Kawazine to the performance that he had playing in the last Master Series under the team of Typhon Gaming. I feel like this is a very big opportunity for them to potentially just come in and make a statement.
Yeah, I like a statement. I think there's some other teams we're excited about. I like that we're seeing kind of a mix, Cameron, here of big names, famous teams, some of the biggest that we've ever seen in this region, and relatively unknowns, right? I mean, there's literally pictures that we don't even have because you had to grind through an open qualifier to get here. So this is kind of a cool opportunity for players who may never even had done FPP competitively to have a chance to play comp, and that's cool to me.
Yeah, I mean, without knowing the detailed history of every single player in this lobby, I'm going to assume most of them, at least within this first year, played FPP competitive at least a little bit, but how far they got compared to others, that's sort of a different question. The teams that I'm actually interested to see are going to be Luminosity and Al-Qadsia, right? I'm a big fan of Toyo. We know that already, but I'm going to put that to the side. I want to see how Luminosity and Al-Qadsia, both teams with really good signs of life, and they were both very, historied players within the roster. I want to see what they've been able to change and develop from Masters 1 coming into Masters 2 and really show that ability that we expect from players like Roth, like Rello, like Snakers.
I'm a little worried.
Yeah?
Roth spent the last week in Mexico having a nice vacation.
Oh,
he's fresh now.
Is that fresh? Is that fresh? Because remember, Alo came back from a little bit of a break into PCS qualifiers, and that didn't go great for them. So we'll see what happens. Vacations
don't
can
put
be difficult.
that on Alo.
All right, you're right. I won't put that. I will
Yeah,
not
it's
put
all
that on him.
Alo's fault.
It's all clearly.
You're right. He doesn't deserve that. That said, I do hope that some of these teams that are a little more popular will show up as they consistently tend to do, and some of our newer Vibe teams will also put in some great plays. Now, something else we're doing today at the end of the show. Make sure you guys stick around because we got our post-show podcast. They got a little picture here. Let's see. Aha, look at that. I love what they did with your crown, Cameron. Crown. All right, Cameron, why should we watch this bad boy? Okay.
Because you get G-Coin. It's right there.
I love that.
You get G-Coin.
Along his point, if you submit a question using the hashtag MastersMikeAM, that stands for America, not morning, your question is selected, you will win 3,000 G-Coins. So it is worth throwing that in there. And it doesn't just have to be. This morning for the EMEA, they did all kinds of fun PUBG questions. You can ask us those, but you can also ask us weird things like, what's Cameron's favorite food? Or where's the weirdest place that Godspeed has ever woken up without pants on? They're good stories, I think.
The answer may surprise you.
I hope it does. Also, if you guys scan the QR code down below, I'd love you to do this. It is a TPP survey, and Krafton has put it out there. So go hit that, take the survey, let us know what you think about TPP in PUBG Esports. It is a relatively fast but exhaustive survey, so it shows that they're at least out there getting some good information. So I encourage you guys to scan that and check it out. All right, let's talk one more thing. We got to run through the schedule. Let's show it real fast. It's almost time for the first game, but I want to talk about changes. So schedule for today, pretty straightforward. It's what you guys are used to seeing. We're playing 6 games. Maybe not what you're used to in TPP, but in the overall esports scene, that's common. Rare, Martego, Rondo, Erangel, yay. All right, let's talk about the changes, Godspeed. As far as I can tell, they just went ahead and said, hey, if it's in the game, it's in comp. Is that true?
Yeah, for the most part.
Right?
I mean, the biggest changes I think we need to talk about. Obviously, the res system in competitive PUBG now is just quite literally a game changer. You also now have the BRDM, which can cause lots of issues for teams that are coming into the end game or just even in the beginning game. But more importantly, with the res system, you have teams that are probably going to play more aggressive, right? You have C4 now that's also available. So you talk about pushing buildings, especially long buildings on Miramar, for instance, that are notoriously difficult. Just slap a C4 on that bad boy and they're going to have to come out. So this is going to be the most significant patch in esports, PUBG esports history in a while.
There's a seasoning brand out here in the Midwest called Danos, and their slogan is slap a Danos on it. And every time someone picks up a C4, I just think of that, of like, can't breach a compound, slap a Danos on it. Can't take out a BRDM, slap a Danos on it. Sorry, Cameron, what were you going to say? You probably had a logical point.
Oh, hardly. No, I think that people like when you so what I was saying when I was talking over the points format change, where it's now 5 points for a win, which means that the value of kills are higher because of the ratio involved with that. Now that we also have revives, that means that there's going to be potentially more kill points available. We have yet to see how many there are. I'm not convinced that we're going to be seeing a huge number of blue chip revives, because like people are going to try and stop it. They're going to control these blue chip revival towers. It's not going to be happening all the time, but it is still going to be more. But more so than that, it means that early game fighting is not going to be so negative. The reason why we don't see so much hot drops is because even if you win, you could still potentially lose players, which will impact your ability to play the rest of the game. Now you can win a hot drop even with 1 or 2 players up. Bam, get the other 2 revived, they're back in, so you get the kill points, you get potentially the place to drop in the next round on that same map, and you still have all 4 up. So I think it's really going to potentially increase the velocity of the early stages of the game in a major way.
I think it also like meta shift the way that the end games and stuff work, right? Like we're going to see massive amounts of teams up in the end. I also think things like crashing compounds or holding compounds that have revive in them or have a blue beacon are going to be incredibly important, right? Like if I know that I've got 4 players and I'm late to a circle and I have to hard crash someone, I might crash that compound, hoping even if it's a 4v4, if I come out on top, we get to get my team back, right? Like, I think that there's going to be and I think it'll take a while for it to flesh out, obviously. So I think a lot of players were caught off guard by the changes the last couple of weeks. I'm going to call a spade a spade.
Shock.
Right? The way that shift is going to happen, I think, is going to be seismic. And I think that is going to be fascinating to watch. Because, again, we watched the tournament, PCS, right? Na'Vi threw away their entire tournament, Godspeed, hot dropping to prove that they deserve to have a center position. Yeah. That's more feasible going forward in situations like this, where technically, as long as one of us stays up, I can get everyone back up and running. And so I think that's, again, this is like a seismic start to a huge shift going forward, in my opinion. And it's not just the reses. It's stuff like you brought up. The BRDM is a menace. We've all seen it in the end game. No one likes that idiot who's just driving in a circle with the BRDM while the rest of us are trying to figure out how to win the stupid chicken. How do you stop things like that? Karen, you look like you have.
Well, you try to stop it as early as possible, right? You try to put as many rounds into it. If you're carrying around like C4 or any type of explosive that does deal with the BRDM well. The other thing though is that, let's say you are trying to stop a BRDM, you're also alerting the rest of the server like where you are, where that BRDM is, and you're creating third-party fights. Another thing to also talk about, Steve brought it up, if you crash a compound with a res beacon in it, well, what if those res beacons are now POIs? What if they're more important than staying on edge than actually getting in the center of circle, because you need to get people up? There's just so many implications of these changes that, like you said, Steve, will pretty much change the way that, I don't necessarily change PUBG entirely, but it'll change the meta in subtle ways or major ways.
I mean, and what better way to test a seismic shift than also doing it in perspective as well, right? So we're kind of exploring a lot of new things here today. New patch, new items, new red zones, new perspective. And I think that while shifts of that size are difficult, sometimes it's fun to see something exciting and new. And I will say, if you watched EMEA today, it was nothing if not exciting. The chaos in the end game was wild. Did you guys either of you have a chance to watch any of the games today or catch any of those big moments?
A little bit.
I caught a
but-
couple of the first games, but
Yeah.
I was getting ready for this.
Well, I was blown away, right, by like 7 teams going into the final circle on one game. And you're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. This isn't PUBG.
We'll see moments like that in like standard PUBG every once in a while, right? It's more just like the consistency of how often it's going to happen. I had a note about the BRDM though, is that I think the BRDM is still going to be very, very powerful. I don't think it's going to be as much of an immediate win condition in comp play as it is in what we experience in our normal games, because there tend to be more people up in the late game, whether it's the chaotic 7 teams alive in the last circle that Steve just mentioned, or even just a more standard like 4 to 5 up in the final 2 zones. BRDMs are destructible. It takes a while. But if everyone just says, you know what, I know where this team is, I know where this team is, we all have the information on each other, I'm just going to take some shots on this BRDM, it's eventually going to go down. So it's still going to be a very powerful tool, but it's not going to be necessarily an instant win condition.
It also, in my opinion, it lacks the one thing that I think TPP thrives on, which is finesse to a certain extent, or secrecy, right? Like I think in TPP there's a lot less bristling and positioning when you hold compounds. There's a lot more setting traps, trying to bait, and I think the problem with the BRDM is everybody everywhere, whether they are smelling a window pane or laying in a ditch, know exactly where you and your crew are when you enter the circle. And so I do think that you make a good point. With a ton of teams up, that could be kind of a non-factor here. We're going to see. I heard Martin say earlier today he's hoping the teams do some, like, get those BRDMs early and just drive around looking for package pickups, deny everybody else links to stop them. I think that's a really great point. And like I said, should make for some fun play. Jury's still out on what happens, but so far I've enjoyed watching, especially EMEA and sort of the stuff leading up into it. All right, other stuff to expect or be surprised by. Godspeed, you brought up C4 a little bit earlier and the viability of it. We've kind of mentioned breaching compounds, things like that. How impactful, because everyone talks about C4. It's one of those items that a lot of people have found in game once or twice. You maybe don't get to use as often as you'd like, or you don't use it as strategically as Roth does. What is the best way to use those C4 packs when you do manage to find them in game?
Anytime you have cover and you need to get the enemy team, whether it's 1 or 2 players out of cover, whether it's a building, whether they're stuck behind a rock, and you also have to realize the range of C4, you're not throwing that like you are a grenade, right? You have to be relatively close to actually use C4 effectively. So again, like something like putting it on a BRDM that's parked, or putting it on a 2 or 3 story stack that you need to get someone out of. Maybe you got a knock on a team and it's 2v2, but they're in a building, you're on the outside. Toss the C4 back out, because they're not going to get the flushes up, right? The knocks, they're going to get flushed out. You're going to get the points. Yeah, the other guys may leave the building, but they're also in a disadvantageous position. So there's a lot of applications of it. But also, I think something you guys are forgetting about the BRDM when we're talking about it is sometimes it's okay if it gets shot down, because teams will use that in open cover. It doesn't matter if it gets shot down, especially with TPP. They can use that perspective advantage to use the broken down BRDM in an open game endgame to pretty much just secure a victory. So there's a lot of different, again, it just all depends on the situation. Same thing with C4, BRDM. It's just a lot of new changes that these players are going to have to utilize in their kit, and something that they're probably not used to doing just quite yet.
I think that is true. I think it's going to help a lot of our players, or test them to think outside the box. Our game has been out 8 years now. It's one of those things where I think a lot of people have fallen into rote and consistency. Like every drop, we do the same thing. Like at PCS, you could hear the conversation about maybe it's time to take Erangel out of the rotation for some of the players, right? Which is mind-boggling to think about compared to 6 or 7 years ago, because they're like, it's kind of slowed down. Everybody knows everything about it. It's not that interesting anymore.
Someone's been ahead of that curve for a bit, but I'm not naming names.
Well, I know. We all feel that way, but it's been a historical map. And the fact that players are starting to go, hey, we know everything there is to know, maybe this adds a fresh perspective to the game for some people. And I'm not just saying that because the only time I've ever made the top 100 was when TPP was the primary format. Since then, it has been a downhill slide for Toppies. I'm not going to lie. It's not great. All right, so we've talked about C4. We've talked about some of the reses. That is something that's going to be pretty important. I will tell you guys, we had a countdown for match 1. One of our teams was a little delayed, so we're going to hold for just a second while we get them in the door. So hold house for 5. We'll flash the lights when it's time. Cameron, is there anything else that's entering play or that you're looking forward to sort of seeing today as we get ready to take the field?
I mean, I guess we should just let the audience know about some other things to expect outside of just the big giant like taglines of the announcement of everything changes. So like we know red zones are back in comp play. We haven't seen that since I think probably 2017.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a long time. But they're back. The difference is, though, they've also been adjusted so that the length of the red zone, as well as the size of the red zone, does go down the further into the game you are. So you're not going to have one red zone that like envelops the entirety of phase 5 anymore. It's going to be smaller. It's going to be less impactful in that way. So, you know, people's feelings on red zones, this is not going to completely change that, but it's something just to know about when you go forward. AUG got nerfed as well, so that's potentially a big update. Not nearly as impactful as
So I know I'm booing it because I like the AUG. You can continue. Not as impactful as what? As
everything else. As
you
the Blues,
derailed him.
Literally everything else. No, I wasn't derailed. My sentence. You think Steve could derail me? No one can derail me. I was done of my own.
That is.
My mistake, Triple OG.
My bad. He slowly backs away. All right, so the red zones are going to be in there, which I do think, you know, it is going to drive maybe a little more usage of some compounds early on. I think Orango could be very saucy for everyone as we get into this thing. It is going to freshen up the map, and I'm looking forward to seeing car forts back on the menu again. So that should be pretty interesting. But we're going to kick off on the dusty dunes of Miramar as we get ready for match number 1. You got the teams on the left, you got the plane in the air, and you got the boys jumping to find their spots. Do you think we see a hot drop right out of the gate, Cameron?
Well, it's Miramar, and Power Grid is right there, so yes, we would have seen it regardless of the format change or not.
But something else to really keep note of, though, is, again, look at the res stations. Like, look where they are. Look where these teams are dropping. Like, are we going to see early game aggression, especially coming around one of those stations? So it's just something to look out for sure.
All right, so it looks like
it doesn't look like we're getting much.
Yeah. Everybody seems to be. I mean, it's the first round, right? You know, everybody's gonna take it slow. That's to get your feet under your round. I respect that.
I don't know.
Don't think so?
Look at Luminosity. There might have been some miscoms. Oh no, Bizzler just stole a vehicle. What word am I trying to say? Attaboy? There it is. I was confusing Attaboy and That's My Boy together, and it just became.
Get him, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know what it was that I said.
Attaboy. All right, so you are going to see Biz jump into a car. They got 3 deep on LG as they get rolling right out of the gate. So definitely not going to be a hot drop fight if they're only sitting 3 deep right now. They'll probably play this pretty chill.
Yeah, I also think
circle, though, kind of gross.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But I will say for Luminosity, I think that whenever, what was it, in Masters 1, if they ever made it to the late game, they were almost guaranteed to win. But oftentimes it was rare that they ever made it to the late game. They would have like really high highs, but a lot of really low lows. And a part of that is the fact that they were always fighting for Power Grid. So perhaps this is a way for them to sort of try and take it slow, get established more in the early game, and maybe consider fighting for that more often later on this weekend. Not so sure. It also could be, as you say, because there's only 3 of them in this round.
Yeah. I'm also going to call a spade and say I think that some of the larger market teams that are playing have been a little laissez-faire about this event and are sort of just kind of coming, having a good time, playing their best, obviously. But I think it's opened the door for some of our smaller teams or players who haven't gotten as much press over the years to come out and try some interesting things, maybe catch some people's eyes, and I'm pretty excited about watching that. Toyo, a team I think you mentioned during the rehearsal a little bit, or we were taking a look at them. What do you expect from Toyo, Gosby? You think this is a team that has the potential to end out here in the top 5?
Yeah, I mean, they were 4th place overall in the first Master Series, and they showed a lot of consistency. And one thing that I've liked about this roster, Emmy, Capitan, Benya, and I think they have Rebo, right? This has been like the same roster for a while. They all have a lot of experience. I just want to see them put it together. And in Masters 1, I feel like they did put it together, finishing in the top 5. So I just want to see that consistency continue.
What is it? We just like seeing consistency and chaos. I think we can all agree on that as casters, but consistency is nice. Now, you see LG making a rotation. A couple of other teams on this list have been some of the most consistent teams in PUBG. Team Liquid is one of them. Team Liquid, for me, has been a breath of fresh air for the last 2 years, not counting some of our qualifications and some situations that have come up. They have really been incredible. They missed winning PGC by 2 points, Cameron. This is a team that I thought was going to come in and have one of the biggest years in PUBG history. They missed the first PCS, but since then, feels like they've been pretty gangbusters.
Well, I mean, they arguably had one of the biggest years in PUBG history last year. They just got overshadowed marginally by Twisted Minds, who themselves weren't even able to make it to every... I think, what is it? When they were under TSM, this core roster, they were in the one team to be in every single event grand final. It's just, you know, if you don't get the win, you don't get the win. But we all know in PUBG, out of any game out there, that's not always possible even for the best teams.
That's true. It's about managing, right? PUBG is a management game, and that's why we play 18 matches. Match 1 underway right now as Purdy Curdy has a little bit of oversight as Yai driving in the distance. Can he hit the shot? He's not going to bother. He's going to say, you know what? I have the high ground. Why tell everyone where I am? Well, my friends
because
will.
He has a trap set right here. They're going to get the tires, and he's going to spin right on out. That should be a free knock. That's why he didn't shoot. Well done. Ooh. Nice setup there from Liquid.
Apropos to have our first kill here. I guess it's not our first kill. Never mind. I was going to say the 4th of July being sparking, but never mind. Second kill.
It is.
Is it?
It's the first kill. Yeah, because
Luminosity. You're right.
Yep.
I'm going to start over. Apropos for our first kill being sparking here on the 4th of July because sparks and fire. All right, next shot coming out. Fantastic. Going to have a nice little angle there. Luminosity coming in. They are already outnumbered on this push. They got the high ground with Souls. Flood, Vox, Bizzler, very tall order. Comes around the outside. Flood takes 1, 2, 3, and done. Flushed. Not much they can do to save him. You saw the rescue attempt by Vox, but it was not going to be enough, Godspeed.
Nope, wasn't going to be enough at all, and this is a nice trap here set by Rock Esports, one on the high ground. You can see the way they've surrounded this compound for LG and Flood, none being the wiser, going outside to try to get an angle on one of the crashing members, which is RBN, but it's going to be taken out. Nice play from Rock.
All right, so we're gonna get into the cast right now. I am going to let you go, Cameron, and I'm gonna stick around and hang out with you, Godspeed, for my first time casting in a very long time. So be gentle. Let's have some fun.
Yay! I refuse. There will be no mercy here.
I can respect that because this is TPP, and there's no mercy in TPP. All right,
fantastic. This is your favorite mode, Steve. This is your world, brother.
Don't put that on me in public. I do actually enjoy playing TPP. I'm a weirdo.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I am a defensive player. Some call them rats. I don't mind the moniker.
I didn't say anything.
I embrace it.
I feel like you were
man.
looking at me when you said that.
Well, we played many games together, and you know I love shooting a Chad in the bum. All right, now we'll jump over to QAD. God, I hate saying the name Qadzia so much up here on the top.
Okay.
Al-Qadzia. Anyway, Toyo finds himself a little Alo, but has to run back. Alo turns on him. Capitan down to 8. He is not going to give up.
Liquid is actually fully pressing on the gas here. They're going to get that crash first knock. Capitan will go down. Again, just full aggression and confidence, Steve. This is exactly what they need to do, but Emmy's going to find Alo. Oh, Revo's going to get traded.
Revo is traded. Emmy is trying to make the last stand there. He gets knocked as well. And they are just dropping all over the place. They get the flush. Benaz has to just turn and flee. But the problem is there's nowhere to go. He's being shot from the other side by Mira. Liquid, I believe, will be able to get 4 strong. They should have those reses easily. Huge crash.
Yeah, they should get the res. But something also to note about what we're talking about reses in general, like it's not like Revo can just drive away and res. He's got to get those tags, right? And so like I don't think there's any way that Liquid is going to let him retrieve those in any sort of time that is reasonable for them to get any of those reses off.
That's fascinating. So you can still pick up tags and run away with them, right? Like this is still, you can still screw each other the way that we used to back when tags first came out, right? So,
well, they made it so that tags can only be picked up by teammates, that they can now be picked up again by others. But you can actually see on the map where you're, like if you have a teammate's tag, it'll show up on the map now, which is a nice change because otherwise it was hopeless if someone tried to steal a tag.
I gotcha. So it's not as easy to just steal and stick someone. Now, do you think that's going to change the way that teams, say, rotate out of a position or hold it, like on a crash like that? Do you think Liquid stays longer than they used to?
It's actually a really good question. Yeah, so like in this situation with Liquid, right, they just wiped multiple members of Toyo and they are now recovering. There isn't a beacon necessarily right next to them, but they could also potentially stay in that because they're in circle to stop Toyo and Rebo from coming back and trying to get his teammates up.
Because you know that's what's going to happen, right? Like anytime someone gets down to 2 or 1, instead of just doing the jettison play for points, they're going to lurk and see if they can't get
back. Yeah, maybe I can get my teammates back up, exactly. Which kind of does change the way you hold.
But I love that. I mean, I love it in the sense of it brings us closer to the game, right? Like when we play, how often is it just Poro stays alive because he obviously missed the fight because he's a late rotator, and he sneaks in afterwards and steals all of the tags and gets everybody back up, right? So like I do kind of like that I can watch this now and go, okay, how long is the right amount of time to troll that last guy? And hold those bodies.
Oh, just also, is that a team that, like, let's say that team is right ahead of you in points, and all you have to do is make sure they don't get reses off or they don't get any more points. You can just camp those bodies, right? That's a perfectly viable strat. Again, it's just, it really depends on the situation, the circle, what teams you're up against, if you have the opportunity. Yeah, well, and we'll see, I'm sure, throughout the course of today and the rest of this weekend, not only here, but also in Europe.
Yep, I think it's going to absolutely be fascinating to see how quickly this develops. Because again, like whether or not you are gung-ho about playing the perspective, these are professional players who put their best towards everything they do. They're going to evolve as they play 18 games, as they play Masters 3, as they try to qualify for Masters West. And I think that this is going to be fun to watch, probably one of the most like a cannonball, like a rock rolling downhill, hard to stop, meta shifting in a very long time. Are going to happen over and over and very quickly. Man, I could not think of the right word.
Yeah, but to your point, yes, all of these teams, as talented as they are going to have to adapt fast. I mean, that's just going to be the name of the game. Currently, you can see that Falcons have an incredibly strong position there, just on the center circle. You see Brickyard as well going to be contested, not only because it's, you know, just north of center circle, but also there's a res station there. So I'm curious to see how that one plays out, if any of these guys are going to be able to get that off. But again, I think it's going to be difficult. All these teams know that those stations are available. Yep. They know the position. They know that teams are going to be wanting to potentially get someone back up, as we're going to see Solds find T&Y.
Yeah, it was a nice surprise. Again, he just kind of sat there, used the TPP to his advantage. Again, you can see him using the high ground, trying to use that perspective. Nice shot. Now the rotation happened, so he heard him go around to the stairwell. They're trying to find the peak on the stairs. He wants to try to get the res. Sol's just going to hold the downed player and try to lock him out from getting in there to help. He's taking a couple of shots, goes back underneath. And again, I like that Sol's is sort of relocating a little bit. The problem is, on the high ground, Sampro has worked on this wraparound, and he's going to catch him off. Solds, I think, just held that corner way too long.
Yeah, he did, but
what else are you going to do?
Rock is now starting to flush. Yeah, now starting to flush. He was hoping that his team could do a little more work. Now, they were able to do significant damage here to 55, but Sam Crow is still on top.
Sam Crow is still up there, so he managed to get a little spot. He did, I guess, get the kill and maybe help a little bit, but now he's kind of up here on his own, and it's going to be a tough island to get off of. The rest of his team can't push up there. There's no cover points to use that sort of TP advantage, as Rock is going to be able to sort of target them left and right. I do expect this to slow down and be a bit of a holding pattern for those two teams for just a minute.
Yeah, and they're on edge of circle, right? So they have plenty of time to just do this as long as they want. You do see on the top right, or the bottom right, so you see the map, there is 2 BRDMs available and 1 crate. So we'll see if those come into play, if anyone found any flares.
Call them in. Call them. Right. There is that caveat of you have to find flares. But we will find some. I believe it. Alo on fire as he goes ahead and gets lowly knocked down. And remember, this is the same Alo who jumped out of a car and did a spin clip on, I forgot what team it was. I think it was Toyo in that early fight. So I take back everything I said about Alo being a little slow on the trigger.
I was going to say, he may have heard what you said earlier. He almost got 2 knocks there. Got the second member down very low, but this is a strong position here that Team Liquid holds on the south side. They have control of this hill, and they can make sure to dictate any of these rotations. Looks like NCLS is going to think the better of it. He's going to get out of there.
Yeah, the BT Banditos are going to just leave, and I got to respect that. I got to respect it. BT Banditos? Purdy.
BT Banditos.
Dude, Purdy's like thirsty. Thirsty Purdy. Thirsty Curdy?
Thirsty Curdy?
Thirsty Curdy?
Ah, there we go. He's looking for that last kill. He's going to hear the shots, and this should be an easy cleanup for Kurt.
No!
Oh! But the...
no! Okay.
Okay. All right. Halo almost went down as well. That could have been a disaster.
Could have been a disaster, though. That is, I think, the second knock for Purdy and the second as well for another. It was Alo that got... No, Alo didn't get knocked the first time. So that said, that's the second time they've had to pick reses. So they are going to start to struggle a little bit on timing. And I will say, when it comes to third-person perspective, I do think managing those knock timers and buying time to get over for reses is going to be pretty important. It's a lot
but
slower.
More importantly, It is, but when you have those knocks, because of the perspective, right, you can actually see way more when you're rezzing. You're not stuck to just looking down at your teammate. You actually can look around you, and so, yeah. I would say it is more beneficial for rezzes, but...
True. And driving's more fun.
That I don't think I'll argue. Driving is definitely better in TPP.
Motorcycle backflips are harder, though. I'm throwing that out there.
Really?
Yeah, because the camera flips around. It tries to adjust. And you lose control.
I see.
Yeah. Roth coming up over the hill. He has no idea. Oh, he almost, bro.
He almost got the turn. That would have been sick, but he's going to go down. So then on the rest of Alcancia, need to make sure that they are either going to get that trade or maybe get the chip. We'll see.
Imagine if he hadn't gone on vacation. Just saying.
Yeah, you think that's what did it?
He's gonna message me and be like, "You're the worst." All right, here, nice rotation here. Gazera sees them trying to get away, gets a couple of shots off. But nothing to show for it. It's a Kraken holding Cowboy. No angles available. Rello over there with him. Blue all over that. I mean, this is a tough one. This is just teams, I think, looking for some kill points at this point.
Yeah, they're looking for kill points. I mean, this is way on the western edge of the circle. They're not even close to being in. And when they do start to get in, Animaniacs are going to be the ones to hold that edge. So they're going to have to be careful there. Meanwhile, there's lots of bodies going down. Falcons, Furia, Rizvi, all losing members, team after team. And Animaniacs are going to have to deal with... Yep, here we go.
All right, Animaniacs comes around. Mixtail trying to make a nice little play here as you've got Rise inside. Razav up T-Plants. Trying to make a nice move around the right side here. Animaniacs. Nice breach, but like honestly, both teams just feel like they've suffered so badly on this push. That's hard. I mean, Razaz had the compound, right? They got in at just, I think, right before Animaniacs did. And once that happens, it's so hard to dig people out of here unless you have an inconceivable amount of utility.
Right. And they are down to 2, but I do like that they're at least trying to clean this out, get rid of Razav, and then hopefully hold this compound against whatever team might crash next. Fury could be in the cards, depending on what the circle does, but T-Blends is going to go down.
Nice.
So now this is just Razav.
You know what I liked?
So much damage.
What I loved about that, though, is they double smoked the third-person windows to make sure that he couldn't see which angle they were entering from. It was a beautiful entry. Now we jump over to potentially dangerous. Slabby almost got the second, but he is going to get knocked down as Vinny trades Draft King for that fight. GB going to push up the hill. 2 players left for potentially dangerous. Potentially dangerous for them as they go ahead and get the point on the flush. Try to slide around to the left side. They should get this res, as I don't think the Groza's ready to get into up. Here it comes. Block has arrived.
Goodness.
The defense is here.
The defense is here, but the circle has just shifted, and this is down to a bull. Falcons are so happy with this right now as they're just sitting pretty, but everyone else is going to have to navigate these hillsides, especially on the west side, as this is going to be a mess. Tough East PD trying to continue their push up, but Enzito is going to stop that right in its tracks.
Bestia eliminated in 13th. Potentially dangerous has been fighting tooth and nail to hold on to this hilltop as the Falcons and Foradores are happily sitting in the circle with no contest whatsoever. Potentially dangerous will manage, I think, to get 3 back up and running off the back of that fight. Meanwhile, we jump over to 55 as they still 4 strong, very tentative with how they're trying to push. That's why. They've got nothing.
Yeah. They do have a ridge there that they can play. The problem is that ridge is mostly in the view of the Falcons. I think there's a small corner they can use, but yeah, it's going to be rough. Speaking of res, is our first one.
Hey, was it DIY
but
bringing the friends back?
I think so. I think he brought them back. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, that's another thing we didn't even bring up is what are you going to do when you come in late with no gear and you're being called in, right? Like that is a whole nother challenge. So the later you res, the more difficult it's going to become to find gear unless your team happened to kill someone near the point.
My only saving grace for this is if there has ever been a group of players that I am more impressed with their ability to put crap in cars, like just tons of crap, it's these guys, right? So I do think there is something of like when you bring me back, I come back naked in the middle of nowhere and we're all, it's like, what's the point? I'm just a scout. I think these guys are a little better about having, what's the word I'm looking for? A backup plan, right? Like even if you go at land and there's a Panzerfaust waiting and a couple of meds, you're in much better shape than you would have been normally. That's what I say.
I mean, one Panzerfaust equals a full kit as long as you land it, right? If you can just get that off the person. So, also you brought it up. It's not ideal, Steve, but using that as like a scout, like if you only have one person dead, it's a 3-on-3. Like yeah, if you're able to use a point, use it. He'll come down and be able to feed information. If he lives, great. If not, again, it's just information. So that's another interesting use of a late, I would say, revive.
You scout with the guy. You have your guy drop right on top of you. Then you shoot him in the head so nobody else gets the point. But he gives you the information.
I didn't even think about the point that player would potentially provide. Yeah, that's another implication entirely.
I mean, there's implications on implications. The implications are crazy.
On implications, yes.
On
Implicationception.
Shrimsy.
Yes.
Shrimsy can't not peek. He's like, I know I shouldn't, but I can't stop myself.
Well, again, this is a very interesting circle because it's in a ravine, right? It's in a bowl. And so if you are not the team in the bowl, which is currently right now LG and Falcons, you have to come down off those hillsides, which are very open to fire.
It is open to fire. This is an absolutely brutal circle. Falcons, wow. It's almost not fun winning this way. That's not true. It's always
Speak
fun
for
winning.
yourself.
I'll take freebies
I will take
all
this
day.
situation 10 out of 10. Yeah, there's no complaining coming out from me.
Potentially dangerous, eliminated in 12th place. You saw the map up on the screen as the circle continues to close. 11 teams left alive in Phase 5. 34 players up as we get into the end game. It's going to get brutal on the outside. South side probably going to pop off here as we see Rock and Liquid bumping up against each other. We also see Katsuya up here having a little bit of trouble with the Animaniacs. These guys have been putting in some work, man.
Yeah, very solid, especially holding this as a duo. Rilla going down first puts a lot of pressure now on Al-Qadsiya. DIY is going to have to try to go for a res, and they're still cracking behind this fight. You also have Mira that's going to have to move in. We'll see if they start to get shot towards this direction. You can see Ford trying. Oh, the blue zone grenade is huge.
Big one.
Yeah, this is a very precarious situation for both these teams, Steve.
I mean, blue zone grenades and mollies are some of the biggest things you can use in third person to really manage perspective and get yourself pushed in. They're doing a good job of trying to dig them out of this building. You got the. I think Kraken is the biggest issue here, man. He did not know how to get around this spot until this crash happened. They've lost track as the Kraken. And if he's able to sort of make a rotation in and block them, it could be huge problems going forward. Meanwhile, we see LG. I said they were going to bump up against Pure. Well, I think the bump is over.
Yeah, it was a very quick bump. It came in the form of Pure trying to get by, but it was LG that was able to just dispatch of them. And then TL just came and dispatched of them. So just like that, TL with a great spot currently sat right to the east of Falcons.
All right. Now we look at Katsuya and Animaniac still trying to finish this out while Z-Kraken runs for the hills. Al-Qadsiya is eliminated. Animaniacs, again, hold this compound against another aggressor. Z-Kraken is healing, but they're going to spot him while he's finishing. Should be a nice flush, and Animaniacs walks with another point in the hopper. Meanwhile, Falcons playing cleanup job down below as Team Liquid has to go head-to-head against yet another team, one after another. Rock waiting to fight this one.
You can see a team like Liquid, they have 11 kills coming off the hillside, setting up the camps early on the south side road, you know, getting those early points. Falcons only have 2 points, but that's just because they have not been able to get any, right? Liquid came off the edge. Falcons have been fortunate enough to get circles. So, I mean, the fact that they have 2 points, maybe even 3 coming into this is pretty decent considering they've been center for the majority of the time.
Big chillin', I believe, is the phrase from the
Big
90s.
chillin'.
Big
yeah,
chillin'.
Again, even if you're Falcons, you don't have as many kills, you're feeling great right now.
Well, you're going to get that 5 points. Remember, it's only 5 points for the chicken dinner, so things have shaken up just a little bit. Rock Esports eliminated 7th. If you guys are just joining us, not only have we matched up with the ranked servers and we're seeing all kinds of new items, we are also seeing a new scoring system. Half-price chicken, $5, 5 points for a chicken dinner, 3 for second, and once you get down below those top 5, it is nothing for you if you don't get into the spot. So kills are very, very important during this event. And again, you're trying to earn spots. You want points to get to Masters West, where you play against all the best that EMEA has to offer, and the prize pool should be phenomenal. Now, if you guys want to get involved, you have questions, or you're seeing what you're seeing, send us your questions at hashtag MastersMikeAM. We'll talk about them after the show, and if your question is selected, you get 3,000 G coin. Hashtag MastersMikeAM with whatever questions you find interesting. I'm not putting any rules on them.
Nope, no rules. And my question is, how the hell is 55 going to get out of this one? Mortars destroyed their vehicles. Even more mortars coming down. And Fana is just going to eliminate the rest of them. 55 will go down to beautiful mortars and just suppressive fire coming out from Mira.
Oh, it's demoralizing. It's hard. You get that spot, you think I finally found it. This is third person. I got this little dip. But you forget, there's other ways to kill you. Big mortar shot, big play. Fora up on the high ground, got to make a rotation and try to get into the circle. They decide not to push into Mira, which was holding them. They're going to rotate in the opposite direction, but that is going to be a tough order as Liquid's got the high ground looking at the field, and Falcons should be able to cover them from the other side as well. But they got in. I thought Liquid would have that defended a little bit better.
I thought they would at least have gone for the south side crash, but Fora also did a good job of making sure not to crash in LOS of where Liquid were going to be able to just kind of shred them to pieces. So not a bad decision, not a bad crash at all from Fora, as we now see Mira just dealing with the last member of Fora, who unfortunately did not make it, and that blue is far too strong, my friend.
Did you just drink the gasoline?
Good night, sweet prince.
Good night, sweet prince. I know he died to the blue, but I choose to believe that he just denied by drinking the gas can. Not the best way to go.
Very morbid, but sure. 12 kills on Liquid right now.
Wow. I mean, that
mighty impressive.
Since that first jump out by Alo, they have been absolutely lightning. Shrimzy finally excited to get into the game, gets his grenade ready, cooks it up, tosses it over. Nice bounce. Not quite perfect, but Fauna is going to get pushed backwards as they let him know, hey, we know you guys are there. This is not a place for you to be.
Yeah, Falcons, again, great position. They're in the middle, so they're not going to get pushed, or if they are going to get pushed, it's only going to be one team, but any of those pushes, whether it's going to be Mira or even Fora, they have to deal with Team Liquid. Team Liquid is currently dictating the pace of everything that's currently happening because most of these players are unable to peek, but they're also on the edge. The next circle could actually force Liquid out of the spot.
Do you prefer compound, or do you prefer like Hilltop, like Liquid's position or Falcon's position? Not counting the circle, but like,
I mean,
do you like the visual from like a position like Alo has, or would you prefer to be in a compound?
If circle was on me and it was like center and I got to choose whether I was compound or this hillside, I'd probably choose this hillside.
Same. Okay,
I feel like
curious.
playing outside and being active is much better than being stuck in a building.
I agree. Because you get to like, feel like you're looking at stuff. I feel like when you're in the building, you just have to kind of hold, you know, and that gets. It can be
also
exhausting.
depends on the building, right?
Yeah,
and
true.
like where it is on what map. So yeah, there's a lot of factors. But like in this specific situation, having that hilltop, if it was in circle, would be very, very strong.
Infinite hits a nice shot there as Alo does go down. They're going to have to rush over and get him up. You can see him ticking down pretty quickly, already sparking on the res, and not a push that can come off the back of this. That hilltop, as we just talked about, is just really strong at this moment for holding a push, though it's outside the circle, and the options Liquid have are not really great at how to get into this thing.
I mean, they have the smokes. They're going to have to utilize those smokes and try to get onto the back of the building and then just go for an assault from there. As you can see, many smokes are now filling the south side. Unfortunately, Falcons can't really punish.
Looks like a
unless
Rumbler's
Fora
hotel
just
room,
completely forgets about them as Team Liquid comes in, Steve. And here we go. It's going to be Kick to get the first knock.
Kick gets a nice knock on Alo, down for the third time. He's going to start to burn. Sparking goes down as well. They try to hold the window. Purdy with the shots, trying to go back and forth, but they can see things that they can't. Luke into the building, gets MHP, but the Falcons are now in play as Tailton takes Luke out. Lady does manage to catch Purdy, so Liquid will be eliminated off of the back of a very tough push. Not surprised, but they at least got to walk away with some points for their trouble. 13 to be exact. A nice game from them.
That's a massive first game. I also want to reiterate that I said if they were in circle, I like their position. Because clearly getting down that hill was not it. But now it's just going to be Falcons and Mira to battle it out. With a few members of Fora just left. I believe it's just 2. Kickstart with a very cheeky angle. Nade's going to come in. He's going to back away from that. And this 2-2 split is, I think, going to work very... Actually, it's a 2-on-1, but Kickstart and Shrimzy are close enough to where they're going to be able to trade off each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And they, like I said, it's so hard to get in here, especially when it's only one person in the hold. You don't know which window to smoke. You don't know which window to molly. It can be a very, very hard push for Mira here at this point. Now, Mira does not necessarily have to make the push. They're at a point where this bridge may split the circle as the shrink goes up. So I think that right now, if you're Mira, you just let Fora and Falcons figure it out and try to hold your position. Haven's in a good spot.
Yeah. Haven's in a good spot for now. We'll see if he's able to get a knock off of it. Falcon's still just kind of holding strong. As
Tiggleton flies.
That looks weird.
That does look weird.
Looks very weird.
Oh, was he taking damage though?
I believe he did. Yeah, he took a shot there.
It really is like 28.
Anyways, moving forward. I don't really have much else to say about that.
Dude, can you imagine being Tiggleton?
Yeah, there's confusion, I'm sure. There's
What's
confusion.
happening?
There's confusion for us as Lady Coon and Infinite now. So they have to come in. I mean, they're not in. You can see that Haven is just waiting, licking his lips, waiting for these two members to come out. That's 2 free kills that he should be able to get. His Falcons now more or less have hunkered down, Steve.
We see Tiggleton hiding behind a wall that he knows works. He's found that spot. He's not moving.
Sometimes.
He's like, this wall seems good. I'm going to hang here. Falcons hunker down. Not much that needs to happen here. And this is, I guess, a symptom of the end game when you get to these sort of buildings with this perspective, is everyone's going to look for information. The game it's always been an information-driven game, right, right, Godspeed? But now it's a lot more of a, I don't know, I'll say chess, but it's being a bit kind. Level of having to outthink your opponent to a certain extent. You've got to figure out, where's my utility? What do I use to make this cross? I love that they're using emergency cover. Is it going to be helpful? Probably not that much, right?
Probably not.
But if you've got 4 smokes to go along with it, it changes it. Or a smoke launcher.
Emergency cover, by the way, is like one of my favorite additions to this game in general, especially if you have a good number of those. I mean, not that it matters here. Obviously, it's going to be Mira just bombarding for with utility. I don't even know how many smokes they have left. Remember, this team has gone through multiple crashes. Actually, that's 5 smokes for Shrimzy. Yeah, this is
Bing.
This is all but over.
H-Win steals it. Oh, nice win. So they were trying to finish that off with the blue zone. H-Win saw it, tossed the grenade in there, got himself a nice little kill. Now Falcons up to 7 kills, up with 4 versus 3 from Mira. Shrimzy has information. He's waiting for the right moment to stand up and try to take this fight. Decides to rotate to the left side. H-Win moves down to the wall to hold the right side. Meanwhile, Kickstart is watching and calling out positions for H-Win as he makes that right side rotation. They know exactly where he is.
The difficult thing here is that the circles favors Falcons. I mean, they have center circle. And so not only that, but they have, with the perspective, they can use that information they get from the windows without peeking at all. And this could be real trouble for Mira. However, if they're able to find a knock, well, I say that as Falcons find a knock, but I was going to say, if Mira could find a knock and get inside the buildings, they could really make it chaotic, but I don't think that's going to happen, as now this angle on the roof from Shrimzy is just devastating. The amount of information he's gathering, he knows Fana's there. And he doesn't have to do anything until he makes that push.
Kickstart is going to go ahead and get that knock on Haven. They've been watching. He flanks to the right side. They were so focused on that third, try to keep vision up on the guys on the roof. They never worried about the outside wrap. Team Liquid comes away as your statistical leader with 13 kills, but the chicken dinner does go to the Falcons. So to top, I would argue currently the top 2 teams coming out of North America show up big time in the first game. One with a chicken and one with a massive total points. And with the change to chicken dinner valuations, Cameron, that is a pretty big showing for Team Liquid.
It's an incredible showing for Team Liquid. I'm just stuck on the fact that it's been 3, 4, 5 years, and it feels that every single event we play, the first win always goes to this roster. I know it's not 100%. You could always find an outlier out there, but for this roster, even with the one changes they've had in ever since I think the beginning of 2021, maybe 2020, I can't remember exactly when Tiggleton joined the roster, but they're winning the first, even if they don't even win the overall event, they're just getting the first round. It's so no format change can change that.
No, and I think that's part of it, though. It's yes, formats change, but skill remains, right? At the end of the day, how well you shoot your gun and how well you communicate and how well you manage the mid-game is what determines a championship team. And it's not a surprise we continue to see our top teams showing up, whether or not the perspective is what they are used to. Falcons walks away with 15 total points. Liquid does get 14. Falcons did ultimately get 10 kills out of that game, so a really nice showing from them as well, guys.
Yep, but again, the big change is normally it would have been the Falcons that, just were clearing away by another 4 or 5 points. But because it's only 5 for winning, that means that Liquid, all that work that they did actually pays off much more than it did in the past.
Yeah, and Liquid only getting 1 point. I think we're going out in fourth, whereas they obviously would have picked up significantly more in the past. So it'll be pretty fascinating to see how you get these recoveries.
It wouldn't have been significantly. It wouldn't have been significantly more. I believe it would have been 20 for Falcons and then like 17 for Liquid. So they still would have gotten like some extra
Liquid
points
didn't
over,
win
right?
PGC by 2 points. I'm just saying every point's a big deal.
You're saying if this format existed, they would have
if that even is your real name.
If that's even your real name. Rock Esports walks away to 6, which I think is impressive considering I remember Rock being in fights from the very start of the match. Like they sort of had to fall out of a couple fights. They had to go for relocations on a couple of instances. So a nice recovery game from them as well. Cameron, you got to watch it from the sidelines. What did you enjoy? What did you hate? Give me your thoughts on the match.
I mean, even with all the changes, we saw some blue zone respawns. Like there was that one that we spotted from Alcudia. There was one that I saw on the side of on the map of 55, I think. But so far with all of these new changes, it hasn't completely swapped everything over just yet. But I think it's because, again, whenever we get a new tool that gets introduced into these games, it's always about the slow process of how do we include it into the, admittedly large toolbox that we all enter this game with to begin with. And so that's going to be, we didn't see anything happen immediately this time around. It still came down to the team that found the center. Falcons are in the center hilltop from phase 2, and then they found that compound and they held there. They still won. They barely won. At least this time it was barely. But yeah, it still is very recognizably PUBG at this point.
Yep. It does. Do you think it was just this game, or it feels like teams are taking larger spreads or are willing to hold with one more often than I'm used to seeing in an FPP perspective? Like, I think there were a couple times where we saw 4 splits where every player was in a different building holding down a story by themselves instead of sort of back-to-backing some of those holds, because I think you don't have to peek as aggressively. Like, you don't have to worry about getting those sort of knocks for information. So I kind of wonder if that's going to blow open the way that we see splits going forward, right? It's not as risky to have a solo position getting information in, say, a wizard tower, because they're never going to have to stick their head out to gather info. Does that make sense? Like, you don't have to worry about getting that pick off. So I'm curious to see how that continues to expand some teams. Maybe I'm just making it up completely, but I did see a couple of teams doing wider spreads than I'm used to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Godspeed, but we did see that a little bit happen as well, certainly in the early game of Masters 1. So that's I think been a somewhat established sort of marginally added an extra ability for teams. Now the blue zone, that's not going to affect that at all, because if you're in a split and you get taken out, there's no way your chip is going to get recovered at all. But the perspective change, I think, added that into it from the beginning.
All right. I am retweeting it right now. I want you guys to check it out. Head over there, click the response, use hashtag MastersMikeAM, okay? If you do that, submit a question. I don't even care what it is. Make it fun, make it funny, or make it legitimate and learn more about the game. We're here to talk about it. But if your question is selected, you will be the winner of a beautiful, I believe it's 3,000 G coins. So get you some of that so you can get you some more schematics, because that's what we all want. Schematics and Hana tokens. We need them real bad. Also, I love that they chose Cameron. It's a great picture for this. Your head on the helmet just makes me laugh every time. It's like a halo. All right,
someone would say that I am reborn.
Look at you.
I'm bringing down and bringing salvation to the masses.
Bold. Some might
Very
say that.
bold.
Some might say that. We'll leave that at some. All right, so good match number 1. I will say it wasn't as chaotic as I thought it might be, Godspeed. It still seemed like like if you showed up and were just watching, I don't think you'd even know what perspective it was. Like, I think it was a very normal game of PUBG.
Yeah, and I think Cam brings up a really good point, which is that, like, you remember when they added specifically like mortars to comp as well. It was a while until we saw the trigonometry, right? Until we actually started see teams like really start to implement mortars, which were now you see them, once every couple matches. It's pretty regular. I think the same will happen. Also, I think like with reses and with the BRDM, I really think it just comes down to certain situations where those things will actually come into play a lot more than we probably think it will, right? Like, as you said, that last match of PUBG was fairly standard for what we're used to. So nothing really changed there.
I think in Miramar too, I expect to see it stay a little more standardized. There's just a lot more. Again, we talk about the cover in traditional PUBG and how there's a lot more to work with on Miramar. I think especially in third-person perspective, you don't always have to make tough choices on Miramar because there's another way to rotate, right? Like we saw somebody hold
Most
off
of the
and survive
time,
for a while. There's more options. You go to a wrangle, and if there's maybe like one way to rotate through a field, and that's one of those where everyone is watching that. So I think that is where we're going to see it really amp up to like trying out some new things, putting some new strategies into play, and maximizing sort of the difference here. Whereas Miramar feels a little more tactically sound. Now there were no hot drops off the start, not a lot of fighting, and in fact I think you only saw one blue revive. Is that correct, Godspeed?
I don't even know if we saw the revive. I know there was a member near the revive, like one of our observers showed it to us, but we didn't see them actually revive, so I don't even know if that was used.
There were a few. I did catch a few.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice. Well,
but you're right. It wasn't like a huge impact. Like, I mean, 55, they were on the edge when their revived player came back in. And so, you know, you had the point about, sure, you're brought back in, but you have no loot. But they were on the edge. And there was no immediate threat around them, so that gave them some ability to scavenge some bits and pieces and slowly rebuild that inventory over the rest of the game. But that was, I think, like maybe phase 5. Anything later than that,
4 or 5.
Anything later than that's going to be very, very questionable on the survivability of the respawned player.
I mean, that's a great point. Let's keep going with this respawn thing, right? Like Doyle Brunson says all he needs is a chip and a chair, but that's poker where no one's allowed to punch each other. I feel like it's a little different in PUBG. When a point is theoretically on the line and a chicken is only worth 5, is there a point where you strategically say we're just not bringing you back? Like it's just not worth having you drop in?
Like if it's late game and it's a 2-on-4 and you happen to control the compound with a res station, but rezzing is just not feasible, then I mean it's not even worth it, right? Because as you said, those players are just going to come down as points. They're essentially just being revived to be points. So I do think it takes a certain situation where you have a certain level of safety to go for those reses, but again, we just have to see how these players figure out when they want to use them, when's best. Just like anything else, it's going to take some time.
And maybe you use your blue revive and then you just have him drop on top of a team that's competing with a team that you don't want to make it to a grand final, or maybe you feed it to somebody else and they get some free points. I mean, there's all kinds of interesting ways to see this used over the next couple of months. I'm pretty fascinated to see how teams embrace this, because while this is a TPP tournament, I kind of feel like, you know, we might see the BRDM, we might see these things going forward in first person as well down the line. So I'm pretty fascinated to see if teams are starting to explore those options and say, okay, just in case, let's play with some of these strategies while we're here.
There's a mic?
But I know, I'm just trying to be, you know, mysterious. Let me have my mystery.
Mysterious.
Mischievous.
Mischievous? Did you say mischievous?
I did. Yeah.
I am for it. For it. Yeah. You like
Am I stuck in between? Get me out of here, please.
You know,
I just want to cast some PUBG, man.
We spent a whole season of NPL just doing this at our little desk by ourselves. So get on board, baby. Yes, exactly.
Get out
of here.
No Godspeed for you. Good. Thanks for coming by. Godspeed on your way. All right. So we've talked about the changes to the zones. We didn't see a lot of crazy things. We didn't see C4 really used. We didn't see BRDMs show up. We did see, again, the mortar was a huge game changer. And I think that is, up to your point you made earlier, guys, this idea that it took time for, who said it? The trigonometry to kick in, or the trigonometry.
Yeah.
And I think that, yeah, exactly. I don't remember who coined the term. Maybe it was Tig. But I do remember, I remember him getting in trouble for having a paperwork to measure the map during EDA.
I do remember
Gamers
that.
8.
Yep.
That was pretty hilarious. But
I do remember that.
It was an evolutionary
Still
phase.
won.
I remember, but people said, like, oh, they don't seem like they're having that big of an impact. And now we're at a point where mortars have a very specific usage, right? Everyone puts a Panzerfaust in one of their cars just in case for the late game. So I do think that's one of those things that as time moves forward, we're going to see some really fascinating developments. Flare guns that are saved specifically for BRDMs instead of using it for drops.
Yeah.
Things like that are going to be pretty interesting going forward. I look forward to things like destructible terrain that are going to come along, hopefully, eventually. I think there's a lot of evolutions for esports that we're seeing sort of happening right now.
Yeah.
Cameron, you look like you had something.
No, I did. I actually wanted to ask Godspeed something, because
Oh.
I know it's been a while since you've
Me?
been. I know. It's been a while since you've been a pro player, but I want to see if this sort of
A long
vibes
time.
with your thinking about this. That compared to other games, PUBG is much more immediate reactive, but you also sort of have game plans going forward. Like if this happens, we're going to do this. If this happens, we're going to do that.
Yeah.
And so with new tools being added in, even if you're consciously aware of those items existing, you're sometimes not always like your immediate reaction doesn't consider them. And so I think a lot of times if you were to be able to pause the game, with like even if you go to the previous game, I wonder how many of the teams would have had an opportunity if they just could pause time, be like, you know what, actually with this new tool, with this new thing that was introduced, let's do this instead. But it takes the reps to actually start to get these new items in that auto sort of like quick grab decision making process is one thing
The
that
muscle memory, right?
Yeah, the muscle memory, exactly. And it's almost like the no one does it, but you could toss ammunition and meds to each other. You just gotta have like the wheel for it. It's something one of those things that just needs to get brought into players' routine before it gets called on.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't mean to be rude, Cameron, but what was the question? I was like, were you asking me a question? I thought you were asking
Does
me
that
something.
make sense with your experience as a pro player of
You know,
things
it
taking
does.
time for the immediate, as you said, muscle memory?
Like, I thought you were asking me a question, and then you just made a good point, and then I got confused. But I agree, yes. I think it's going to take time, right? Like, in certain situations. Also, again, it depends on the situation. I don't think every situation is going to call for a BRDM, right? Although I'm sure... Wait, hold on a second. What is this? Animaniacs and LG. Okay, we got a little hot drop situation here, Steve.
A little fancy free LG. Vox gonna go ahead and get himself an Uzi right off of the gate. I got the warehouse. You see Flood moving around the outside there. He's holding the power grid. And Vox gonna have plenty of time to get kitted up here. He's gonna go for the Card 98 Uzi combo. Not my favorite one, too, but not a bad punch if you're looking for a fight. Animaniacs also in a similar position.
Good God.
That circle.
Gross.
If you guys are not watching, not paying attention, or you're in the kitchen getting a drink, the circle is brutal, but the fight is on. I think LG has a pretty good hold in this area. If you're Animaniacs, do you push across and take second warehouse, or do you just fade out the back?
I think they're just going to play it slow. Pushing early, quickly, especially in warehouses with the perspective, I think is just very dangerous. Unless you're doing it for trades, like you're pushing at 3 or 4, then yes, which... In that case, they could. But something I want you to really pay attention to is Karak. Look at 55. They realize that there's potentially 2 teams dropping here. And then even Rock. Rock is sending one of their members up to potentially go look at this fight. I love this when there's a hot drop that surrounding teams decide that they want to punish the teams for doing so.
I love that. I mean, it's especially with Chicken only being worth 5, it is a big chance to try to pick up those extra points. If you can get them right now. And we've seen that. The impact of getting 3 or 4 points before you go out is going to be actually much bigger in this event than it has been in the past. So teams looking to get those. Vox trying to link up with the rest of his team. You can see him sort of head juking, saying, all right, are they watching me? Are they watching me? Am I good to hold this spot? Can I make my cross? As Luminosity has managed to collapse to an E pickup. So they'll just escape out the back door. I love that idea. Or is it
they're going to get the heck out of there. And, I mean... Animaniacs will see this, but I don't think there's going to be any reasonable response in time for them to actually punish this. So LG will get out for free, and very fortunate that they found that emergency pickup, Steve. I think that's something
they only had 2 buildings, man.
Yeah, so they're going to get this and get on out of here. And especially with how southern this circle is, this is actually a fantastic move. As long as they make it out, they don't get shot down, which I think they will be okay.
Imagine. All right.
I've seen crazier shots.
Little squeaky bum time, but they do manage to get away. And your point is very valid. They had a long warehouse with just Vox, who was rushing through it, and the garage house, and that was it. And they managed to pull themselves an E-pickup. And the upside of this E-pickup, Godspeed, is that not only do they get it quickly, they get to cross a really crappy part of the map to a tough circle, but they know there's going to be loads of open spots in the south side because who would have gone there with that plane path? Like resort,
the amount
wide open.
Exactly. The amount of room that they have to work with is really the biggest boon here. I imagine they still want to loot, right? I doubt they got everything that they needed. Who won Masters America's #1?
Answer now.
Am I supposed to say it? No, I can't say.
I'll read the question.
I'm not supposed to.
Who won Masters America's #1? Typhon Gaming, Team Liquid, Team Falcons, or Toyo Esports? These are your options.
Yeah, I think Toyo Gaming, Team Liquid, and Toyo were great, but Team Falcons really looked really good. I don't remember what place they got, but yeah, Team Falcons looks really good.
I see what you did there. They won game
Yeah.
one.
I see what you did there first.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we're done being idiots now. I hope you guys do vote. That'll be good. And also, if you get a chance, send us any questions you might have for the post show at hashtag Masters MICAM, Masters Mike AM for Americas, and you can win 3,000 G coin if your question is selected. I'm hoping none of you send anything so I can send the questions in and get 3,000 G coin because Daddy needs schematics.
Okay, that's not how that works. First of all, second of all,
darn it.
looking at the position that LG took, actually, they decided and opted to go full coast. So as we know that Circle will eventually go off water, that means that they could go potentially more on edge than they wanted to be when they dropped here. And the other thing is that Team Liquid is actually holding a wide split, making sure they control most of this area. So we'll see what happens when Liquid runs into LG. But you also have another team coming up from that side. Who's coming in from the south? It's Beaky Banditos. Oh, speaking of, it's going to be Luke to take a Beaky Bandito down. So there you go, Steve.
Sorry, I was typing to encourage everyone to use the hashtag Masters.
It's okay. Beaky Banditos lost one. Team Liquid doing work. Falcons as well have a nice setup on the west side, and Toyo rotating in on the southwest as well.
Everybody got in. Well, not everybody. There's still lots coming, but so far it's been comfortable. A lot of prio spots. Now, let me ask you this. In a circle like this where I assume that we've already seen 2 E-pickups, we'll probably see at least three more, I would assume, throughout the course of this game. Is that make this more dangerous for some of the teams that are already there? Like, how does that change up the way that teams have to approach the rotation, the mid-game? Does it change anything?
It does, in the fact that the teams that are E-pick-upping in and saw an opportunity to drop on an open compound will just cause issues for the teams that are now rotating in by vehicle, right? That's the whole benefit of doing an E-pick-up so early, is that you get a really good position. As far as the teams that are already there, I doubt that a team that's going to E-pick-up is going to drop directly on another team, especially with so much space available. But, I mean, it's always a risk, to your point, so.
Do you remember when E-pickups first came out and players thought it would not have a tangible impact on the game? I do.
I do remember some opinions.
There was questioning about, like, will people really use it? It's too risky, like, to see where they're dropping. It's fascinating.
Also, how rare they were.
Exactly.
That was a conversation we were having. Yeah.
It was pretty interesting, and I think it was fun to watch how that's evolved over the last, been 2 years now, I think, since E-pickups entered the fray. Forgive my lack of timeline, but I think it's in that ballpark. So I think, to me, that's always my favorite part of when a new thing is introduced to the game. It's the idea that I get to watch how these guys utilize it over the next year and change the way it's used, and then how that then bleeds into all of our games where we go, oh, that does make a lot of sense, and get to kind of use it ourselves.
And we're not going to see, the full implementations of these tools, just today, or even maybe in the next Masters, right? It's going to take time. But when we do start to see these tools being implemented and really start to kind of, I don't want to say shape the meta, but be kind of part of the meta, that's when we're going to see the actual impact of this, right? Because it's so hard to tell when things are first added, like you said, with E-pickups and other tools as well.
You said we not see it right away. I mean, I slapped a C4 on a car and drove it into a compound 2 days ago because Roth taught me that. I do think there's some stuff where it's like there's instant benefit, and then there's the stuff that's going to get fine-tuned over time. And I think that's why.
A terrible influence, clearly, if he's teaching you to do that.
Yeah, he got 3 kills. Maybe I will too. Man can dream.
Oh, man. But yeah, C4ing cars and sending it,
Right?
I mean, that is something that I'm sure we'll see at some point, right? Surely someone will do it. Is Toyo now taking this absolutely free rotation on the south coast? But it's not going to be free for long. They're going to be able to find a good amount of space to work with, but there is a good concentration of teams that are currently lumped up on the south.
All right, Kraken on the run right now is Furia. Going to make a nice long rotation here. They don't want to get caught up. No, so Gazera's like, F it. Let's just take some shots at these lads. And they're going to move the cars to safety. I don't think there was much hope of getting anything out of that besides maybe causing some trouble.
Nope, he got some tires. He was just going for tires there. I think he got the front of that Murado. Yeah, he's just trying to make sure that when the rotation time comes, these guys are going to be very slow on the jump. Is now 55 as well, coming out of the tail end of the Sandstorm, and they're going to be right next to Animaniacs.
Oh, no. Razab does manage to go there and cost Zakraken. They get the burn down. He tries to get the set. Wait, no. Zakraken turned? The man turned and got 2. Who is he? Who is this guy? Legend.
He is the Kraken with a Z in front.
right? Well, I mean, like the amount of times we've
phenomenal
screamed,
player,
right? The amount of times we've screamed release the Kraken, non-ironically, right? Because like he does make these massive plays. We saw it in multiple events. PCS, I remember seeing it. This guy is fun to watch. In fact, he was the lone survivor in the last game as well, as he almost got away with slipping around a pretty nasty crash and being the lone survivor slipping to the inside. So the Kraken knows how to find points, I guess is the point of what we're saying right here. Furia up 4. Gazera going to hop on his bike and ride away.
Oh, the circle is even more disgusting. Still so much water. All that southern edge is going to be such a pain as we see people rotate in. But yeah, like even just to talk about Zakrai, I mean, looking at the teams he's been on, you know, El Proyecto, which won, you know, PAS 5, you know, Furia, LG, PUBG Nations Cup last year for Brazil, right? Like this guy is a stud. I mean, he's an absolute stud.
Absolute stud. Now, what is not a stud is the circle you brought up. It's going to go away in a second. Take a look at that map real fast. It is a tough one because there's already a congested amount of spots. There's nowhere to go. And if you're a certain team on the outside, you look at this and what are you to do? You can't push in on the north. You can't go in the middle. An E-pickup's not going to help you. I don't even know what your options are if you're sitting outside the circle right now.
You fight. You have to fight your way and get as many points as possible and take it team by team and hope that you can at least get in with 2 or 3 members alive so you can take that next fight.
You go
again, placement is not that important here, right? Yep. So a lot of these teams, when they see that, hey, there's, you know, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams alive, screw it, guys. We're not going to get any placement points anyways. We're outside the circle. There's 4 teams in front of us. Let's take as many points as we can with kills as possible. I think that's we're going to see a lot more of those decisions. I will say that will be the immediate shift with just the point change alone.
And joyously taking that decision, right? I think it's going to be a lot easier for some IGLs to make that call of like let's just go, right? You're not sitting there trying to balance valuations. How deep are we? Let's go over the kill counts. You're just going to go, you know what?
There's just less to evaluate.
Exactly. We're in a bad spot.
Points or no points.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. So I think, you know, that's going to be great. I think for some of these IGLs and some of these maybe fresher teams to say, okay, let's just take the wheels off and go crazy. All right, let's take a look. Sneak attack for Bestia. It's got Vinny on the outside. They're moving up on Liquid, who has been a absolute albatross in this lobby so far. Impossible to take down. And hoping they're trying their best not to have to push up against them.
Oh, DraftKing found someone. Well, a headshot in the distance for himself there. DraftKing, though, is going to go down to Sparking, so that's going to be an easy cleanup. Nice. Purdy now coming in, and Zito's going to take some shots, but I don't think he's going to land anything. Sneak attack has also been taken down. Sparking has gotten 2, Steve.
It's not fair. Take the P90 away from Sparking. He shouldn't be allowed to have it. In fact, no one on Liquid should be allowed to have it. They're all too good. They should play with pistols. That guy is disgusting. It is disgusting.
Pistols.
Well, I'm just saying they're that good. Like, they dom with pistols. You know it. I know it. All right, and Zito trying to find a couple of angles here. Sparking doing a good job. He was holding the position so Purdy could make that transfer. And Zito now down. You know what? Just put the camera on Sparking and leave it there.
Yeah, just give him all 4. I mean, at this point, he's pretty much cleaned up all of Bestia. Vinny, the last one left standing.
Trying to find that outside
Sparking is hunting him down. Yeah, he's using. Okay. Go ahead.
I like what Liquid's doing, though. They have re-collapsed 3 separate times, right? Like, they go, they get together, they group, they look for the flush, and then they collapse, and then they push again. So Sparking, ultimately, I think, got all 4 of those. As Vinny...
At least 3, yeah.
At least 3. So Sparking plays very well. It's a P90, so we'll say that's still, you know... I'm blown away, but not completely shocked. Meanwhile, Falcons went up against Potentially Dangerous, trying to get into this compound, and they're down to just Shrimzy. As Potentially Dangerous took the roofs and has just had a really good spot here to lock out the Falcons.
Yep, just a small issue, or a small wrench thrown in the game here of the Falcons after a fantastic game 1. It looks, that spray was unfortunate, as it's going to be a turn from Shrimzy. So now 1v3, and this could be very dangerous, or potentially dangerous, if they don't play this correctly.
That was the kind of spray you get when you're confident. Like, you're like, oh, I got him. He's climbing. You know what I mean? Shrimzy comes up over the top. He gets down.
This is what I'm talking about.
The second one. Shrimzy plays Ring Around the Rosie with Potentially Dangerous, and they are falling to pieces. As Oni tries to get in there to go ahead and get the res on Slabby, Shrimzy's the only man standing, and he is still being this is why he's on every fantasy team I've ever built. Godspeed. This is why.
Oh, I love him. But again, they needed to push that with trades in mind, and they almost did that on that 2-piece on the roof that Trimsy got, but it was mistimed by seconds.
Yep.
And because of that, Trimsy was able to take advantage of it, and it's now down to a 1v2, which was a 1v4.
That is an absolutely wild pitch by Trimsy. He played the crest of that rooftop so perfectly. He's able to now hold it, and it is a really strong position as long as he doesn't get backstabbed, but there's no threat of that right now. You do have Pure coming in from the low ground. I think they're just going to bypass this fight. It doesn't seem like they're interested in maybe going full third party. They're going to grab a car and leave. Wait a minute. That's what we were talking about. Purdy. Classic Liquid Falcons playing with each other. Uh-oh.
That Purdy, you son of a biscuit. You know, I wanted to see how that fight would play out.
Right? It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Good push out on Slabby. They heard him move on the roof, and that's all the information they needed. They were able to get out there and get a good spot. Nothing you could do. We literally said, as long as he doesn't get shot in the back, and then Purdy had to show up. Purdy.
Yeah, Purdy's a bully.
He is a bully. It's okay, though. He's been around long enough to be a bully.
I think that's how that works. That justification is wild. As we see Furia now rotating in from the north side, it looks like there's Cowboy actually in between. So Alcadzia is so split in between two separate teams right now, and that's going to be Animaniacs and Furia.
I've never met a 60-year senior who's not a bully. Roth ducks down behind the hill there. Nice little trade. Animaniacs going to take Roth as he managed to get a knock on one of them. In comes, was that a glider rescue from Rollo? My man.
Yeah. It's actually decent.
That's great.
Little parking job there as well to get this done quick, but no, Valiant's going to come in over the top. Or sorry, not Valiant. That's going to be RDS.
Yep.
And T-Plants. Valiant got a kill on Slabby in the distance.
But ultimately, it is not. Alcadzia is going to go down. Fury is going to run over and try to get a little bit of supply as they move closer to the circle. Nice smoke to hide the loot and push. 55 getting into cars, trying to figure out what they do about this Furia Animaniacs thing. Animaniacs dying to the blue. 55 in a little bit of trouble out there as well. I think they're just going to rotate away. It shouldn't be too much trouble. Meanwhile, Rise is going to be dropping in on a town that's not that contested. They should be okay to get a little bit of loot.
No, and we saw Rock dropping earlier here to get some loot when they had a res. So already, these guys are back up to 4 alive, which is a great place to be in, especially when you're still in circle. But it's been so long since I've seen a Puerto circle, and these are awkward, especially if you're on the south side, because you have to move up. You have to go uphill in order to advance in position, especially if this does, and probably will shift further away from the water and the coast. So this could be a very congested southern side of Puerto.
It's going to south shift twice after this. It's going to be absolutely bananas. We're going to end up at the gas station. It's crazy. No, this is a tough circle. You're right. We don't see it very often. I think it's been ages. I remember there was a game where Andy Pyro laid in that gas station for 20 minutes and got like 17 kills. I think that's the last time I remember this.
You are really
that's what I'm saying.
Pulling back in the car.
It's a hard circle to pull. Like, it doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't.
It's, upside. We're not screaming, give us an island circle. I'll take a Puerto circle. It could be unique. It's going to be tough, especially in third person, though, to come out of Puerto Paraiso up that hill is going to be almost impossible.
Yep. And Kawazine is going to get found by FCZ. And Furia is still trying to navigate this fight all the way on the edge. And no helmet, as you can see, for RDS. In fact, no helmet, 1 grenade, no heals, and 5 energy drinks with some bandages. There's no first aids in there at all.
Nothing. Okay. This, no helmet for RDS right now.
Nope.
God, there's nothing worse than playing this perspective without a helmet. I mean, there's not a lot of things worse than playing without a helmet. But
unless you're rocking just a sick hairstyle, in which case, then sure.
Is RDS rocking a quote-unquote sick hairstyle?
He's going bald. I think it's good enough.
That's respect.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. The paper. Shaved head. All right. Playing.
Yes. Okay.
Just to clarify.
The rest of the teams are this is going to be a slow burn, though, Steve. Everyone else is pretty much set up except for RDS, who's about to take shots at Animaniacs. Finds one.
Nice.
No way. No way.
Wow. Wait a minute. So neither of that. Wow. RDS, helmetless, doesn't care, gets the double, and now he's going to go and get geared up again. So good for him. 55 Esports now trying to make a move in. Potentially dangerous, does have his knocks back here. Not much you can do. He wants that flush, get those points on the board while you can. The pan tried its best to keep him alive, but it did not pan out.
I still can't believe RDS got that double, especially with no helmet. That's crazy. And now it's going to be Carrick to get even more off of that. Already got the flush, looking for another one. He finds the knock on a Valiant, but he is shot off. Possible res there coming in.
Is that a car?
Nope. Looks like Valiant's getting absolutely beamed from a distance as well. Now we have the push with potential Dangerous and Mira here happening on the south side, but don't forget about Rocks, Steve.
Don't forget about Rocks. Or Sparking, because again, the second he's off the screen, he gets another kill using the molly that time around. Toyo going to make a move here, gets Mira. Mira just getting smashed by everyone as they try to figure out where to put their feet down inside of this spot. Toyo with a nice shot. And again, this is what we talked about. Getting out of Puerto is just going to be nightmare fuel for everyone. There's just so much look-down potential, and you don't even have to expose yourself to do it. Oh my gosh.
No, you don't really at all. It's just, this is free. Free 99 for Rebo.
I mean, it shows the value of, like, knowing the compounds and knowing the positions well enough to sort of say, okay, this may not have full prio like it used to, but the ability to sort of see everything and have look-down is maybe even more paramount than it used to.
It just makes building so much more beneficial. I mean, really, it does, because you don't have to. I mean, the information alone that you can gather while inside a building in TPP is just gross compared to FPP. Or it's a lot. It's a lot of information. It's a lot of advantage. Oh, BRDM Purdy,
Yay! Let's go. Purdy has got the crew. He's coming around. He's getting the boys. I haven't heard of Lynx yet, so things should be nice for them. He's picking up the crew. He's gonna go run some people down. It's just Purdy and Alo together again.
I mean, this is also how impressive this vehicle is. Like, generally in comp, when you have so many players that are good and recognize that BRDM is a threat, they will all shoot it, right? No one in this case is really worried about position because everyone kind of knows where each other are. The problem is there's not that many players left to shoot this damn thing. Also, right? Like, they're either in a fight or they're not near it, or they can put it in a field where it's parked and sit. Like, it's just
the other thing that they just did, which I think is insane, is because they had the high ground, they put Sparking out above the field. Right, in a good perspective, and then Purdy just drove around flushing people out basically, and Sparking cleaned them all up. So they used it like when you send your dog out to scatter the birds, and then Sparking just got to sit up and reap the rewards.
Exactly, yeah. And it worked. It's working so far.
Really, really well. Nice rain down on that molly. Sparking to get another one in the hopper. He's got a P90, a dream, and just an insane amount of kills. That's his second molly kill here.
I mean, he has 8 kills of the 9 that Team Liquid totally have in total right now. So really just a supporting cast that's Sparking right now, which I don't even think any of the members of Team Liquid would be upset with. As long as one of their members is having a good day, the other 3 will support. That's what makes his team so strong.
That's what I love about it.
Anytime maybe like Alo doesn't have the greatest game, or Purdy or Sparking, whatever, you still have Luke 12. You still have, the other 3. So it's just, or the other 2, I should say.
I mean, I talked to Sparking at an event, and he said, when he joined this team, he had other offers from other rosters, and it was the attitude that the players bring, the style that the team uses, that he appealed to him. And he said, I know that these guys are going to take care of each other, they're going to put their best effort in, they're going to work really hard. And I have a lot of respect, and I have for a very long time. As much as I give Purdy a hard time and, troll Alo a little bit, these guys have been here. They've been playing the game since pre-NPL, and they have always just got consistently better. I love watching Team Liquid play. And to see him on the Liquid roster now, Brand, has actually been really exciting.
Yeah, and no one wants to win more unapologetically than Purdy, right? And so that drive, I'm sure, played a big role in Sparking's want to join this team, plus the talent. League 12, obviously, Alo, amazing. But looks like Toyo's able to get rid of NCLS, so
yes,
Vicky Banditos are going to go down.
Banditos, thank you. We got some new team names we're working with here. I'm gonna get them down.
It's just a lot of new players that we've never really seen in comp, which is exciting. We want fresh blood in our scene, and that seems to be what we're getting. But the old guard seems to be dominating still, nonetheless.
Flood, Bizzler, both go ahead and get something, put some work in there, as Toyo is sort of getting torn apart here. Capitan is down. Emmy and Roblox cannot find anywhere to go. They do have the. This was their plan to get rid of that BRDM. Did it hit the BRDM or hit the fence?
think it hit the BRDM,
Okay.
but I wouldn't be surprised if it also hit the fence. That looked kind of weird.
It did a little bit, and they really need that damage on that BRDM. So they're doing a good job of trying to outplay this. They're sticking in a spot where they know it can't come. They got another Panzer down there on Emmy as they continue to try to just eat away at Purdy's armor. That's how you beat a BRDM.
Yeah, you just got to keep putting rounds into it. You can't repair vehicles in this game, fortunately, with the BRDM involved. So Purdy's just going to continue to scout, though. Again, the amount of information he's able to get is kind of crazy. But the good thing for everyone else is it's just Purdy in that BRDM. The rest of his team is dead.
Yeah, the problem is, like, Purdy is scouting every possible position for them to move to, right? Like, he's like, okay, this spot's open, this spot's open. And it's going to get the amount of information, even if he gets blown up here. Because, again, more Panzerfaust coming out as they try to hunt down Purdy. Emmy might be able to... Oh, no! They're doing it again! They're baiting him out with the BRDM!
Yeah, but the problem is that Purdy is now... I mean, as long as he can survive without getting blown up, he'll be good.
Uh-oh.
But we'll see. Oh, going for the flush. He sees him. Oh, no. He just slides on the Emmy. And it's so ridiculous, dude.
Clip it.
Oh, my goodness.
Purdy. That Purdy was hilarious. Okay. Purdy. I'm going to put that in the notes for later. PRDM. That was fun. All right, so he ultimately comes down. They got the flush on it. They locked, more importantly, Toyo into a terrible position for a very long time. And they're going to have a hard time making much out of this at this point. If
they can get off this, though, and get down to those the blue and red singles, they actually are in circle in a good enough position until the next shift. It's just getting down this hill is really going to be the issue. The smokes are very well placed, though. They're trying to cut off all the angles from LG.
Players playing this very, very well. You guys called at the start that they have been sort of fun to watch and have made some good choices here. And so far they have recovered well. Capitan knocked earlier, back up, 2 kills on the dock as they gather up and prepare for the big move. Will they go for the reds? They should. I think they scouted it. Wide outside rotation, taking shots from Luminosity. And they are into the blue building.
The circle doing them no favors, Steve, because nothing. Now they're just on the backside of LG. They're in for now, but I want to know if this is going to open up an opportunity for Rock to push across the street. If they see all these knocks, if they see any trades, more importantly, they need to know if LG is going to take losses so they can push. And it looks like they are. Come on, boys, be proactive. Get in there. LG is about to clean up Toyo.
Ooh, easy peasy. They get the nades, they get the flushes, and they clean Toya out very, very fast, which opens them up to fall back and defend against 555, who's trying to come up. Sam Crow trying to get an angle. Vox was the lone defender as they did a 3-man push up against Toyo and was in the right place at the right time, knew exactly where 55 was coming from.
Love this from Rock, though. This is what I was talking about. They kept an anchor down there with Souls, and then they sent up the other two, Santastico and RBM, to hold this ridge line. I love this play from Rock. This is exactly the proactivity I wanted to see.
Honestly, Rock, my most pleasant surprise from 2025 so far this season has been watching Rock's growth. If you talk about PCS, where they came through qualifiers, kind of eking in, where they were at the first PCS versus the second, and the continuous growth, I think they're a pretty impressive team to watch developing. And here they are again.
Especially, I mean, this was working in silence, right?
Yeah.
This was that team, and I was just glazing them for even though they didn't win, just the way they were coming together and figuring things out on the fly. That's what I really loved about this team.
Absolutely. Exactly. Thank you for clarifying. They were working in silence, and they were exciting to watch the entire time. And the attitude they had every day when they showed up, they were having fun.
Attitude was huge.
Oh my gosh, their attitude's been incredible. And I think that is very important when it comes to PUBG, especially when you talk about big tournaments where you maybe are living with 3 guys that you may not be true, like, lifelong friends with in a hotel for a month. Getting along in a good attitude is a very important part of doing well in PUBG.
It's always a plus when your team is also your team of friends.
True.
And there's been plenty of teams out there who are successful despite hating each other, right? It's just how you conduct yourselves and how bad you want to win, and if you can work together. And fortunately for Rock, it seems like they're having fun while doing it.
Maybe not in a second, as Flood is watching that window. He's got the angle. He's not TPP peeking. He's just man peeking. He's ready.
Karak just praying that these two teams get in a fight so he can clean up and get that third party, get as many kill points as possible. First place only worth 5.
Yeah, it's true. Second place worth 3, though, so if he can survive this somehow.
True.
That's a decent glow up. Still waiting it out.
The one issue, though, is that when this circle... Yeah, Steve, you're just talking about it. When this circle hits phase 9, technically it's Rock. It's Solds that has center circle. So LG are going to be the ones that have to move. And they're going to have to most likely move first. As Carrick's on the other side of this, he's on the east. He is sneaking. I don't even think they know he's there.
Do not underestimate his sneakiness. No, there's not much he's going to do once this blue packs on. He's going to start putting those heals in. And he's going to... I mean, like you said, he'll survive for a little while. Do you think... I mean, I guess
there's a world he survives longer than LG if he's able to sneak on that southern side. But Solds has to be incredibly aware of that angle, and he is. It looks like he's mostly. I mean, he has TPP, right? So he's going to have a lot of information.
He's holding it. He's got to know he's there. So right now, the Rock is going to try to just hold this spot. Luminosity is coming out of the compound, dropping down. They're going to actually land between the two teams. RBN and Fantastico looking to try to hold LG from coming out this side. They want to maintain high ground control as long as possible, or at least prevent LG from getting it above their center point holder, who is Solds down below. So Fantastico and RBN's job is to try to keep them off of that rock that you can see Snakers and the boys are trying to get over to that overhang right there. 55 is going to go down. Carrick taken out by Vox. It is now 3v4. Rock with the dot, but underwhelming position up against LG, who's coming out with the high ground and an awful lot of vision.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a knock to start things off for Rock, but they've already lost one. Now down to a 2-on-4. Hold on. RBN will find the trade, but it's still so much work to do, and LG, I don't think they're going to let that door be left open as they are going to clean up. It's a 2-on-1. Clean up as much as they can.
It's a tough spot.
And this is where it becomes difficult. Yep.
Very, very much so. Because in 3P, the high ground has a distinct advantage as they can look over and try to find you. All you can do down here is look for those heads to peek. So it's going to be a very tough low ground position for them to play as they're going to go ahead and try to get this res off. Looking to go down. Get a move here on Solds. Flood.
Yeah, they're going to get both reses up now. So it's a 4-on-1 situation. They could even just
they got him.
Rain from the sky if they wanted to and still probably win this.
Oh my gosh.
But they're going to take their time, you know?
Let's practice all. Let's use everything we got, boys. Utility count going up.
I don't want to jinx it, but there's absolutely a world where Solds just gets 4 1v1s here. But I don't think they're going to let that happen.
There's no way to let them have it.
No, they are not beautiful.
They literally came from every side all at once.
Yeah.
Luminosity will take that win with 9 kills, but once again, Team Liquid showing up in the highlight reel with a 10K to continue the grind up the leaderboard. They'll finish that game in first place with 24, though a wonderful end match for Luminosity, who started a little bit weak today. I think they started with only 3 players in the first match, so this is a good chance for them to sort of mount a comeback. That's what you want off the back of a tough first game. Show up, get your 4 players in, and then come out with a chicken dinner right away. Not a bad match, Cameron. What'd you think?
I thought it was good. I thought it was really interesting with another pretty terrible circle all the way down on the coast. This is something that we've seen before with previous point systems, right? Is that there's almost like a commitment. You have to commit to playing center on this zone or you commit to playing edge on this zone. But I think that with the points being like purely kills being so heavy, playing middle ground is punished even more. It's more so now you're not playing for placement or kills. You're playing for early game kills or late game kills. And we kind of, I think, might have seen the beginning of that meta start to develop in this round because of how dramatic that first zone made the early rotations feel for some of these teams.
All right, so we are going to keep rolling forward with 4 more matches to play today, but the Dusty Dunes are done and dusted. Match 3 is next up. We're going to head to Tago, then Rondo, then double up on Erangel to finish this thing. Let's talk Tago. Actually, let's talk leaderboard, then we'll go back to talk Tago. Match leaderboard, Luminosity comes out with a great 14 points. Liquid with no placement points whatsoever still manages to get second place, and Rock going to feel pretty good up there at 8. Anything stood out to you when you watched that game from the leaderboard, Cameron, in particular, or like is this exactly sort of how you expected it to go based on where we saw those drops and movement?
I mean, with the point system, again, as another aspect of that, if there was one team that I think was about to get benefited the most, it would have to be Liquid, because throughout this entire year, even last year, they were one of the more active early to mid-game squads out there. And so the fact that they're able to just continue to play that game for them, getting 10 kills in the first round, 10 kills in the second, like with placement points being, I'll be honest, quite weak and honestly shouldn't even really be considered in the game plan anymore at this point, they're on track to... I mean, they're in first place right now, right? Overall, they have to be. But they're on track to like having a really, really strong Masters 2 overall.
That stings to say, Gatsby, but I don't know that Cam's incorrect. This like placement points don't really feel like they should be equated into this that much in terms of like it's nice to win, but the choices have to be kill driven.
I think the only thing placement points so far have been shown as indicative of how many more fights you get in and how many more kill points you can get, right? Because you're only getting rewarded 5 for that. And for a team like Liquid, who has generally been a edge-heavy team, who also is very good at cleaning up and getting kills, right, and controlling into the late game,
That's a really good point.
So they get into their final fights. Liquid has always been, TSM, STK, whatever you want to call them, they've always been a fairly good team at getting kill points. Now, placements, we can argue, yes, they've struggled there, but I mean, like Cam said, placement really is not that heavily weighted anymore.
They got buffed, baby.
I would not be shocked if Team Liquid was sort of not super excited about the format change necessarily in terms of like the point valuations, but I feel like it really fits their play style, this focus on kills.
Why do you think they would not be so excited about it?
Because they've been playing the same thing for a long time, so I think they're established. Like it's hard to seismically shift the way you think about a game, right? Especially even just point scoring stuff. But I think that their play style in particular has really catered to
like they don't have to, everyone else has to relearn the game. They don't have to do any of that. They can just keep full steam ahead.
Keep crushing skulls, and that's what they're doing as they come out with 24 points. Falcons, the winner of our Masters 1, is going to get 17, be standing at 17. Luminosity at 17. Rock at 14. A lot of our big name brands or teams that we get to see on a regular basis putting up some big numbers. A little bit of a ball drop, I feel like, coming out from Al Qudsiya so far, Godspeed, though I guess game 2, obviously we're playing 18. Can't write it off yet, but they haven't been able to sort of put together some of the point combos or the rotations that I expected them to sort of not have a hard time with in those 2 games.
Yeah, and the thing about Al Qudsiya is, like, if we look at even how they did in the very first Masters, I mean, they got 7th place, right? Which isn't bad at all, but we expect a team like that with this roster. We talk about this roster a lot. Roth, DIY, Relo, Cowboy, right? Like, this is a roster that arguably should be top 5 every single event regionally. And so I would like to see them get a little more footing on the start. I would like to see them kind of come out in game 3 swinging, get more kills specifically. I just want to see that team frag, man. That team has high potential for that. And I think playing smart as a 4-man and just going for pushes, which is what we have seen Liquid do, will really lend well for that team and that play style if they can manage to make it work.
I think the thing that worries me, and not worries me, I'm actually excited about for some of these teams, is as this scoring system continues, the play styles will get closer and closer to Liquid's play style. I think a lot of our teams have really strong frag potential who've tried to sort of get better at the macro of the game and are going to feel like, hey, I can just cut loose again. Like, I don't have to say, we can't take that fight. We've got to sort of make these rotations by 3 minutes. The addition of reses and other things, I think, are going to open the door for some of our more brutalistic teams to come in here and just throw their weight around. And I'm excited to see that continue. I think it all opens the door for young guns to show up. Teams that have been hot dropping in pubs for the last 8 years and are like, all right, it's our time, it's our place to come out and say, we're going to come at it with those points right out of the gate.
Yeah, which is why, I mean, piggybacking on Godspeed's point about how Qudsiya is a little underwhelming still, because they have D and Cowboy, like the 2 hottest, youngest players to enter America's PUBG, and I can't remember how long. And you would think with this point system, they can just start to run around and do their Zoomer trolly playstyle that gets them so infamous in things like scrims and stuff. But I don't know. I think perhaps the Roth Relo moving away from X-Falcons into the new Qudsiya stuff, like maybe that they're still trying to find their footing, but at the same time, it's already July? Like, I don't know. It's a bit
I mean,
I don't know what the problem is, but I just feel like they should have figured it out by now.
it's a 2-2 roster. I mean, it's not like they have been training with each other for a very long time. They came off the back of PGC and sort of had to find a new way to make it work. So I do know that Rello Roth get along really well, but again, they've only been together for 6 months prior to the new formation of the team. So I do think that there is a lot of growing pains going on right there. Great players, maybe some extra time to sort of find their footing. But always fun to watch and really good guys, no matter how you slice it. All right, game number 3 about to get underway as we go into our next map. Do you guys foresee, it's been kind of quiet so far in Miramar. I don't think we saw tons of new stuff besides the BRDM, nothing too crazy. Do you think it starts to blow up here with these wildcard matches, Godspeed?
I think that when we were having our where you two were having your conversation about just like hot drops in general, I think this format will actually give credence to more hot drops, because if you win the hot drop, there's no longer the risk of, oh man, well we won it, but you know, I'm down 2 players, or we're down 3, I'm just a solo. Well, if you hot drop somewhere, and most of these, as you can see, most of these major cities have a res point, right, a beacon, so it actually might give teams more reason to want to hot drop. And in a meta where I absolutely hated when teams would contest each other early, especially when there's no way of getting anyone back, I might not hate them as much. And more players actually might want to do them if they are able to get their entire team back, plus the points, plus the gear that they got off that drop, right? So I'm very curious to see where hot drops go in the future with this format and with reses.
Right.
Like that.
So we
I
are
like
going to
that
say a
premise.
quick little ta-ta to Steve. Steve, you're supposed to be gone.
Well, the idea that you're not going to hate someone as much is fascinating, because there is a lot of drama between teams. But you're right. I'm going to take a break. Have fun, guys. Let's kill it.
We will, or rather, they will, on the battleground in virtual in a video game. In a video game, not for real.
Oh my goodness, we're off the rails, boys.
We haven't even had a single elimination in the game yet. So I mean, Flood, he tries to contest Toyo for a brief second, but that player
It's actually
landed
a cool
and
circle,
just
though.
go away. Yeah.
I like the circle. The northeast part of this map, we don't necessarily get to go to too much, like that area above airport, just below shipyard. We have been here before, obviously, but I just like the terrain here. The terrain is very conducive for foot pushing and foot fighting. There's a good amount of cover to utilize if you are trying to get movement on foot, if you happen to not have vehicles. There's a few compounds thrown out across there. There's now a res point up there, so that's
Right.
actually a really fun part of the map that we don't get to see a lot, that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
Unless the
because-
circle just ignores me and goes south.
I mean, yeah, but even then, that's still at least a little bit more unique than the hills
Yeah,
in the northern
for sure.
island or around Ohyang towards
Or the south.
Towards the south,
that we
yeah,
see
exactly.
all the time. Yeah.
But no, Fiora driving around. A lot of these teams trying to find a central location. Kraken's getting lit up a touch. Some fire from some not so friendly neighbors. Rays have there, Martin, Fisher, etc. They dropped in this location, so you would hope that they would have a game plan on how to get to a defendable position pretty early on. And it's at the beginning
Yeah,
of the plane
that's a
path
great-
as well, so they should be full looted at this point.
Yeah, that's the hard thing, though, right, Cameron? Is like when you're a team like Razev and you drop and you've been given quite literally the circle, like the circle is theirs, right? They can choose to go wherever they want. It's very difficult to decide where you want to go because you have a lot of options, right? Like sometimes it's too many options is not the best option, because you then you worry about like, hey, if we go here, if we split this like 2-2, what happens if it goes here, right? You're talking about what Steve was mentioning earlier, which is what is the plan B? What is the plan C? Like if this happens, and then also trying to incorporate like, you know, whatever the new mechanics are or new format. So it looks like it's a great position to be in, and generally it is, but it's a very difficult decision to make when you're circle one dead center. Like where the heck do we play?
Yeah. No, it is different decision-making wise. That is for sure. I know that there were some teams historically that have like argued like, oh, we hate being in the center of circle one, and you know that's always dependent on where the drop position actually is,
Or where the circle is, but yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, the terrain is going to impact. Like when there's always going to be the exponential impact of the relationship between plane into circle into which map you're on and the terrain and all of that good stuff. Bestia though, as we take a quick peek over them as they take another E pickup into the zone, probably going to be looking to get into the northeastern part of this map. It is the highest percentage chance of it being clear. But Furia, whoa, okay, Razev, okay. I was wondering what was happening there. I think Razev were on a really wide 2-2 split, and they said, you know what, let's just send it. Let's try and group up. This is a dangerous position with Furia around us, other teams potentially coming in from the west. We're just going to group up as 4, and they don't get taken out, so that's good.
No, they don't get taken out at all. They're able to consolidate, which is a big win for them. And now we're with the Animaniacs, who are rotating here just above. They are so far south, right next to Biggie Banditos as well. But I don't think they're going to get punished for this. This should be a free rotation.
No?
Yeah, they're just going to get on by.
The shots are
landing.
landing.
He's good. I've never seen FCZ so much safer in my life. See? I told you.
That's true. Fool on me for questioning the ex-pro god himself, God Spotted.
Don't do that, please.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
That is a very southern rotation, though. They are so far away from everything else, Cameron.
Yeah, no, they are. Going into the east is probably the better way for them to get into the zone, but they do have to make a move on. And at this point, again, talking about the value of kills, like, they're definitely going to probably commit to an edge play. But Alcudzia versus Luminosity, 2 teams that I said at the top of the show, I wanted to see how they would play this one out. Luminosity are setting a trap. They're going to let it rip. Roth goes down. Snakers, though, gets traded. Cowboy's not going down without a fight. Bloods dropped very low.
Yeah, it's a very back-and-forth fight here as Relo and DIY now trying to go around the other side to get an angle. Flood is low. He is going to be able to get that first aid kit off, and some damage has been traded over to Vox.
Another knock. It's 2 for 2 overall. Looks like a res is coming in for Luminosity. Alcudzia not in the position to go for one of their own just yet. You see Bizzler on the minimap roll up from the south. Cowboy gets confirmed, so the first official casualty of this engagement, but D is not done with this yet. A good grenade throw. Oh, it looked like it almost could have bounced right on top of them, but no, Snakers is going to get picked back up.
So it looks like, I mean, yeah, it looks like DIY still wants to just go for a play here under Bizzler, and he's doing it with a vehicle. I mean, no engine, but he's going to turn it back on and seem to drive away. Meanwhile, I'm looking at this Falcons fight. Sorry, I was a little confused, but the Falcons now taking the fight over to 55, and they're actually just going to wipe 55 out clean.
Where even was that on the map? I think it's just inside the western edge of the zone, north of Terminal. So a really good hold, really quick fight won by the Falcons. And Furia, they're getting active on the map once again. Get another knock onto Alcudzia. So I think D was on his way back to maybe pick up Relo, but no. Last one up. Not even sure how many blue zone chips he was able to grab.
Here it is, Cam.
Yeah.
You a Red Zone fan, Cam? Is that something that really gets you excited?
No, I can't say that I am. But I think for teams like Toyo that you end up inside a red zone, the best you can do is just pretend like it's not there.
Yeah, that's what I do whenever I drive through one.
Yeah.
The secret is not to be afraid of the red zone, but to respect it. You know what I mean? And then you'll be fine. Mm-hmm. By which case, I mean just driving it and just whatever happens.
Yeah,
is
hey,
listen. Now.
It's out of my hands. If I die, I die, you know?
It's pretty much what it is Luke is going to find FCZ, and looks like Ayla now spotted Zig on the backside of that, and he's just going to eagle peek it, and neither one of those players has been knocked yet, but Zig finally going to find Ayla.
Good initial shots, but I'm surprised Ayla wasn't able to get the last one onto Zig. It's because Zig had cover is the real answer to that, but Zig is in a really bad situation now because the rest of Liquid are just flooding into his position. There it is.
Oh, Zig's going to get taken down. Just 2 members left now for Animaniacs. And Mixtall, you are far from home with no friends, my friend. This is a risky play, but we'll see what he can maybe get out of it. I'm imagining not much.
We'll see. But yeah, not even going to go for a quick little knock. Instead, just going to drive away. And there is...
Also something to...
Yeah?
Sorry to cut you off. Earlier we were talking about like repairing, like vehicles and stuff. You actually can repair the BRDM with an all-in-one repair kit, which I did not know. Thanks, Trevor. Shout out for letting me know that, which is kind of disgusting.
Right.
If you really think about it, especially in a late game situation. Like, you use all your utility, you use, you know, your Panzer, whatever, your ammo, and someone has an all-in-one repair kit and they repair the BRDM, that's devastating. So,
yeah.
Gross. Truly gross.
It's like the vehicle equivalent of dealing 99 damage to someone.
Yep. And then, yeah, obviously they're
All
just
that
going to
work,
heal is...
never mind, doesn't make an impact at all. You don't get points off of damage, you get points off of kills.
Speaking of gross.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah, this is bad.
But also, kind of fun. for us at least, I will say.
Wait. Is this the kombucha girl type of circle?
I don't know what that reference is.
You don't know the meme?
I
years old meme. She tries kombucha for the first time ever, and it's a back and forth of ill. Huh. Ill, no ill. Oh, you know what? It's actually... Oh, wait, no, ill.
Which is fantastic for gut health. If you know, you know. So we're getting off Team Liquid now. Coming in Animaniacs. Only one member left. Mixtall has been found. And this is all happening within a red zone, but that's going to be it for Animaniacs. They go down, and so Team Liquid once again picking up more and more points. 3 kills already in the first 2 phases of the game, and they are not slowing down, it seems like.
No. They haven't gotten punished for it yet. They're at the top of the leaderboard. They're just going for kills. They're catching everyone out. They're really trying to keep a faster forward moving momentum and not allowing any other team to sort of get settled, get established. As we talked about before this game started, we'll see if they remain the only team to play like this, but at least for now, they're seemingly going to be ahead of the curve in terms of like how best to gather points.
Yeah, what a landing. Gawanzine taking shots over at Forley. Foradores. As they are safe for now. Across the river. They don't have to cross yet, but that will be an issue, especially with LG coming from the west road just behind them, Cam.
A lot of
In fact, they're driving right at them.
Yeah, they're going for this fight. Luminosity are not done. Just how Kutsia, though, it looks like they weren't exactly intending to take this fight. They immediately pull away when the shots come out from Foradores. No knock for them just yet. There's a helicopter right above them. I wonder if that's a blue zone drop. Ooh, Raystab eliminated. Great grenade by Gats.
Beautiful stuff as Pure RNG is going to get some much needed points here to start off their day. Their first day, I should say, of Masters 2. Forador is still just keyed into the position there of LG. Again, this is in for now, but I can't imagine that these two teams are going to be able to stay here on this side of their island for much longer, as they're still also in a 2-2 split, and it looks like LG has actually opted to go back down south.
Yeah, just find a place to get into cover. The goal right now for anyone on that western section of the zone is to figure out how in the world you're going to cross. Sneak attack flying up in the sky. Sneak attack, I believe, standing in for Mime, at least today, for Bestia. I don't know if that's been covered yet or not, but you know, something to keep your eye on for roster moves going on.
Indeed, for them to keep their eye on as, oh, Liquid, here they come. They're running very close, and the thing is Bestia knows about this, right? Like, they're already setting up for this because of that glider, but Bestia has not... DraftKings specifically is the only one there, has decided not to opt in yet, and Zito is now trying to also make his way. And I like this. I actually like this from Bestia. They're being very cautious, and they're using that information that they're gathering quite effectively to back up and maybe put Team Liquid in a bad spot, and that's how it starts. Well done from Bestia and DraftKings.
Round 1. Confirmed the kill. And he's not overcommitting. He's dropping a couple of smokes.
No,
he wants the rest of his team to see what follow-up opportunities that they have, but they know that they need to get into the zone themselves. The circle did shift away from the water, went a bit towards the south, so it's not like this is a position that Bestia want to fight over. Ooh. They just want to get a couple of kills and make sure they don't get backstabbed later on in the game.
Yep, and that's, again, great decision-making for Bestia, because that's why they sent Vinny to the circle early, and they can deal with that with the other 3 members. So just great overall macro. Great play from Bestia there to start it off. Bicky Banditos still managed to have 4 alive, although one of them has... Nope, that's actually Emmy knocking out RBN at distance. So still 4 members for Bicky Banditos, but they are going to have to deal with Rock, who, fortunately, they're getting help from the other side again. A separate team.
A lot of smokes around. And CLS and the rest of his team. Though in the picture-in-picture, D has a Panzer ready. Last player up, looking to go and get. That is an E pickup.
They're so
that
stacked.
has Panzer
Oh,
Faust written
God.
all over
Don't do
it.
it.
Do it.
Oh,
Do it.
don't do it.
This is
Oh,
the
it's
type
coming.
of play.
Go! Do it now!
Sending it. Four. Oh, he missed
No,
with
he
it.
missed! No
Oh,
way!
He didn't even get a single knock.
way! Oh,
Listen,
that sucks. That is devastating. That
we
could
love
have been
the try.
so sick.
We love the try.
I love the attempt. It just sucks it didn't work.
No.
I mean, great if you're four doors, right? If you're four Adoras, you're very happy about
Yeah.
that. If you are
Yeah.
Alcancia, you're a little upset. But either way, great attempts. Oh man, that's unfortunate it didn't work. That would have been sick.
Well, Four Doors though, they now have 2 weekend players as far as health cores go. And where are they going to land? Where can they land? They're still waiting to the
Probably
very
edges.
end of the track to get down there, and they're
Yeah.
going to be dropping directly on Vici and potentially Dangerous. No, they're going to the east into the red zone. And the funniest thing is about to happen. I'm about to guarantee it.
Just getting knocked into a red zone midair. But that's actually not a bad play though, because they found what is arguably the only amount of open space left in this circle.
Right. It is
That's
the best
actually
choice.
playable.
It's just the funniest
Yeah.
choice too.
Well, they will land and make it here. The problem will be high ground. Falcon specifically and Team Liquid wrapping on the east side I worry about. But for now, Four Doors will survive. As Bicky Banditos, again, still on this hillside, fighting potentially Dangerous, who have now made their cross closer. We'll see how this one plays out. They do need to get... Who is back there? Someone back there is in a lot of trouble. It's Tavon.
Yeah, good luck crossing that.
Stuck in smoke. Oh, and the circle does either of those teams, Bicky or PD, no favors at all.
Oop. GB goes down. That's not good. All the way out in the blue. Yeah, and the rest of potentially Dangerous still need to find their own way across. And it's not even like they can go up the river itself because we have, what is that, Mira on the bridge to the north of them. I think potentially Dangerous are in one of the worst spots you can be in at this time.
Potentially not in a good position, is what we'll say. In the nicest way possible. Which sometimes when the circle shifts, I mean, it's the way the cookie crumbles, is Gizera now looking for a cheeky knock or potentially point here on Bestia. He gets one. Does he get the second? No, he doesn't. But he will get the flush. Oh, maybe not.
Not even. Instantly turned around on, dropped down to 15 HP. Has to pop the meds. The rest of Furia are rolling up, though.
Look at the response, though. Fury is so fast.
Yeah, there were comms happening even before those first shots were let loose. Able to play off of each other very well. And they were able to confirm that kill, too. So, Bestia backing away. Nothing to salvage anymore at this point. Just salvage their spacing is really the focus right now. No one to get revived.
Here now, LG will make their move across. As you said, Mira was there waiting, hoping that someone would come across and they could steal some points, and it looks like they will, but Toyo actually taking a good chunk of those. In fact, they're going to take 2 of those kills.
2 and 2. Not bad. I mean, Luminosity had no other choice, I think, but back to Liquid. Bestia run into them. Luke with a good knock onto Vinny. Running out, again, just going super aggressive, understanding the value of these kills, trying to confirm them every single opportunity that they have. But pure RNG, Valiant hiding behind a shield, has bogeys in the room, a stun's gonna come out.
Flashed.
And the rest of pure RNG are gonna push in with them.
They've never been so flashed in their lives. Oh my goodness, they're still getting flashed up.
Come on, the SLK! It wasn't hitting anything at all!
Oh my
no,
goodness,
the
the
Molly.
Molly now just to add insult to injury. And they're going to lose Zico, though. Because of that Molly, they're actually going to lose Zico. But Valiant is going to clean it up. No, that's just a flush.
Wait.
Argos is still alive.
Still up, playing around the coop. It's 1 versus 3. I thought he might consider
That
getting
flash
on the
could ruin
roof.
them. That flash could ruin them if he pushes. No, but he doesn't.
The waiting game now. Trying to play for footsteps. Swung around the side. Whoa. Gats dropped very low, but they were able to take him out. Out in 11th place, and well, potentially Dangerous. They actually crossed much further than I thought they would get. Actually in front of Mira, as far as the blue is concerned.
Yeah, they wrapped to the west after taking that fight on the south, and they do have Haven on the back foot stuck in the blue, but the rest of Mira actually is in a position to, I think, to gatekeep PD here, so we'll see if that actually happens. Yep, there it is. You got to be careful with those angles, and Glock is actually going to go straight into the blue. And very lucky that mortar did not put him down.
He was in, like, the smallest area between the blue and the blue grenade, and then that mortar just barely missed him. But hey, Glock is still alive, picking Slabby up. That's 2 they can play with. They got 2 kills. Potential for a few more. They're not going to win the game, unless it's like some miracle run.
Hey, never say never, man.
You're right, I shouldn't say never. They are statistically incredibly unlikely to win the game.
Unlikely. There we go. Pure still fighting. The 6 kills, big game. Big game for them. A good start. Haven't necessarily had the most explosive start, but either way, they are slowly climbing, and they have a position that they could move out of. The problem, again, is Falcons to the east. More importantly, the sandwich are going to be in between Toyo if they even win that fight. Now it's going to be Falcons and Team Liquid starting off, Cam.
Good find on a Kurt. Get the knock, get the kill. 5 kills for Falcons, so they've also activated pretty early on. They went out early in round number 2. They won round number 1, but it wasn't until the end that they started to get a whole bunch of the kills that they ended with. Let's see what they can do at this point where they're not in the center. All 4 of them still up, but it's for Adora as they were fighting through. Quite a few different teams. Pure RNG are eliminated. And Fantastico, lone player behind Falcons, got the knock on a kickstart. H-Win's also gone down to DraftKings, so suddenly Falcons' position is very sketchy.
Yeah, but the thing that's working out in their favor is it's only one person from Bestia holding them out on the east. They've already taken out 1 member of Liquid. That's not great, though. Fantastico, probably the one player I've been most impressed with on this team, especially when they're working in silence, is really going to be a thorn in Falcon's side unless they can get rid of him quickly. Now, Kickstart has also fallen, which means that that's going to be another delayed res coming out from Falcons, and this is starting to fall apart. Team Liquid now coming in from the north side, Cam. They want to finish this job.
Oh, I thought Kickstart might go down again to the blue, but is able to stay alive, but sparking some shots under Tickleton. Headshot as a trade, as an exchange, but does Tickleton know about Luke 12 also at the next year? I think he does. The grenade's going to go out. Tickleton is ready for this. Blue is making things very, very difficult, but a well-placed grenade. Luke's gone down. Can Tig stay alive in the blue zone?
Actually, beautiful grenade and beautiful play there coming out from Tig. He's going to go for that last nade onto Sparking. And it looks like it's going to be right next to him, but it bounces too far. Kick still taking a considerable amount of blue damage as Sparking is going to go down, and Furia is going to be the one to rack up all these points.
Hey, thanks for that. Thanks for stalling out the fight just enough for us to pick a few up. Okay, so Tickleton goes onto the blue, doesn't give that point over to Furia. But hey, so Liquid, 4 kills. Bit of a contrast versus the 10 from the previous 10 and above from the previous 2 rounds, but still, like if that's their floor,
oh, you can't get 10 out every game.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're statistically unlikely to get 10 every game.
Yes, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's unlikely.
Yeah.
Toyo, speaking about getting up to 10 points, already halfway there with 4 alive in this final circle, and south side control, not bad at all. Mira really is in the best position currently, but I'm not sure how many kills they're going to get out of it.
Corridor is still running around. Like, again, remember, they picked up all the way from the north, and they land on Emmy, get the knock, too. Emmy was hiding in the bush, lying in wait. That's the 7th kill for 4 Doors, and it feels like every single time we see them, they are in this single vehicle that they have, driving around, looking for action.
The little Dacia that could.
Exactly.
It's been everywhere, dude.
Rio does finally go down. Sneak Attack picks up another kill for Bestia. So a very, very scattered end game it's looking like it's going to be. A couple of healthy enough squads, but especially with the blue chip recall system now being removed from the game going forward. This is what we get.
Phase 6 and on.
And now they're all of a sudden, the second we start to pay attention to them.
I wanted to give them some love because even though they did just go out, 4 Doors did have to fight tooth and nail to get every rotation in and move through every team. So even though they did go out early, 5 kills or 7 kills, I think it was.
Yeah.
Solid game. Very good recovery game for them.
5 kills for Bestia. Sneak attack. And, well, 4 on DraftKing. They're slowly sneaking up behind Toyo. The way that Toyo are moving, I'm not sure if they're aware of sneak attack's position or not. Oh, he hears the footsteps. This should be an easy knock.
Not necessarily. Oh, it is. Capitan didn't even bother to check around the rock. Why would you?
Yeah, I think he spotted DraftKing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have expected sneak attack to be there either.
And he's out.
So he will go down. Yep. Toyo now 6 points for Bestia. Toyo now still down. They're going to be a duo now.
2v2.
It's really just Fury as a 4-man up.
Yeah, and then there's Mira as 3 in that central compound. But we all know how difficult that will be to contend with for any of the teams on the outside. So really, Bestia and Toyo both, their focus right now should just be on eliminating each other. It's the best chance for points going forward. And especially with this circle shifting all the way to the north, they don't have a lot of time to deal with it. Kraken, though, taking a knock on a Fana. So maybe there is some way to crack this can of compound wide open.
Yeah, Mira have to be careful not to take too many knocks, because if they do, that's going to be the dinner bell ringing for these teams that need to get inside the circle, or more importantly, in a better position pushing forward. And so that's going to be Mira's biggest challenge. They just need to make sure they don't go down. Kraken now looking for some angles. I like this from him. Good positioning here. Gazera with a P90 is probably the last thing you want to go up against right now.
It's pretty gross. P90, overpowered, some would say. Best weapon in the game. Kraken up close, up against the wall. And Furia is even taking on multiple fights. They're sending some shots towards Toyo.
Why not? They have so much control on the north side, they can pretty much do whatever they want. And they're just trying to get rid of Rebo here. Benya in the blue, or just next to the blue. He's going to find sneak attack. It's just on to DraftKing now.
Keep Bestia's hopes alive, but the blue is coming in, and it's forcing DraftKing out in the open. Take a fight with Toyo, or run into the meat grinder of Furia. Not to mention, you never really know exactly what angles Mira are going to be holding on to.
Right. Especially in that compound, much less information you can gather.
Yeah.
But DraftKing, okay. Hold on now. Let him cook. Oh, let him cook, and he gets inside. Nice shots.
Played in the blue just long enough. It looked like he was almost prepared to go down to the blue to keep that kill point from going over, but he gets the knock himself. Doesn't have time to go for the revive, but is at least picking up more loot from his fallen teammate. Kabazine Kraken, they're both getting knocks in the kill feed in the meantime. Sneak attack does officially go down to the blue, but Furia, they're in the compound. They're eliminating Mira. It's all on to Fana. The first one knocked in this engagement, and now the last one standing, but that is a Panzerfaust that can always change things on a dime.
Just really love the way that Furia has played this. I mean, they have rarely taken any knocks. They didn't really take any chances. They played just so... And I mean this in the most respectful way. They played it just so fundamental and basic. Nothing flashy, right? Taking control of their zones, not overcommitting. Like, it was just so clean. It was so clean and well played.
Yeah.
Just down to the basics, baby.
We'll check with the leaderboard when we do finally hit it. But I think, unlike the previous rounds where it was like 1 or 2 teams getting a whole bunch of kills, this was like the top 4 or 5 teams getting a decent, somewhat like above average kills themselves. So we'll see how that affects the overall leaderboard going forward.
We will see how that affects the overall leaderboard. As the third game comes to an end, Furia takes home the win. And again, team names that we're used to seeing, but not always players that we're used to seeing. This Kausen kid is pretty impressive, Godspeed. New addition to the Furia roster.
Decent.
He's decent. And really, you could see an instant impact on Furia as they come out with a really good match here.
Yeah, I mean, just to put it in perspective, Kawazine was top 6, I think, in kills for Masters 1, right? So, again, great player, great pickup, and Furia just played fundamentally sound. Nothing flashy. Again, I use the word basic, but I meant it in the best way possible.
Yeah.
They just stuck to what worked, didn't overextend, barely took any knocks, and they recovered from every fight just beautifully. So, great stuff from Furia.
I mean, I love flashy PUBG, but flashy PUBG doesn't pay the bills consistently. And so I do love, exactly, right? Like this is a game that is all about winning inch by inch. And so it's seeing consistent, careful, non-flashy play, I think is always a really good sign, especially when you got a new person on the roster showing that this is a good, smart player who's joined a good, smart team. I love seeing that. Liquid coming out 28 points in the lead. No chickens, just kills. Cameron.
I mean, yeah, it's been working for them so far. Granted, they only got 4 points from the previous round. That's allowed Falcons, but especially Furia and Toyo both, as we saw with great games, to get closer to being able to challenge them. The one good, I don't know about good thing, but the one thing to be aware of with this points change is that it is harder to have a single game wild swing. Like, you really have to hit the ground running with kills at the kills from the very beginning in order to have those 15 plus point games. Whereas previously, you had to play an okay mid game to confirm, to get into position, to then have a chance for the win, and then you could have those like 20 plus points. Not so much anymore. So you want to be able to stack, maintain a closer level against your opponents ahead of you on the leaderboard for a chance to overtake them.
That's actually a really solid point. How many times have we seen tournaments come down to Godspeed at the end where you're like, oh, well, if they win this and get 6 kills, but it does sort of take away a little bit of that aspect of like, we may start to see runaways. You can't sort of leave it for the last game or two, because finding those extra points, despite that there are new reses and blue returns, aren't really that many extra points into the feed. You have to start stronger, I guess. Does that seem correct to you as a
kind of? Yes, but at the same time, the teams that are, like, let's say pulling ahead, if they're winning, they're not pulling ahead by 10 points at a time anymore. They're only pulling ahead by 5, right? And if they're not getting as many kills on all these wins, I'm not sure it'll be as easy for them to create that gap. Now, granted, I do also agree if you're trying to catch up, winning games is going to be far less impactful. So I think we'll have to see. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's really going to change much. I'm waiting to see when some of these teams are actually going to find more aggression and want to go for more kills rather than kind of playing for the mid to late game. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, the points change is a pretty big one, and I think we'll see the repercussions of it probably by the end of the weekend.
It brings me great joy to hear us say we'll see when it comes to something like strategic growth of teams and strategy, right? It's been a long time since I feel like we've sat back and been like, I don't know how this is going to affect the game. It really is fun to sort of watching it develop as we go on the fly. Now, on the bottom of the screen, you guys can scan that QR code, check out the survey online from Krafton, and give them your feedback on TPP. I see you guys giving it in chat. It's worthless there, right? The place to do it is the survey. Go take, if you're whining in chat, which is fine, you have the right to do that, take the survey, okay? Don't be words, not action. Be actions more than words. Also, if you like words, join us at the end of the show. We're going to have a post-show, a nice little podcast, talk, and chat. If you want to win some G-Coins, send us your questions. They can be about the game. They can be about Godspeed's personal life. They can be about Cameron's haircut. I don't care. Send it with hashtag MastersMikeAM. And if your question is picked, you could win 3,000 G-Coin. That's a pretty big deal. If you send questions about Godspeed's personal life, we probably will not pick those, but it's worth a shot. Who's to say it's not?
You never know. Yeah.
All right, guys. We are going to take a
nothing
very
exciting there.
Short.
Nothing.
There's some. I know there's some exciting. Anyway, we're going to be back in a couple of minutes with the next 3 games, guys. A quick short break and a special treat for you. So stick around and watch the break. We've got a fun show. Treat. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome, my friends. It is time for episode 1, part 1 of the game show. My name is Toppies. I get to ask the questions, and I'm joined by some geniuses, well, 2 geniuses in Godspeed, to give us the answers. Number 1, Shrimzy from the Falcons. Shrimzy, how you doing, my brother?
I'm doing not as good as you, apparently.
Has anyone ever done as well as me? Unless it's a quiz, and then they all have. I'm also joined by the Purdy Curdy, Liquid, qualified for EWC, living legend, been around for a long time. How you feeling, my brother?
It's a fun way to call me old, but I'm doing all right.
I can call you old because I'm old, and I think together we are a unit. And finally, and now you guys may not know Shrimzy, Falcons professional PUBG player. Purdy Curdy, Liquid, professional PUBG player. And finally, Godspeed, as some of you may have heard, once a professional PUBG player.
God.
You know what? Just because everybody wants to know, when was your last competitive match, Godspeed?
I think 2019, long time ago.
Yeah, I remember that. It was a glorious experience in Oakland. Welcome, Godspeed. Glad to have you here. Obviously, as the only talent, you're probably going to get roasted the entire time, gentlemen. I encourage you to join it. Let's get to question number 1. I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to show it to you. You guys will have 15 seconds to answer, at which point I will have you reveal those answers, and we'll see who is the smartest man here. All right, ready? Let's take a look at question number 1. What was the first major event that a team won with 0 chicken dinners? Your time starts now. Well, 3 seconds ago, technically.
No idea.
Okay, here's a hint.
It has to be forever ago.
It was
Yeah, I think it
a
was
while
forever
ago. 3 seconds.
I put him
I'm just
down.
guessing. I just
All
took a guess.
I just guessed as well.
Every single person
had to have
claims
been
to
early,
have guessed.
Yeah.
Now it's time to reveal. Shrimzy, what was your answer?
I put GLL season 3. I don't know.
Okay, GLL season
Just a
3.
random guess.
Further back.
He went to 2019, the last time that Godspeed played professional esports. Purdy Curdy, what was your guess?
I went the season before that, so GLO season 2.
Nice answer. Okay,
Ooh.
I like that. I get that. It was a fun one. Godspeed, your answer.
I went with I Am Oakland 2018.
Well, I am legend.
Yes.
But that one, I'm just going to tell you right now, is incorrect. Are we ready to reveal the answer to these men? The answer is GLL 2. Purdy Curdy comes out with the point. Well done. Just missed it,
Take it.
Shrimzy. But I got a follow-up, okay? You ready? Because I love those. I want to know who won that event. Yes, that's your question. Time starts now.
You're trolling. You just threw that one out there for a Purdy? That's insane.
No, I forget
No.
the actual team name. That's the
I will
worst
tell
part.
you,
Was
this question was locked in 4 days ago. We can confirm it with the production team.
I threw one.
All right, 2.
I threw one out.
One.
I forget the team name. I got no answer.
You got to have something.
I know this is
No, because I'm pretty sure I know who won it, but I don't remember the team name that he was on.
All right.
Was it Batulin's team? I think it was Batulin's team, no?
He said
It was.
blank.
It
It was.
Oh,
I
I think I
Shrimzy.
won.
What team did you put? What did you say, Shrimzy?
I put M19.
A fine answer. A fine answer. Purdy, yours?
I got literally nothing.
Literally nothing. So he got the first one and blanked the second. I respect that. Just like this team blanked chicken dinners in that event. Godspeed. What'd you put?
I'm with Kurt. I don't remember. I think M19 is correct, but I don't remember.
All right, so he didn't put one either. The answer is
No.
M19. Shrimzy
Let's go.
gets the
I couldn't think
point.
of the name for the life of me, bro.
Batulin's example coming in clutch for me still to this day. Let's go.
Well done. I'll never forget that event because I was threatened by their captain. He said, why did you make fun of us for not winning chicken dinners? And I said, because you didn't win any chicken dinners and crawled your way to a victory. All right, so that is 1 point for Shrimzy, 1 point for the Purdy Curdy, and no points.
Yeah, yep.
How does that feel, Godspeed?
It feels fine, you know?
Yeah.
It feels fine. I feel great. I'm great. Everything's great. Yeah.
Everything is great. All right, question 3, also great. Let's take a look at it right now. What player had the most kills in America Masters 1? Bonus, if you can tell me how many did this player have? Starts now
That's a
because
reach.
I gotta outrun your Google here. 9. Okay, closest to correct.
Oh, boy.
So the closest to the number gets the point. So just throw something in there. How many kills did this player have and who was it?
I feel like I'm right, but I could be wrong.
You know, that is the story of my entire life, Shrimzy. I feel like I could be right, but you know, maybe not.
I mean, I think there's 2 answers
All right.
that I like possibly right.
We're gonna go the opposite direction. I'm gonna start Godspeed this time with you. Godspeed, what's your answer?
I like that. My answer was Shrimzy, and it was with 200 kills.
Nice. I like. You know what? When you don't know the answer,
Damn.
suck up. World classic. Learn that
Shit.
lesson.
You were fragging, my boy.
Purdy, what do you think?
I was not bragging. Listen, I'm gonna break it to you early. I was not bragging.
That's what I remember at least. Yeah. So I know I'm right. Anyways, let's go to Kurt.
I went Townsend from, I think he was playing for, I forget the team name at the time. I think he was filming for somebody, but I went Townsend at 29.
29. Good
Can
guess.
you not
Solid
plan
number.
that?
Shrimsy.
I went Tiggleton with 32. That's my go.
Tiggleton with 32. I love that you guess. I love that he supports his own teammate like that.
Yeah,
At
you probably
32.
heard it from Tig 100 times. I cop fragged it. I had 32 kills.
I never
That
really
would be
thought
mad.
about
That would be mad if that happened.
That's true. That's true.
that. I think we can all say that, you know, deserved, but also probably very true. All right, let's take a look at the answer for question number 3. It is Capitans. Yeah, not Toyo's captain, actual Capitan with 33 kills. So none of you get the first point, but Shrimsy gets the bonus.
He gets a bonus.
Hey, we take those.
Why does he get the bonus?
Because we said closest to, and he said 32. Which is,
Yeah, you said
But I guess
200.
the person, but hold on, I guess the person that guessed the answer right. So like, where does that? Do I not get a point for that? Like I said, Shrimsy.
but it was Capitan.
You know? Yeah, but
I think you're trying to
it's
confuse.
fine.
He's kind of cooking right now. Listen, he's
No,
kind
it's
of.
fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. Like clearly, Toffee is fine.
Okay, okay. I think we can all agree that Godspeed's really trying to trick me on this one, which I may have set up this next question to trick you, Godspeed. Let's see, question number 4. Prior to the creation of PPT, when was the last time PUBG was played on a global stage in TPP for a championship? And I will say, this is global, all regions involved.
That is a tough one.
10 seconds.
That is a tough one. I'm gonna go ahead and pass to Shrimsy, and then I'll answer afterwards.
There's been a lot of passing to Shrimsy here. All right.
Yeah.
I started with Godspeed last time. Shrimsy's had to
Yep.
start. This one, Purdy Curdy. I need your answer first.
Listen, there was no technicalities of saying the name of the event, so I just said the year, and I went 2017.
Yes. I was
Okay.
gonna say 2018 personally, but
That's fair.
So, Purdy, you just wrote 2017.
Yep.
I like
I went
like
broad.
that.
just the whole year.
The whole year.
Outside the box. Outside
There's
the
a good
box. I
chance
like
it was
that.
2018.
I like that.
It's been
I
a
like
lot of
that.
years, man.
Shrimsy, what do you got?
Well, I can tell you for certain it was PGI 2018.
Yes.
For sure.
Okay. And Godspeed.
I said 2018. I said it when Kurt incorrectly guessed 2017. So yeah.
Excellent. All right, let's see the answer. I think we all know,
Sprinkle that in,
except
huh?
maybe Kurt, what it was. It's the Global Invitational 2018, which means that Shrimsy gets the point on outrageously strong merit. Godspeed used a very smart answering of the question to make sure that you got the 2018, and I respect that. And Purdy Curdy, even trying to work around the system, you still failed.
If they're
No,
years
they're
all blend,
actually,
man.
if it didn't say championship, it actually would have been PGIS 2021 because
yes.
there was a TPP event in there.
Yep, it was the one-off. So
But
that's why
it
I put the
specifically stated championship. Yeah.
I can respect Purdy guessing the first year he started playing the game, so that's fair.
That's what it is, man.
I think he was 31 years old then.
You guys are
Maybe his
cool.
memory's gotten worse.
Actually, no,
That's
people
great.
might be good.
It creeps
Maybe
on you,
that's
bro. It creeps
All right,
on you.
focus, focus. One more question before we get out of this stage. Let's put it up. Last question for this round. Who had the highest SR, sniper rifle, damage in Masters 1? Baja Waka was not.
Highest. Oh, someone was bolting a lot in that tournament. I know it wasn't
Could not
Sharp.
tell you.
Oh, I'm just gonna say Sharp Shot anyways. I know it wasn't him. That's my answer.
All right. So Godspeed has
Surely
already
it's an
submitted
SA
his
player, but I
answer.
don't know.
He says
It
sharp
was, I
shot.
think it was an SA player.
Shrimsy, what do you got?
Again, I'm just rocking with my teammate H1. I don't know. Random
Okay.
guess. I'm pretty sure it's an SA player, but I could not tell you.
And
He's the goat of bolting.
and Purdy Curdy.
I rocked with Shrimsy on this one. I went H1 as well.
Ooh,
my
let's
fellow,
go.
My fellow grandpa. H1's bolting sometimes. I'm going for it.
It's old school. It's classic. But the answer is LG Fox.
Let's double check
203
that
is
one.
pretty low.
Let's
I feel like
double check
203 is
that.
very low.
Yeah, he wasn't hitting a lot of the shots.
Not many people were bolting.
Nobody was hitting shots. That's what I like to say. All right, that is the first part of our game show. An update to the score right now as we go to the break. Shrimsy dominating with 3 points. Purdy Curdy close behind with 1, and Godspeed lagging all the way in the back, also with 1 point. We'll be back in a little while for the second half of the game show. I'll see you then.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
We're back. that was a great game show. Godspeed. You were killing it. I look forward to your comeback in the second half.
Wait for the second half, baby. Just wait for the second half.
I saved the good ones for the second half. Now, I thought those were pretty good questions. If you guys have good questions of your own, send them to us. #MastersMikeAM. If your question is selected for the post show, you get 3,000 G coins. So that is pretty sick. So make sure you send those in. Let us know what you're interested in. Game 3 done. Game 4 on the way. We're about to get started. I think the players are already in the lobby. Real quick, what's your take so far on Masters 2, Cameron?
Not as dramatically different as I expected from all the changes that we covered at the top of the show. I'm sure things are going to change, and in fact, as far as we know, things are going to look way different tomorrow and Sunday. This is sort of like the first teething ground. Not literally, like they've had, of course, the events to qualify here, but I don't think any of them were on this patch. So I think this is sort of like everyone getting used to the new system and then like really starting to play with things Saturday and Sunday.
All right. Where is your condo on Rondo, Godspeed? Where do you like to go when you got a great playing path like this?
For Rondo, I mean, it's going to sound really boring, but I absolutely love dropping at the condos right outside of stadium, looting, taking that fight, and then pushing stadium.
All right.
But as far as like areas of the map, I actually really love the northeast part of the map, like the Miramar portion, if you will.
Yep. We don't see it enough. Kind of sad. Also,
we don't see it enough.
#move Jadena to the middle. I'm just saying. I'd love to play it more. I just want it in the middle.
Keep Jadena where it is, brother. We don't need that anywhere near any circles.
You don't want to put it right between, say, test track and factory?
I hate fighting in there, dude. I absolutely hate it. And that's just pubs. I can only imagine what comp must be like in Jadena City. Fortunately, we haven't. I would say unfortunately. I'm actually very curious to see what a full game would look like with like the majority of teams down there. But I don't think we've ever had one of those circles. Do
you think TPP changes the way that this map has sort of been, a wild card map? Cameron doesn't get a ton of play in every event. You see it once a day. Do you feel like TPP is going to affect this map at all with like sort of the high ground positions and stuff, or do you think it'll still play pretty much the same?
I mean, it'll affect the map probably around the same that it affects all the other maps, outside of, I suppose, landing on top of the tall mountains, that there's going to be any dramatic differences. Yeah, they did get nerfed
very
too
heavily.
as well, right?
Tell me more.
Yeah. Oh, it's so much more visible. They nerfed the shrubbery around the top of those mountains. There's really not much cover up there, so if you're up there, I mean, you have amazing vantage points, of course, and sightlines, but you're much more visible and much more punishable up there.
Yeah, which is much more of a nerf for FPP than TPP. I think in TPP they're still going to be very powerful if you can get up there.
I agree.
A really big
I
if.
agree.
But outside of that, I don't think there's anything else on Rondo that is going to be like super TPP
agreed
different than the other maps.
We just needed a way to see Jadena. So thank you for dropping there, guys. Thank you.
I will say test track, if you're on top of test track, TPP is just objectively stronger. It's still strong in FPP, right? But TPP just adds that extra layer of just disgusting information gathering.
That is true.
I think the more elevation changes you have on a map, the more... And it's not even that it changes the overall map. It just changes the power points on the map, right? Because like you just say to yourself, I just want to be stuck in a low ground rotation. So change the way that I think about it. But I think you're right. The more of that up down, because I will say it personally, I think when you talk about first person, you talk about a high ground versus low ground sort of peak battle. I kind of think the low ground player has the advantage in terms of how quickly you can identify someone peaking, right? Because like all you have to do is watch the horizon line, whereas the guy on the high ground has to search everything below him. That totally flips when you talk about third person, because the guy on the high ground even has to stick his head out. So I do think there are some big elevational change strategic things if you guys are at home or kind of like getting into third person or trying it out. But I think you're right. The flow of the game is always going to be the flow of PUBG. When we switched from TPP to FPP back in the day, it didn't feel like it was that big of an overall macro change. And I think we're kind of in the same position now.
That's because the macro was garbage. It was so early on in the game. People were still
don't you
trying
talk
to figure
badly about
everything
Noble.
out.
Hey, Hey, don't. Yeah. Okay, we swam in the damn water. Okay, we were in the trenches, quite literally. I'll still never forget the patch where you could heal in water. That was
Listen,
so
if you listen. This is okay. If you want to defend macro from back in the day, that's one thing. Don't you dare use the water as it. That is indefensible. That era.
I'm not
of
defending
PUBG
it. I'm saying that's what we had to
was-
deal with, dude.
Okay.
Healing
yes,
in
you did have
water
to
for
do
that
it.
one patch was.
Yeah, that was
just
really
miserable.
really dumb. That was
Yeah.
really dumb.
It's not ideal for sure, but this has been a slow start, and this generally does happen on Rondo. We don't see many hot drops. We don't see many teams contesting early, just because there's just so much damn space on this map, right? And with the circle as well, this is a fairly similar circle that we see Long Tin and then Yulin, right? These are pretty, I'd say, popular and fairly common spots for these teams to set around in which Alcazia actually has a really good initial spot here. And speaking of the mountains, Capitan finds himself on top of one.
There he goes. Is that a... Oh, for a second I thought he was trying to... Yep, there it is. Yep, that's what I thought it was. It was a shield. That's a way to sort of balance out the nerfs that you were mentioning. Because, you know, we've all been on top of those... We've all been on top of those really tall mountains, right? That there are other positions not far from you that people can see you, and so with the reduced shrubbery up there, it is not an invulnerable position. So if you have a shield to play around, that's going to make it a bit better. But for Doris,
yeah, the deployable
Toyo
shields
down.
are huge in those situations. Actually, we haven't seen too many deployable shields so far today, but I mean, those have been so vital to pretty much like every tournament over the last like 2 years.
Right, so
especially up there. So
oh yeah. So what I thought was going to be a really big fight, I actually told production to just send Toffees away so we could cover it ourselves. Ended up not actually coming to pass. Foradoras do pull away. I guess they didn't feel good with the timing, but it's fine. I think Toffees is still going to be happy with taking a little bit of a break and just watching the game from his lounge chair.
Wish I was in a lounge chair.
No, don't we all?
No,
Ooh.
I'm actually quite happy watching PUBG right now.
Yeah, but
as we
imagine
see a
watching
nice
it in a
knock.
lounge chair.
True, that's fair. Okay, so
Wait, whoa,
Foradoras, who I was very happy with last game, you know, they had to go through quite a few teams to get the points they had to get towards that end game, but so far in this game, just falling apart.
What happened? Yeah, like they had eyes on Toyo. They considered crashing them when they were still parachuting down, pulled away, and then all of a sudden they're down to one. I know Mira showed up.
Rotation.
I guess.
The
Yeah,
rotation
I
got
think
cut
they
off by
crashed.
Alcazia and other teams, yeah.
It's wild. Like, it just happened in the blink of an eye. It looked like they were I wouldn't have argued they were in a great position. It's phase one. But they certainly weren't in a bad position. But Alcazia, they're in a fight of their own. Rezav staring them down. Cowboy trying to get some information. Fervero has been knocked. Smoke tunnel rather being deployed for them to try and get their way back.
Meanwhile, it looks like LG and Falcons are going to run into each other here as Flood trying to find an angle to maybe get the first opening knock. But he is being very careful. There it is finally. It's going to be Snakers actually opens it up on a kickstart. He's going to get the knock, no flush. And now the rest of Falcons has been alerted.
Really, really rough start for them. Box is also trying to drive around Mr. Highest SR damage in Masters 1 himself. The celebrity that he is.
Oh, yeah. Also, for those of you that don't know, Box has been playing this game for almost as long as anyone.
Oh, yeah.
Still competing at this level, which is crazy impressive.
It really, truly is. like, when you go back, and even just when we were mentioning the water meta.
Pittsburgh Knights, baby.
Yeah, like
old school.
there are... I don't know about you, but I really do forget how long I have been covering this game.
8 years, man. It's been a long, wonderful ride.
Really
It's
has.
Team Rezav now trying to just recover here, Cammy, and it looks like they were not able to get Faribero. So he did perish in the smoke, but they will still be 3. And this is kind of the tricky thing about a situation like this, right? They don't need to push either team really because their compound is dead center.
Right.
And so the real benefit here is if Alcazia wanted to make sure that they got rid of Team Rezav, go for that 2-2 split on this compound, but at the same time they're content with keeping this because, again, perspective, it's hard. It's hard to just push across this open
on,
wayland,
Fisher.
plus with all the buildings.
Yeah. There it is. Reef the tires, man. That's all I'm saying.
That's if either of these teams even have to leave, but
Yeah.
sure.
No, I mean, you never know, right? It's only a couple of bullets.
It's good practice. Yeah.
But I do see the desire to get a kill. The kill points are going to be valid, but at the same time, if you just throw all of your resources at that and you don't even get a kill point to follow up, then you're gonna have nothing to play with the end game for. So they have to keep an eye on their resources overall. Grenades being traded between ROC and Toyo. Santastico barely dodging that Molotov. Sees the rush of Toyo, prepping the frag grenade. Cooked it well enough, but they avoid it just barely.
And still 3 members here for Rock. So you do have one member of Toyo that's all the way up on that mountaintop. We saw it earlier. And so this is effectively a 3-on-3 if they can cut off his angle, which they very easily can, but Solt's taking a healthy amount of damage as he moves in, and Benya with that angle on the roof is just stifling their push, Cammy.
Good information, especially using the perspective. Stay out of danger and spotting as much as they can around these containers. Smokes everywhere. Rock trying to hide in, and Benya, I think, is realizing that it's a bit too hot. Falls away into smoke of their own. Luzo grenade as well would have done a good job flushing them out, and Capitan trying to give them information. At this range, you can land some shots and deal some damage, but it's still more of a supporting auxiliary role.
I mean, even that damage, as little as it is, it deters someone from pushing that angle. So
yeah.
He's doing a great job of covering for the rest of his teammates as Rebo, Benya, and Emmy still holding back strong on the north side of the compound. It looks like Capitan's actually going to go down and maybe rejoin his team. He also took some damage on his way down, as now we're also watching Furia versus Animaniacs, and it looks like Kowzi's going to find a nade on the Zig.
Yeah, I think the next phase 2 that we're in right now is a hard shift towards the east on top of Yulin. So potentially the danger is looking great here, and Furia and Animaniacs fighting for a semi-center position. Good shots by Gizera. Deplens does get confirmed, and a massive spray down by Kawazine to get a couple of kills. Animaniacs do eventually go down, but, you know, they made sure that Furia got a bit wounded for all of those points.
This is a nice attempt, but Furia just very clean there. Able to wipe that fast so quickly. Now it's going to be Roth to find one, so now just 2 members left of Rezav. Or maybe just one.
Yeah, just one.
Yep, it's just Martin.
Panzer in a dream. The thing
Just
is,
angled though this part.
like, you want to look for a multi-knock with this to confirm them. If you just get one knock, the chances of confirming with getting that point is pretty low. But hey, if they charge the ramp, MG3 or not, Martin might have a chance.
It really just depends on what angle he takes and how they push. The problem is El Qaeda probably wants to push and play smart for trades, right? Which they are, which I agree with. But it's very devastating when you play for trades with a Panzer, but he's going to miss. He's not watching his back, but the push comes through, and El Qaeda is going to clean that one up nicely. But yeah, that could have been very dangerous because they were playing it right, but you can't expect a Panzer on the other side.
Yeah, so Arpezia able to shore that one up pretty well. There's always danger, even in 1 versus 4, but as you said, Arpezia, they ran up that ramp playing for trades. And Furia, they tried to stabilize a little bit. Looks like they got another point coming out from Liquid. Kurt's gone down. RDS is getting revived. And the rest of Liquid just to the north. Looking for opportunities to trade back. Is that Sparking going for Ascend? No, okay, surely. No, he is! I thought he was just going for the rock. He's committed. Oh!
What in the...
The C4.
What just happened?
I think it's a C4.
There's cars flying in the air. Everything's... What is going on? This is insanity.
Oh my God.
Furia, just like that, is just going to get rid of Liquid in one of the most absurd openings to a fight I think I've ever seen.
Time out. I don't think Furia got rid of Liquid. Liquid got rid of Liquid. They gambled on the C4 push. The timing was just a little bit off. It didn't get a knock. I think that one player in the side for Furia, I think spotted it, knew what was happening, able to get away, and the follow-up by Liquid just wasn't enough. But hey, this is only the beginning of C4 and comp play. You're going to have a couple of misses, and the fact that Liquid are playing with it now gives me high hopes that they're going to be able to land stuff like this more often in the future.
Got made it to C4. I have so many questions. At the same time, I absolutely love what I just saw. So fantastic. I have questions for Kurt. I will ask him later.
I would not be surprised if that wasn't even a call by the in-game leader, if it was Sparking that says, I have a play, and then just does it.
I don't. I'm not even like harping on it. I don't think it was like. It was just funny. It was just crazy and funny to see. I am very curious what happened there. But either way, good on Furia, right? Whether it was Liquid by their own demise or them, they were able to get the points out of that. As Vicky Banditos now desperately looking for some points of their own. So they've been struggling so far today. But the one thing I have noticed about them is they've been able to keep 3 to 4 alive a decent chunk of the time in these games. Just not able to convert any of that into kills or points.
Oh, grenade goes out. Yai down to 13, swinging around the smoke, trying to get a second, playing hyper aggressive, but does go down in the end. Fauna with a knock and a kill. Confirms August as well. Is NCLS the last one up for the Banditos? No, there's someone else on the opposite side.
I believe he has one other teammate. Yep.
Grenade out.
That nade.
There it is.
Oh, what a nade. Beautiful. Quite beautiful. Vicky Banditos will survive as a duo, potentially dangerous now. We saw them earlier in this position when the circle shifted. The beneficiaries of it now have some neighbors, though not too close. Just going to be sneak attack. The rest of his team on his east, as well as it looks like just the remnants of Toyo and LG on the west.
Potentially dangerous. 1 kill for them so far. They were in Yulin quite early, and it's not... I don't blame them for allowing so many other teams share this space with them. It's impossible to hold this entire area of the map by themselves, right? But it's about
Yulin is very difficult to hold as just a solo team. Yeah.
But it's about not giving away too much, and I think the current spread that they have looks pretty good. They have eyes on Bestia to see how much closer they want to get. GB towards the south, potentially eyes on 55. No, 55. Wait, is that? Wait.
There we go.
They're up to 4.
So
Vera.
Wait, sorry.
4 towards the south. They're up to 4. Didn't we see them get almost eliminated on the west side in the very early on in the game?
Fora, we did. Actually, yeah,
they're up at
there were
4
two
now.
down.
Blue zone respawn.
I mean, you take those. You absolutely take those. Is now Furia making their way in off of the western edge, which they have completely taken control of. You see with their 8 kills. Love it. Again, just fundamentally sound. That team playing so fundamentally sound right now. As we see another member coming in. It's going to be RBN from Rock, actually. And wait. Oh, it's going to be Emmy taking Tyvon. I thought it was a TK for a second. I got confused.
I mean, with so many teams around here, RBN vaulting into Glock's line of sight. So even though potentially Dangerous lose 1 with the crash from Toyo, they're still holding on to the rest, but Slappy goes down to sneak attack, so there it is. I think potentially Dangerous not able to hold on to the space that they were trying to maintain, and H-Wid defending Falcons, roll out Kutsia, the swing around by Cowboy, he's gonna get a second. All left to Tickleton. Running away.
He's gonna have to get out.
Yeah, he's gotta get away from this. There's no salvaging this right now, just confirm the kill into D.
Hell of an attempt to defend by by Huyn. He almost got 2 there.
Yeah.
He's got the first knock, almost got the second. Now we have a deployable shield coming out for Capitan and Toyo. All they have to do is make sure that no one rotates in here from the west side, and then they can start to push in because Circle has actually started to favor more of the field than Yulin.
Now City setting up a little bit of what seems to be the beginning of a car for it. And the Circle did pull away from Yulin. So it's to the east of it now, which puts Luminosity and, of course, Bestia in, I think, really solid positions to try and gatekeep the eventual exit of the teams in that compound.
It looks like... I mean, Pure rotated in on that spot. They were going to go further in, but as soon as the circle shifted, they took that eastern spot. And if they can get rid of Rock, man, the control that they would have over center circle, if it does shift off Yulin, which I think it will, would be so strong for them as Tig just desperately looking for something to play as the last member of the Falcons. Ooh. Oh.
Yeah,
Survive!
Just needs to find a spot, but it's hard. I'm looking at the overall map, and there really isn't much at all for Tiggleton to select from. Cowboy goes down to Vinny. stolen by Zako. Your RNG, good another point this round. Puts them at 10 overall. Let's see how many more they can get. They had a couple of good moments in the previous rounds, but still in the lower half of the leaderboard. Kudsia do get eliminated. Tiggleton with the final shot onto Rello. So Tiggleton is still trying to play active. Still getting points. And Psycho with a BRDM. I missed this until now. What are they going to do with it?
Oh, is he going to make it out? That thing is so slow.
That's true.
Ooh. Okay, back to potentially dangerous. Just looks like GB and Glock are the last two. They're dealing with Toyo. A reset looked like it was possible, but the spray comes through. Stick it, Glock, you won't.
Yeah, right. He won't. He's got 9 HP. That's way too scary. Of course, if he knew how much pressure Furia was giving Toyo from the north, maybe he would reconsider it, because that's a lot of utility, a lot of damage. Now it's all onto Emmy. Last one up. Can't even get 2 of those revives. Only has 1 potential target left. Glock with grenade going back out. Going to go for the stick once again.
And as you said, Furia putting so much pressure on the back of this compound, not only to Toyo, but also to LG. LG doing their best behind this dip to try to defend, but the real issue for them is also 55s having to smoke themselves. They don't have the angles. This is a really rough spot for LG.
Rough spot for a lot of teams. But Furia, they might be in a position that allows them to apply this much pressure. They still need to get into the zone. The blue is coming in right behind them. They want LG's position. And
Emmy! To the face! That is most unfortunate for Emmy. But for GB, that's going to be a point. Yep, that'll send you back to the lobby for sure. LG is still somehow surviving here in this position. None of the utilities have been able to be lethal, or if they have gotten knocks, they've been able to get them back up. They also have some emergency cover there that has dropped down, trying to defend themselves from 55. If they can just hold on a little longer, 55 will have to move out that north spot.
Where are ROC going? They're sending it towards the center. The next shift did moderately go back towards Yulin. It's still going to be on the edge, and there's not a lot of cover, as we just saw. ROC send it all the way through. They've stopped below a defilade, but Bestia lying in wait, activating. Can't get the knock. BL does finally go down. Sneak attack with the, drafting with the second on the Souls.
And Bestia don't have any kills. They've been mostly quiet for the most part, but they now are in one of the best positions in the current game with 4 members alive, and there it is, just like that, as fast as you like. 4 kills to Bestia's name. Oh,
Tiggleton, what can you do? Where can you go? How many kill points can you get? Placements, even if they were valuable, are not going to be on the cards for this player. One has to imagine. It's about like dealing damage, but here comes GB. And potentially dangerous, or at least what remains of them. They're trying to push out. They're trying to backstab, but Bestia have grouped up. All 4 are now in this one area, so it's going to be really difficult for potentially dangerous to break through. Glock has gone down, all onto GB. And where does the next circle go as we see Furia post up against Luminosity for good?
Oh, and there it is. That shift that Pure was waiting for has come in. But the bad news for LG is that 55 still has that position over them. And Furia, even worse than that, is behind LG Cam. This is going to be rough.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to push through LG, and they have to make sure that they get into the circle on the western edge in front of 55.
Yeah, it's not looking good because Furia, we saw them use all that utility earlier on. They don't have that much more to play with. Kraken has 1 frag grenade, 1 volley, 1 blue zone. RDS had nothing the last time we were on their POV. So tools are at a very low amount, dare say at a minimum. What they have left is starting to come out now. A couple of blue zone grenades do seem to be dropped, and a great frag by Kraken. He had 1 and he made it count.
Massive grenade as Snakers is trying to survive in the blue. He's ticking down. The first aid goes off. And meanwhile, in the distance, it's 55. 55 is stopping this push. And even though Snakers has gone down, the rest of Furia, it's just RDS.
Making a break for it. Getting out of the line of fire from not just 55, but a number of different teams. Good kill points for Furia so far. But top 4 is going to be a bit of an extra challenge here. Glock aware of Fora's position just to the south. Lying in wait, and that's the Lynx we can hear singing in the distance.
What does she sound like?
Beautiful.
Mm.
Can't Grenade goes down. GB with the first knock, but then Aurelio does get the trade. All on the Glock. What can they do? Rushing forward, Bestia trying to pick up whatever kill points they can. Gatekeeping this exit.
Yeah, Bessie has been holding on to this position for a while now. Last couple circles after they got that clean team wipe. And they're still trying to contest here, but I think what they're trying to do is just hold out Fora. Hold out Fora on PD, and then they know they're going to have to make a tough move in, but as long as their back is clear, plus the points they're getting off those kills, I think that's the best course of action for Bestie here, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do.
Okay, sorry for a sec. Why is Carrick on our mini-map on the south side? They had control of the north, but 55 seemed to be fighting for every single inch of this map. Carrick even pushing forward to see what they can pick up of the 4 versus Bestia fight. Tiggleton also running around there. Lady, MHP, all go down. Top 4 confirmed. 55 Bestia, pure RNG, and then the solo player of Tiggleton. So hey, Falcons did get some placements after all.
They did, and Tig got a few points as well. So definitely winning from them. I do really love this from 55, though. Again, the proactivity, moving up, realizing that the team of Pure is off to their east, get a more forward position, control the rest of the circle, and then from there they can start to deal with Pure. But they need to make sure they don't get too overzealous here, because Pure can also make their own move and shift in position to try to get rid of 55 on this ridge. But they do have the BRDM, so that changes things, doesn't it, Cam?
Yeah. Driving around. I think they're picking up some speed, and they're about to swing down south. I don't think there's been that much damage dealt to the BRDM just yet, so I don't really I wouldn't wager much on Bestia's chances to blow that thing up in a timely fashion, but it doesn't matter because it's actually grenades on the menu for them.
Oh, but Vinny says just denies Sam Crow. Immediate spray. It's going to knock him down, and Sam Crow's just going to go out completely. So now 55 down to 3. Beautiful from Vinny.
Yeah, great job. And the grenades they missed. It was a great idea by 55, but they did not throw those first ones far enough. Gave Bestia an opportunity to respond, and that bus is all the way in the air.
That's a flying Pico bus. Okay.
And now Tiggleton is fighting an entire mob. He already stole their kill. Can he get Bestia fully wiped down? He gets another.
No way. Was about to say there's no way Tig gets more than 2 there, and he gets the knocks, but that's a big blow to Bestia, because this is an opportunity if Pure wants to push. Down to just 255, trying to get aggressive at least. It looks like Pure is really just content with that one member at 55 to the north.
Well, Tony is pulling away. East versus
There's
west.
a Lynx, though.
With a few Bestia members down on the south. Knock on a Gats, Valiant with a trade with a UMP at that range.
He's bringing it back, baby. You know what I mean? Bring the up back.
We're still waiting for that.
Strong again.
Still waiting for that SMG meta to really become a thing. Psycho is
SMG ain't gonna be a. Could you imagine if all 4 of those members of Pure had SMGs against this BRDM, bro? It's just not happening.
True. The BRDM
it's just not
stopped
happening.
that from ever becoming a possibility.
It looks like 55, though. They will be able to recover Tony here.
Oh, but Valiant's going for a run. He's making a play. Grenade goes out. I don't think is it gonna go far enough.
Actually a decent nade, but yeah, it's not gonna. Oh, it is gonna be. Load him up. Get him in there. Put him in the BRDM.
They're just leaving him. They're not comfortable with the timing. Pure
they're
RNG
actually
aren't
just leaving
pushing
him.
that
Yeah,
aggressive,
Bestia.
but yeah, Bestia are pushing in from the south. So suddenly 55. They're the mouse caught in the trap.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you are gonna carry an ump, you might as well have a Panzer on your back just in case. And for this very situation, that BRDM continues to drive. Draft King was trying to drive backwards, but it did not work out for him. He's going to be plucked right out of there by Gats.
Great shots by Pentalol. Pure RNG, I mean, they were lying in wait. They really were not playing active at all. But it seems that they were just waiting for the right moment to go aggressive. And so they're slowly winning. 55, that BRDM is looking a bit damaged. About to go
Oh, it's on
flames.
fire.
They jump
Aye.
out. And Zeno saves it from Bestia. But the
No.
BRDM explosion confirms Pure RNG's victory. Only 3 kills. But a win is a win.
Was quite possibly one of the most anticlimactic wins I think I've ever seen. But I mean, Pure didn't take any chances, didn't get as many kill points, but they secured the win. So good on them.
sorry.
Yeah.
End of that match.
Or just wake up.
No, it's that it was an anticlimactic win, but it was fun watching the BRDM, and also 55 abandoning their man. Here's my question: do you think it was too dangerous to pick him back up, or do you think they were just mad because they rezzed him and said, "Get in the damn BRDM"? And then we're gonna go do something, and he was like, "No, I got time to heal." Right? And like,
no, I think Cammy called it. I think they knew Bestia was gonna push over, and they just didn't have time. I'm confused why they didn't maybe try to put him in the BRDM.
I like your theory though, Steve.
Like, why not get in?
I'm gonna lean into that. I'm gonna pretend that that's not what I believe. I've fallen down the rabbit hole. That's my conspiracy theory.
You say why not get in, but again, I feel like how often, like, sure, I'm sure they play pubs, but how often do they play in with a BRDM in comp, right? Like, how often has that situation come in? Like, oh yeah, that's right, I can get in this vehicle that won't explode if a nade happens to land next to me.
I'm talking video games, I'm talking real life, I'm talking everything. If things are exploding and a giant reinforced vehicle is sitting next to me, I'm jumping in. I'm not triaging first. I'm jumping in the car, all right? And now, imagine that smash into a tree, 4 guys jump out of the car, even one's low. Maybe you have that extra 10 HP
It would
to
have
get the
been
victory.
3, and who's to say that the smash into the tree wouldn't have gotten that
4?
knock of the low health player?
What if they had used a blue res? I'm just saying. So many possibilities. I did like that we finally got to see a team, which, by the way, guys, our entire life, we've gotten very used to in 8 years, counting out a team when they're down to 1 and being like, okay, we can stop talking about them. And the fact that they can show up with 4 again is very stressful as a caster.
Right. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, because there was a point where it was 4 doors, right? I think I'm almost positive they lost at least 2 in one of their
3
rotations crashes against Alcacia, and they were back up to 4. So
I think
beacons
that's
are a real thing.
It is. It's hilarious how we're gonna, it's just everyone's got to start thinking a little bit differently. A kill feed tracking is going to be very difficult. There are players who are known for their kill feed tracking skills, and that's one of the things they bring to a team. Now you got to track and keep an eye on the map for when res beacons go off. It's going to be fascinating.
The number in the upper right, you will see it go back up, right? Like, and if you're playing, you're like, all right, there's only 7 alive, guys, or that's not a good example. There's only 20 alive. Wait a second, now there's 23. No, there's 23. What? Wait, where did 3 people? Oh, that's right.
And then you got to try to map out who did it.
Yeah.
You could maybe track who it is if you're planning ahead of time and you're like, okay, I know their beacon's over here. I know this team is over here. I remember they
killed
lost
2 of these guys here.
And then, that beacon's going off, so that's probably this. But is it a solo with 3 in their backpack?
So much more information, though, that you have to keep track of. Yeah.
I think
it's tough, man.
I think what'll happen initially is we're going to start to see people say, I just can't keep track of that, right? And they're going to not pay attention. And then, and I feel like kill feed a little bit was like that when we started. And then people started to really perfect that art of like understanding it and realized how much impact it can have. So again, I think this is the fun part. We talked about it last game. For the first time in a very long time, we get to sit back and go, we got to wait and see how this plays out. We got to wait and see what new skills are developed. Go ahead, Cameron.
People have argued against the amount of information the kill feed gives. They've even argued against like having the name of other pro players have argued against the information that is given from the kill feed, or even when you knock a player, you see exactly who it is. So like if you see the kill feed, you already know they lose 2, but that was on the opposite side of the map from earlier on in the game. You hit end game, you get a knock. Oh, there's only 1 left. We have the information to push, despite not getting that information in that specific moment. So this doesn't completely neutralize that, but it does make the game focused more on the information you get in the moment in front of you, and not some sort of Excel spreadsheet type game.
I love spreadsheets. Total leaderboard, though, sort of like a spreadsheet. Furia, 34 points in first place. Team Liquid still holding strong at 29 with only 1 placement, and Falcons in 3rd. Bestia, Toyo, and it goes on down from there. Sia having a hard time getting moving, and our Rock Esports also having a hard time getting the sort of feet under them right now, Godspeed, as we move into game 5 for the day.
Yep, those 2 teams specifically are the ones I'm really looking at on this side of the leaderboard. Rock's coming from working in Silence against so much success in the past, and Alcacia, that roster just shouldn't be there. It should be on the left side of this leaderboard.
Agreed.
Also, and I love those boys, but it's only 4 games, right?
True.
Again, I think they're fine. I'm not gonna. They're fine. They'll be okay.
I'm happy that I hope so too. I believe in that. The other team that I'm interested in watching, and I think 10th is a little bit confusing for me as well, is Pure. Valiate, Penta, Zako, Gats, like these are players that I know that they
a good team.
haven't been around as much, right? Like Valiate allegedly retired at some point, I think, but hasn't everybody who's playing PUBG right now? Right, exactly.
Haven't we all?
Hasn't
Which
everyone?
time?
But that's my point, though, is they are a very good team. I expect to see more performance out of them. 17 points is a little bit shocking, but again, that's a little bit harder because when you look at Alcatia and Rock, you're like, these guys are actively playing at the highest level on a regular basis. I don't know how active all of Pure has been outside of scrims, but the pedigree of that team is exciting to watch. So I look forward to seeing them continue to get better. We're moving to Wrangle. Grassy Pastures is next. Is this where we see the biggest impact of TPP, Godspeed? Do I keep hoping for something that's not going to happen where we see, oh my gosh?
Yeah. There's not. I'm just going to say no. Short answer, no.
Good.
That's it.
We're working our way to it. It's not that big of a difference. It's a huge difference, but it's not that big of a difference for us.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's a difference in how it's played.
Exactly.
How it looks to us doesn't seem that much different, but yeah, it's much different when it's played.
Yeah, the micro fights, the calls in the game, and then the micro decisions that you make in a fight are probably the biggest.
Just the information that you can gather as well is completely different, right? It's just different, but
I would also say the time required to gather information is significantly increased. Or like to push a compound, I think you have to spend a lot more time learning
and much less risk.
Yes,
that's just it. That's the thing about it. It's inherently there's much less risk gathering information.
All right, so game is about to get underway. I do want to tell you guys at home one more time. Actually, I'll say like 35 more times probably. At the end of the day, we're having a little bit, just 10 minutes. Stop! It's a fight. 55 Esports out into battle already. Samcro gets a knock on FCZ. 1z1 comes back and exchanges with Samcro. The Animaniacs are out of their mind. It's Wacko, Jocko, and Psycho around the outside trying to find an angle to fight back against what I don't think either of these teams were expecting. Out of all places, the Hall of Champions.
Yeah, why would you hot drop here?
Why would
it's not
you
the worst
hot
spot on
drop?
the map, but it's not great. And who's left for 55?
It's actually a very weird spot to see through these. Like,
Is it?
but you know, whatever.
Hit the spray.
It's correct.
Come on, UMP spray. Give it to us.
Yeah, the submachine gun. Dude, that was hilarious. I was with you. I was like, oh, maybe he will bring submachines back. And then Godspeed pokes a hole in our balloons with like, yeah, but what about the BRDM?
No, it's more so like there was that really big SMG buff earlier on. If it hadn't happened by now, it was never going to happen.
I love it. I love SMGs, though. Do you remember that patch ages ago where like they broke the AR spawn rate and for like a week everyone had to use submachine guns? It was so much fun. Anyway, I won a lot of chicken dinners with UMPs that week. Tackleton gets himself a nice knock on Fakes It. What were we talking about before that fight broke out? It was cool.
It probably wasn't important.
Yeah, I thought it was. I had a question for Godspeed, but now I have nothing for you, Godspeed. I'm sorry.
Good. I didn't. Sorry, I don't really know how else to explain.
No, there was no foul. That's what it was. I was going to ask you guys to go and use the hashtag over on Twitter, hashtag MastersMikeAM. That's Masters, and then Mike, like short for microphone, and then AM, which is short for Ask Me, or Americas, depending how you look at it. And if your question is picked, you're going to get 3,000 G-Coin. So send a question in. Doesn't even matter if it's a good one. Get your shot at some G-Coin, because I'm going to tell you right now, we have questions, but there's not an insane amount. So statistically, you got a good chance of winning if we're picking 3. So go over there, send it in, get yourself a chance to get some sweet loot and sweet schematics, because that's, let's be honest, what we use our G-Coin for. What do you use your G-Coin for, Godspeed?
Upgrading my progressives.
Exactly. Cameron, what do you use yours for?
Pretty much it.
I'm sure buying skins. I don't know. I saw there was a new backpack skin with a puppy dog. Ooh, question. Okay, so let me read this one out. What team had the most kills in Masters America's #1? Is it A, Team Falcons, B, Typhon Gaming, C, Team Liquid, or D, Working in Silence?
Now, Rock.
I think.
Let's guess. What do you guys think?
I think I'm gonna say something soaring, something flying, something screeching. That's
like
gonna
the
be
dragon
my
of Typhon Gaming, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Who had more placement points, though?
I know
we're in a new era. I don't remember what placement points even are anymore. I can't go back and translate that.
Definitely not Team Falcons, guys. Wink. Definitely.
Get your answers in, try to get yourself some points, and then send us those questions so we can have something to talk about after the show, as well as give you lots of good G-Coin. So far, it has been exciting as we are in a new, dare I say, era to a certain extent. I mean, the addition of the new mechanics, the firearms, the guns, it's a lot, Godspeed. Era is a strong word.
It's that I don't know if Era's. Whoa, Calzine. I'm gonna find Cap. You know what? Let me just see myself out, okay?
Oh,
I
like that.
Let me just step back. Let you two professionals handle
Cameron,
this.
Godspeed was like, I don't know if era is the right word. Maybe we should. You know what? I gotta go. I'm out.
Classic. He makes an inflammatory remark and then blocks you.
I got subtweeted. Is that what it's called? I don't remember. Sub-X'd?
No, not even.
That sounds like
it's Grandpa. Go back. It's fine. It's fine.
Did you call me Grandpa?
We can move on. No.
You're kind of old too. All right, All right, let's go back to Team Liquid. Crossing the bridge.
Wow.
It's been 8 years, Cameron. 10
It
years,
has.
I think. Yeah. Okay.
You ready to? I knew you were excited this whole time to bring back the NPL Phase 1 desk here on these last 2 games.
They didn't even let us cast
on
an NPL. They just made us goof off and play Jenga. It was awesome.
What do you think we're doing here?
It's true. Do you remember that time that we spent 6 minutes having the audience just watch a plant on a desk?
It was great. One of our best segments.
Some of my finest work. All right, let's get back to the feature in front of us. Capitan is down as Toyo locks up their spot. It is a wrangle, and everyone has found a mid position. I think that this is going to be one of those games that's going to be defined by some quick transition periods and then a lot of wait, right? Because a wrangle's too dangerous to make these transitions, especially with the perspective change. You got to find a compound, and you got to just kind of lock down and gather information.
Especially this part of Erangel, there, you can always find exceptions to the rule, but looking at this area of the map, there isn't any major borderline oppressive point of interest. There's always going to be the priority positions and the positions that you don't want to be in. I really wouldn't recommend anyone go into Yasnaya Field at this point. But compared to a lot of areas on some other maps or even this map, right now, I think a fair point, as long as the teams can get into the circle, it's going to be playing out a relatively even early game. But it's, at the same time, it's towards the end of the day. These teams have 4 reps under their belt so far. Yeah. So it's not just getting used to the point system, but also getting used to how the teams around them play. They're probably a bit warmed up, even if they do warm up, as they should, before going into the matches. We could see some aggressive moves come out depending on timings and openings.
I also like the idea so I think there's places on Erangel that haven't been played as much. Like, remember, Volcano and some of these other locations that just aren't as popular as they once were. And I think we're going to see a resurgence of a lot of old strategic spots with the change up. I think it'll be interesting to see what things are pulled back out as we now see Lady Kun trying to finish this shot and just cannot do it. Unfortunate. Well, fortunate for Martin.
Razab, yeah, but who are in last place. They really need to get things started because, as we established already, you aren't going to have the opportunity for a wide swing as much as you had previously. So you got to have that slow grind if you want to make real moves up the leaderboard. Fury are in first place right now because of 2 solid games in a row. But we're not going to... You got to have, multiple solid series in a row to make any headway at all.
But you can't win a tournament with 2 solid games?
Yeah, I know. You can't just have, one 20-kill win and completely reverse what side of the leaderboard you're on.
Now, I know these players have played 6 games forever. Is there any validity or consideration to the fact that they've been playing Masters events in sort of 4-game groupings, that the extra 2 games might sort of mess with their heads a little bit? Or at this point, we've played 6 for so long, it doesn't matter?
There's also scrims are played in 6.
That's fair.
So I don't think that it's that big of a deal.
They're not tired. I mean, the extra thinking required for TPP, I thought maybe it was exhausting,
Yeah, I think there's still a bigger impact on the opens being against teams that you're not quite familiar with. We all know how dangerous playing opens are because you cannot make reads if you don't know who you're going up against. You could be playing the smartest PUBG possible, when you're making plays based off your opponents also playing smart PUBG, but if an opponent is like new to the game, doesn't have the strategies and the experience under their belt, and they're doing things that are objectively bad plays but catch you off guard, that could be really poor for your round. So that's the bigger issue with making it to this point.
All right. Update on where we are right now. Circle is continuing to move towards the middle. It seems like everyone's kind of just... Okay. Kazia's interested in Animaniac's compound. Animaniacs still holding. Remember, this is where the first fight broke out. Animaniacs up at 4. I think they just chase El Cutzy out. There's no way they try to push it. Oh, never mind. Cowboys on the roof. I didn't realize that.
I haven't seen any play happen from here.
That
allows D to
brutal.
hop in from the higher level. Or at least, maybe he... I thought he did. I thought I saw a vault animation, but regardless, D gets the knock onto Zig. Preps a frag. But FCZ is on the way, swinging around. I think Rel might have spotted that.
DI. Got a nice little angle. There's a shot. Goes the exchange goes the way of Animaniacs. They get a double. Cowboy on the roof goes down at the same time. Roth does manage to get T-plants, but now it's a much closer fight as Roth doesn't have the high ground, the high cover anymore. They've got to do this from the ground level. Roth floats around to the left side. He's going to go ahead and get some more utility queued up. Trying to smoke his pass down to his boys, but he gets taken through the window. It's Mixtel, gets the 1, and that is the end of it. Roth drops, and so doth the rest as Animaniacs, for the second time, holds the Hall of Champions.
That was such a good start for Alcudzia, but those 2 knocks in tandem just reversed everything. There was not a single situation that you cannot just outshoot your way out of. At the end of the day, strategies in this game is all about having a higher probability of winning the fight, but if you can just click that head better than your opponent, you're going to be able to win.
I don't understand how Cowboy got knocked. He was such a good spot. That was just had to have been a great shot from them. He was on the high ground. Like, I don't know how you can. I didn't know how you counter that. It's a really tough position for them to find themselves in, and the Animaniacs somehow get away with it. I don't remember what the... I think everybody here is too old to have watched the Animaniacs, which makes their name even better.
No, they had a they had a remake.
Oh, did they?
But the fact that you don't even know about it means that it didn't make a lot of
I never
headways.
said I wasn't old. Okay, good. I thought you were going to say it means I'm really old.
No. It just means that it's not like it became viral. Anyway, so back into the game, right? We're halfway through. We have a couple of teams eliminated so far. 53 alive. Bestia now trying to face down potentially dangerous. Vinny anchoring from the high ground. Is that their E-pickup? I guess they... Is that their E-pickup? That must be a bug. Because I'm looking on the map and it's not there on our map feed.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I hear the helicopter. Unless that could be fireworks outside, though. I'm also
could be fireworks.
It's a crazy time to be casting because there are explosions everywhere in this neighborhood. So,
yeah, the surround sound audio has gotten really good nowadays.
Right? Very, very true. All right, Sparking and Purdy on the bunker. Going to be locked in here. You got Carrick, the lone survivor from the 55 exchange over at the Hall of Champions. Going to be getting inside of the bunker and sort of hunkering down, which I gotta respect at this stage of the game. Rock taking fire.
Send it. Oh, good try. That one was really close. You had to just go for a send. You can't really line that one up. And CLS goes down. Trade, though. Ladycon gets... exchange, and MHP just swings on in. But Agus is there for a further trade of bodies.
I'm not sure that any of them knew where anybody else was in that instant. They all jumped out of the cars and just spun in circles. But that was a crazy battle outside the gas station, and I think no one really coming out on top. There's Foradores down to their 2 as Murillo is locked in here. I guess Mira did come out on top.
Well, they're coming in third party.
Oh, they're about to come in on top. You're right.
Yeah. Good sprays. Agus S2 dropped low.
Wow.
Nails it.
Instantly gets more bolt damage than the top bolt than Vox in number 1. 283 is not that much. You don't see a lot of bolts anymore. For those at home, why is nobody using bolties, Cameron?
Do we really? Okay. Back the conversation that we've had for years. It's because even if you do land the headshot, it's confirming the knock into a kill. That makes DMR so valuable. But it's also the fact that you just spam bullets. The time it takes to get a knock after missing the first shot is wildly different with a DMR versus a bolt.
Perfect. I like to assume that there's new people occasionally.
That's fair. No, it's fair.
We should.
It is
Too
a
often.
shame. I tried to argue that bolts should actually be meta for the longest time, and there are some arguments for their existence, but no, objectively, DMR is superior.
Hey, you'll never catch me saying that I didn't love that one patch where you could like blow through anything like a level 2 helmet. What was it? It was the M24. Like there was like a short patch right when Vikendi had first come out, where the snipers were insanely powerful for just a little while, and it was glorious, absolutely glorious.
They still get a lot of knocks with a single shot to the head. It's about landing the shot on the head when so many players know how to move, and we just saw just there the constant crouching up and down. Landing a headshot is not that easy.
Okay, here we go. Toyo is going to be crashing the apartments. If you watched PCS, you're grossly familiar with these apartments and fighting inside of them, as H-Win is trying to scramble. I mean, he did throw out that pre-nade. Flood, meanwhile, does take the fight to the Animaniacs, and they're finally eliminated after everyone tried to kill them so many times. But that was elsewhere on the map. Is now H-Win holding against this push.
It's go in, H-Win's dodging it. I mean, they're spread out around a bit. The problem with this spread is that it has a lot of control, but assuming they have the crossfires and the communication to utilize that control, because if any one of them gets knocked, the chances of them get revived are very, very low. Emmy, though, gets smoke walled out of there. Didn't feel comfortable in that position, mostly because of the potential threat of a team rolling up from the south. That hillside down there, Potato Hill, could be a third-party threat against Toyo.
Interesting. Rock, so as you look at the map right now, one of the things I've been noticed is Rock actually sent 2 players over to the res beacon earlier and have been sort of like keeping an eye on it. Like they didn't, they had a spot, they didn't have a lot of rotation options, and they sent people over to say, all right, well, let's just see if we can watch this and maybe pick up a free point if somebody comes over here.
It's this fight between Potentially Dangerous and Liquid. I think GB just got eliminated by Liquid. That is a very close standoff between Luke.
All right, Bestie is also going to be backfilling potentially here as they try to figure out how to get this over very quickly. Alo puts the Panzerfaust together. Panzerfaust it off into the distance, ironically behind a tank. Does get the turn and spray. What? He pulled out his gun and had time to kill the man. That's the power of an Alo versus a Glock.
You hear the process. He knew it was coming. I think the Panzer did deal a little bit of damage to make that 1v1 a bit easier once it started. But yeah, Rock, they go send it on to Falcons. H-Win goes down at the same time as well. So all of a sudden, Falcons, how are they going to make a decision to survive through this? They send it in. It feels like it's Tiggleton versus the world once again. Kick starts preparing a frag grenade. Is he going to guess the right window?
Kick just has to sort of slow them down. I mean, the thing about being in here is Tig can just lock up on in a floor and hold them for a long time. In the meantime, Tiggleton gets the knock on RBN. Shrimsy takes out Emmy on the other side. The Falcons are fighting a 2, nay 3 front war as Slabby has also sought refuge here.
Nah, he's going to stay in that one single building to the north. I don't think he's going to try and get involved. Last member standing for Potentially Dangerous. And the smoke comes out by Tig. More shots come out from Kick.
Kick's gonna go ahead and throw some grenades. Just keep the confusion stacking. Nice smoke. This makes it very hard for them to get information. They're gonna go ahead and get their res. No big deal. Slabby does get the knock on Emmy. Slabby, you weren't involved in this fight. Leave off.
He stole a kill. He stole a knock onto Toyo.
He came over. He's like, I got hit over there, guys. Now I'm here to hurt you. Falcons managing to hold. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just look at where apartments are on the map. It's basically dead center. So it makes sense that why these teams are all crashing this position now. They might even have more people. But oh, Falcons lining up with the kill feed.
Yo, the
Falcons
Falcons
get a knock and a flush on a Tig.
They surprised our observers. They made that play so fast. It was literally a sort of like a standoff, and then all of it came to Hill. Now you see Bill coming in. I don't know if he knows how close he is. Okay, they are going to go ahead and get the res on Syntastico. So Rock is still at 3. Falcons, I believe, is still at 3.
Yeah.
Not anymore. H-Win just got finished off by Benoit. So that's going to take them down to 2.
And now Liquid are arriving. Everyone is getting involved.
Gosh.
Everyone is getting into such a small area.
It wasn't as stressful for the Falcons until Liquid showed up.
Well, I mean, they also got a couple of knocks that probably didn't make them particularly happy. But Liquid have full control of this one building. They can even potentially try and play around the roofs. What Trimsy and Kickstart, they're just caring about Rock right now. They'll worry about Liquid and Toyo and Slabby later on. Right now, they just got to get rid of the purple Ravens.
All right, another shrink comes in. Rise Up feeling very good about their position now. Furia not going to be too mad about it. Mira's got to finish out this fight up there at the top and figure out how they make a move in, as they've been kind of stuck in that compound for a very long time. And then back to the apartments, where this is a tough one because of the nature of the game right now. You just don't want to push the floors. It's harder to do a two-man trade. You know, like a 2v1 stairs push in TPP is a lot trickier.
Yeah. That microsecond of spotting your opponent before they spot you, it can make all the difference. And especially when that position is the center of the zone, there's not much impetus to have to go for this end and the push just yet. Really, it's more just about, hey, let's pick up a couple of kills on the stragglers around us. Like Bestia are now arriving. Let's get some kills on them. And everyone is shooting at them. And Zito, last one standing inside the shack. I think they should be able to get the revival. Sneak attack, but what's going on? Zako with a C4 knock onto Vox and Flood. No clue how that started. They're outside of the zone. There's not a lot of space for them to move through. So they just got to go for the kills where they can, because otherwise it's going to be sending it into Razav's position.
All right, Mira finally making their advance, just having to abandon four. Adores was locked in there. They're going to join Slabby, who ran from them in the first place. Remember, he was the last man standing from that earlier fight, and he greets them with explosives and hubris.
Look at the kill feed. Top feeds. It's been a completely massive Fury with a bunch of kills. 4 Adores are eliminated. Slabby's running through his own blue zone grenade. Runs into the last member of Mira. They get eliminated. 3 kills for Slabby. A little bit of help from Toyo. Keeps potentially dangerous alive. Still 9 teams up. But we have Bestia that needs to group up on the south with their team. And then, as I've already established, half the lobby are in apartments.
Feels like city living. So Slabby did manage to hold a very desperate push. And the hold is interesting because all he had to do was lock that door and use some explosives because they were under assault from everywhere as they came in on that crash. We do see Bestia under some fire. Rise have taken shots from Toyo as they try to come in. And then, of course, Team Liquid continuing to somehow come in late to the apartments after everyone else has been forced off to fight each other and take a really good spot with no contest whatsoever.
Now they have all this high ground. Take shots at Furia, who are just trying to stretch out and get rid of pure RNG. Furia know that they themselves can't even really contest the center, but Alo gets the knock on the RDS. Zero should be able to get the revive behind that tree. If they have a vehicle, it might be better just to pop them into the ambulance and pull back. And of course, we continue into the apartments.
Ooh, I like that throw.
Listen, the value of these apartments has gone up so much. It's pricing people out. If you didn't buy earlier on, you're not going to be able to afford it now.
Who wouldn't have bought early on? A new apartment complex next to a school, prime real estate. River in the distance, great views, mountains and hiking. Seems like a dream come true. And so far for Team Liquid, it has been. It's not a dream come true for Furia, as they are just taking firing. We're watching Bestia's perspective of the Furia cross. But as you can see, Pure was also doing it, getting from the other side. So there was just no options for them to get through with all their players there.
Yeah, good shots by Penta to land both of those knocks. But Laucha from Razav gets the knock and the kill onto Gat. So I think Penta is the last one standing. And unfortunately, it looks like Furia are going to be able to get the revives. We pop back into the apartments as BL and ROC, they continue to run around. They have the bottom floor, Falcons the top floor. And again, this is that peak that I was talking about. Not only is it the footsteps cluing them in, but even just that split second. Now Bestia, they come crashing in, it seems, on the minimap from below. Did they recognize this apartment complex as free? Liquid are popping out, they're contesting this. They don't want to just be neighbors.
Nah, dude. Liquid's is off their rocker. They have embraced the chaos, and like, every time they get a chance to go for these kills, they know placement is not nearly as relevant. Catch them while they're off guard. Catch them while they're hurting. Catch them while they can't go around the other side because other teams are watching them. Make them fight us.
Down below the defilade.
Like, you know he's in there. There's no other spot. Beautiful.
Yeah, they've been chasing it for a while. Stun comes out. Sparking didn't even need to wait for it.
It's systematic.
Yeah, RDS also goes down to Rybo as Furia. They crash in from the north. So, you know what? I lied. Maybe there were some free apartments that were rent controlled that were available. Furia, they get inside. They get the reses. They should be okay. Bestia, though. Vinny, I think, is the last one standing or limping. But everyone seems to have found their place. It's just Falcons and ROC that are having to share a single building.
They're just having their 4th of July barbecue. They invited some friends over. Just chilling. Relaxing. The fireworks are later when the circle closes.
Smokes come out from Razab. They are now basically the one team left for everyone to shoot at. I can't imagine a world that they don't go out in 8th place. It's basically confirmed for them. The only question is, who do they go out to?
Everyone else is bored. They're all holding to see what happens next. And Ryzev is the one bit of entertainment they all have.
Right. Also, how many smokes do they have? How far are they going to be able to get with those things?
Look at him go. Look at him go.
They're shooting for the shack. They're trying to go for the shack that Bestia left.
Surely they can't have smokes left. That is a wild amount of smokes. Oh my gosh.
I mean, they were chilling in that little house to the east for quite a while. They didn't have to do much.
Wow. There's
You
more.
just gotta run. You just gotta run. The smoke's gonna fade eventually. You just gotta run.
I wish I had the comms from all the players. Like, Ayla's probably like, you guys have to see how many smokes they have. Like, this is insane. Oh, nice shot there. Sparking takes out Faravero at the very end. Oh, and Laucha. They cannot get a break. I mean, there was barely any space there, and they're getting them between the smoke gel cross.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Oh,
Brutal.
next two, they nail it.
Yeah.
I think they made it. They should be able to get some revives, but the circle doesn't hate them as much as it could, but I don't think this cover is in the zone. I think it might be just outside. Shrimsy with another onto Fisher.
They're just like, please, guys, look somewhere else. Just give us a minute. 30 seconds. They got emergency covers back here. This is awesome. All right, so back to the actual fight at hand as the apartment complex continues to play out. Slabby decides he's got to abandon his spot, makes his play. Immediately, Bestia tries to respond. Purdy and the TL guys come out because they are just locked down on this southern apartment complex, and they're going to go ahead and eliminate Slabby.
Martin tried to go for a little bit of extra space, goes down. Spark with the lineup on Laucha.
TL farming, bro.
Another emergency flare, I think, just got called down, but maybe a
Throw it
bit
on the roof. Try to
late.
crush
Oh,
him,
oh.
Shrimsy mean. All right, so
Almost
you know
crushed
what?
himself.
Razav, noble effort. While you will not be in the history books for that particular game, that may have gone down as one of the greatest smoke moves I've seen in a long time. That was an insane amount of smoke, so good for you guys. Like, look how far that cross was.
Listen, they made me wrong. They went out in 7th, not 8th.
Well,
not that that matters because placement points don't get locked in until 4th, but it's something.
Yes, it is. Oh, nice shot. Throws the molly in there. Sparking still holding the high ground. And it's nice. He can stay up here and do whatever he wants because he knows his team has the southern apartment locked down. And so there is, because Luke 12 is there and Purdy's on the top floor, Sparking can do anything he wants to up here. It is absolutely wild to give him this much space.
Yeah, and also this is one of the buildings that there's no access to the top floor. The only way they could make it there was by jumping.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way that even Falcons or ROC could try and fight for it directly themselves. Liquid are in, I mean, there's 6 teams up. You never know what's going to happen. We still have, actually, no, we know exactly where the game is going to end. It's going to end outside of, just to the east of this compound that Falcons and ROC are fighting over. So because of that, you know, Liquid aren't guaranteed a win.
Yeah.
So with Bestia eliminated, now it's down to 5 squads. They have the highest chance, I would think, of winning this game at this point.
You think, did they drop E-cover for themselves, or did somebody throw a stick up here and hope it would crush them?
I think it was the latter. I think someone dropped a stick.
I'm like, what's the value of it up here?
themselves.
Yeah, but you think you'd save it for throwing down here, maybe trying to crush one of these guys, or using it when you have to jump. I guess they don't have to jump down. Why not? Amount of cover up here is wild.
It is a lot. Maybe that
All right,
cover
so-
is just because of Toyo.
Maybe. I mean, why? What else are you going to do with it? You got plenty of space. Furia is locked in here. They can't seem to get out of this building. They're going to have to move past it at some point because they're outside of the circle. So Alo is brought over, and they now have a two-man. So if there's a knock, it's a simple, safe res. Utility has mostly been burned out by most of these teams just trying to get to the apartment complex. Liquid is sitting in an incredible position right now.
They're using a lot of their bullets, though. I see Alo and even Sparking are actually getting pretty low on ammunition. You need to be careful. Kirk
Lay down,
jumps
lay down,
across.
lay down.
Barely makes it, but hey, that's all four now on top of this building.
Yep. That's big time. And they wait till the circle is about to be closed, so they're going to be able to not have to worry about anybody sort of backfilling that apartment complex. They get to play the high ground. This, we've been waiting. We've been saying Team Liquid only had one placement point going into the second half of the day today. The win feels like it was waiting to happen. I'm not going to say it's 100% yet, but this is one of those scenarios where if they had those little percentages at the top that they do for PCS that are usually not correct, it would say that they're like 99% right now. Or it should.
I don't think it would. But
It would put them. It would put them at like 14.
Right. I would say 85. I would say 85. I think is a good call for it, just because there are so many variables with so many players left standing. Smokes come out from Toyo as well as some cover
There's
players.
so much cover players.
And then a grenade to try and catch. Benya waited. Benya waited just in time, just long enough to wait to see if any grenades would
Smart.
try and stop them. But they are gonna have to make a move eventually.
Ooh.
Oh, can't dodge Molly.
Can't dodge a molly. You can dodge a wrench, but you can't dodge a molly. I like that. Furia still holding their position. They're kind of waiting to see what happens, I think, with everyone else pushing out of their holes. Toyo is going to be eliminated, taking us down to the top four. Rock, Falcons, Furia, Team Liquid. Feels like a PAS as we move into the home stretch.
Working with the knock. Furia are going down.
Ooh.
5 kills for Sparking, 11 for Liquid.
Yike. He's not even ducking.
And yeah,
He's just
with the
walking
4v1,
around drinking.
Huh?
He wasn't even bothering to duck. He was just walking around drinking. Go ahead, 4v1.
4v1 v potentially 2v2. Like Liquid at this point, I think it is up to 99% now.
Yep.
They are just overwatching everyone who needs to try and leave.
The only challenge for them is Rock is below them, right? So they're going to have to start to push out and make this drop down. If Rock can somehow be in the right spot to make use of their drop down pause.
No, what's going to happen is because they have 4, they drop 2 down, keep 2 up on the high ground, and they're just surrounding them now. They're playing this out very, very well. Have the cover to hide behind too.
Wow. Very nice. Last man standing. We're going to try to find something. Fantastico does manage to get a burn, but it is not going to be enough. He ultimately goes down, and the win goes to Team Liquid with a walloping 12 kills. And to remind everyone, they crashed an apartment complex that had been battled for moments before they got there, got it uncontested, and then were able to take the high ground and just dominate the entire apartments battle from that point on. That was, I mean, is it fair, Godspeed, to say impressive play? Was that just a lucky move? Like, can you chalk that up to perfection?
Yeah, they played that beautifully. I mean, as Cammy was saying, as they were doing it, Liquid was sending 2 down, keeping 2 up. Of course, as soon as those parachutes were heard, the 2 members up top for Liquid immediately punished the player that was trying to punish them. And then you had the last member of Falcons, which was Shrimsy, nading himself. Smart decision, by the way, to make sure to deny that point. But honestly, I'm kind of disappointed Team Liquid won. Not because I don't want them to win. I wanted them to win this event without winning a single game. But, here we are.
The old M19.
Here we are. Either way,
M19.
very impressive win.
It was an impressive win. And it would be different than the M19 win because they didn't crawl their way in by placement. They have been
that's true.
brutalizing the lobby. Yes,
it would have been
M19
getting a whole bunch of kills and never getting the win.
The captain's name was Elite Player, and he was an elite crawler when it came to getting points. Match leaderboard, Team Liquid, 17 points off the back of that one. Furia, 9. Falcons, 8. And the Animaniacs get 7. almost all off the back of the Champions Hall, Cameron.
Yeah, that's the thing about this new placement point. It's so much easier to be on the top part of the match leaderboard without getting a single placement point because there aren't really that many to go around. Like, even Liquid with their win, the 5 points are nice, but like the 12 kills is where they got the majority of their points from this round. So like a team like Animaniacs, they should be happy with that, even if it was a very wild round for them because of that initial drop and then the fight with who was it, Al-Qudsia. They still got a good number of points from it. 4th place on the round. If they can do stuff like that, I mean, you can't replicate how that game is going to play out game after game after game, but if you play with that sort of situation in mind, I think this new point system can be something to give more opportunities for different teams.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think it does open the door for a lot more action-driven PUBG. I think we can say that some of these moments we've seen teams turn and fight a little bit sooner, a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressively. I think maybe what we saw at the Champions Hall was a symptom twice of sort of that extra points over placement, as well as the fact that you can possibly bring your guys back after a tough fight. Liquid is going to be at the top of the leaderboard at 46, Furia at 43, Falcons, Bestia, Toyo, and then on down from there. Not shocking to see the teams who are at the top, as they are teams that we know have a pedigree, right, Godspeed?
Yeah, but again, with the wins being cut in half, we're not seeing like a massive jump up for these teams unless Liquid, which is getting a lot of kills, is making those jumps, right? Fury as well is up there with the kills, but the wins being worth half as much, and again, points being lost outside of top 5 means that a lot of these teams, as Cameron was saying, are going to go for those more aggressive plays, which is kind of sick, but at the same time, it's also very stressful for the players because they know they have to push more fights. They know they have to get more kills because the win just is not worth as much as it used to be.
All right. Quick house. You got one more game to play, so a little bit of housekeeping for you guys. I want to remind you the survey is online. We're going to show you a QR code throughout the day today. You can scan that QR code, or you can just go over to PUBG Esports' Twitter and find it there. This is a feedback survey on TPP as it relates to PUBG Esports. This is the greatest place to have your voice heard. I know that they have been really looking to get people to fill it out. They've asked us specifically to tell you guys about it, which means that they're interested in knowing your feedback. So please, if you do have feedback, I love hearing it in chat. That is cool. You can tweet me anytime. You can tweet all of us. But the most impact you're going to have is scanning that QR code and going there and answering those questions. Second, I love questions. Today, at the end of the show, we're going to have a short little podcast chat up called the Masters Mic Americas. If you guys tweet the hashtag Masters Mic AM, and you got to do it on Twitter or X, that's where we're tracking it, and your question is picked, you get 3,000 G-Coin. I mean, that's like a no-brainer. And I'll tell you guys right now, I've got maybe 6 to 8 questions that we're willing to pick from. So the chances of winning G-Coin if you send in questions is pretty high. So give me more because I want to go through a few more of these and pick the best ones for the show. So send those in. You're not going to regret it. All right, last game of the day, Godspeed, about to kick off. What are you looking to see in the final match? It was a good dance.
I really like the way you went in deep with that. What am I trying to see? I'd like to see Al-Qudsia just find some aggression, early game points. 4 Doors as well also showed some early game signs of good macro, but would like to see them also get some points. And really, I want to see. I just want to see Al-Qudsia not just. That team's way too good to be playing like this so far. Even if it's just the first day. Again, it's just because I know how good those players are and that team can be.
Yep, 100%. And, it's, again, they are a team that is not a new team in terms of roster. Right. But in terms of playing together, they need some time to get their feet under them. I think the WC qualifiers were a mental shake, but they're better than this.
Timeout.
What?
Timeout. They're not that. Again, it's July. They formed this in February. How much time do you need?
I don't know. Obviously longer.
Also, Pure RNG. The Pure RNG, 4 Doors, and Al-Qudsia. Those are the 3 teams I'd like to see just come out swinging. Yep. Even if they get wiped early, fine, whatever. Just do something to set yourself up for tomorrow with some momentum.
So the good news is, and I was looking at the leaderboard and sort of trying to figure out where those gaps are developing. There is a gap between 2nd, 3rd, and then 3rd and 4th. After that, it's pretty close linear, 1 point at a time, all the way down to, I think, 14th place. 15th and 16th, they got stuff to figure out. but between like 5th place and 14th place. Granted, that doesn't mean that those two positions are super close, but like you can make moves bit by bit and climb up that ladder. It's not insurmountable, not even close at this point. You can see like, yeah, Alcudsia, they're in 13th place, 15 points, but that is one good game even in this point system away from like 6th.
Shout out to production. We didn't even have to ask for it. Comes out with the leaderboard again, so we can go over that as we head into the final game. It is, you're right, 15-16. Not necessarily in the same boat, but that is shockingly linear. Now, when we talk about the value out of this, Godspeed, there is money on the line, but the chance to get to Masters West seems to be sort of what you want to get the most points out of here. So I think anybody in those 20s or maybe even the 18s are still in a pretty good shot to put those. You got to get this highest score out of 3 individual Masters. So you don't want to give up because you're having a rough couple days.
No, you don't, but it also does put a lot more pressure on the teams in the bottom because of the point system change, right? A lot of these teams could focus on like, okay, hey, we're top 8, we can get a couple points here, maybe go for a kill, and they would slowly accumulate points like 1, 2, 3 at a time, but that's not possible anymore because if you even want a single point, you have to get 5th minimum, right? So it's going to force a lot of these teams who are maybe just relying on getting good position to have to understand how to utilize that position and really be proactive to get the points out of those, especially like if you're dead center compound, because you're not going to be able to get as many kills as you want, regardless of how good the team you are. We saw Falcons struggle to get kills early in their game because there just were no kills available because of their central position. So like, again, that's an adaptation I think a lot of these teams are going to have to work on, is understanding that top 8 isn't going to give them any sort of placement unless they're getting the kills. The kills are the most important thing now.
So right now, I would argue when we watch a tournament, FPP or TPP, the meta kind of is the first 3 to 4 games are sort of a feeling it out. It's a little bit slower.
Right.
We don't see as many aggressive fights.
Usually, yeah.
Do you think we're going to move away from that? Because as you say, like, you can't risk having crap early games because of how hard it is to make comebacks. Like, or is it more likely to see those games go longer because losing early would be devastating?
It could go both ways. What I can promise you is that the teams on the bottom towards the end of these new tournaments with this format are going to be much more aggressive and have much less to lose moving forward.
Yep.
So that could cause actually, that's I think a domino effect that affects the top down rather than the bottom up. So
you're right, because that means you've got a lot of guys who are out there looking to be a-holes, right? Like, they're desperate for kills.
I mean, why not? They need points, and you're a point. So,
and especially if you're a top team, then finding safe ways to sort of maintain your position is going to become significantly harder. I love that. I love the idea that we're seeing things evolve, and I hope that we continue to do so. It's been fun so far. It's been a little bit crazy. We've seen some big moments. No C4 that I can remember just yet. Actually,
we had an attempt.
The attempted C. Was it? Who was it?
Sparking,
it was
right?
Sparking.
No, we had, I think Pure RNG got a double knock on a Luminosity. We flipped to them right when it happened, so we didn't see the setup, but it was a double knock.
Okay, so we have seen a
Very
little
nice.
C4. We've seen the BRDM.
It's
People
developing.
seem to very
The
much
C4 is developing.
Well, it's hard to find.
Developing.
It's
They're still
developing.
building it brick by brick.
Yeah.
Brick by
Nice.
brick.
Plastic brick by plastic brick. They're building the C4 wall. 5 games down. No repeat winners yet out of the teams that have taken the field. About time Liquid got theirs. If I asked you to make a prediction, who wins Game 6? We haven't done predictions in ages. I'm curious. Who do you think wins Game 6? It's just
Falcons.
a stupid
I
prediction.
think a safe bet is Liquid. They've just been playing so damn lights out so far, especially with kills.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good pick though, because then they lose members early, but they're still just getting. I don't know. I'm sticking with Liquid. I'm not gonna flip flop.
I'm sticking with
keep showing up
Falcons.
late game.
They
Okay.
always win the first
Solid
game and they
choice.
always win the last game. Like it's not even about like judging off of, like, they're playing good, but this is not even based around that. It's just the fact that like we've been watching America's PUBG for so long, and they always win the first, they always win the last.
Okay. I'm going with Toyo.
Okay, I like that.
Okay,
'cause
bold move, Cotton.
Because I
Bold
had
move,
I
like
had
it.
their tires on my Honda back in 1990.
Okay, all right. Do I even want to stay here for this?
You don't. You don't. But you have to come back for the podcast where if people want to ask you questions,
I'll
what
think about
hashtag can they use?
I believe it's Masters Mike, if I'm not
AM.
mistaken.
Masters Mike in the morning. Masters Mike AM. All right. Send over your questions. Have a chance to win 3,000 G coin. That's the big money. All right. Game number 6 is underway. You don't have to leave yet, Godspeed. You're more than welcome to hang out.
Oh, I haven't.
Okay. Because
Trust
this
me.
plane absolutely stinks for a
It's
lot of these
awful.
players.
It's pretty south. Yeah, it's
pretty
not
south.
ideal.
At least it's pretty sus. It is also that and old. All right, so not ideal. A lot of teams going to go to their not normal drop spots. Doesn't really change anything that much, right? I think we see some bridge camping potentially. It's a good excuse for some early fights because I will say if you are island out of the gate and you catch the circle, you've got plenty of time to set this thing up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, it depends on the circle, because if it does, for whatever reason, go north, then all these teams know that the north is completely free because of the plane. So, but it's not. It's going to do this. It's going to do the old school Novo split with, gross. Gross.
Gross. All right, so that's the team that you'd like to see step up and have a big game, as Katsuya is going to go ahead and get the old monkey split there and do a little bit of looting. It's not a bad spot for them. Does that fit the start scenario for what you would hope to see? Good game. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Whoa.
Luminosity. Oh! Do a barrel roll. Vox does get T-Plants, but in the process, T-Plant somehow flips his car. I got to respect that.
He did it in style.
Down. He did it in style. Like,
hot hands, though.
That's pretty baller, though. You run the man over and then do a barrel roll afterwards.
Kickflip,
so sort of like flex it. Do a little kickflip and then punch him in the head.
Bam!
Skating in the
Bam!
I think
Whatever
that was Tony Hawk's signature
the
move.
combo sound effect was.
That's right. I haven't played Tony Hawk in a very long time, so I cannot give it to you. But I think it was.
I actually think
I
I did the Jet Set Radio sound effect, but man, it's a better game anyway.
Jet Set Radio. That's a banger classic right there.
So good. Happy 25th anniversary. Like a week ago.
Never played it. All right, crossing the bridge, potentially dangerous, moving into 55's territory. 55 has not had time to set anything up, though, so PD should be okay to move in and take to the right. If they drive through Crossroads, they will find themselves in a bit of a sticky wicket, but I don't think that's going to be an issue, as they'll just head towards the SOS on Sosnovka.
Ooh, wait a second. Because I saw Samcro be this close. For a second, I thought that maybe they were trying to camp this bridge early on, but no, Samcro was actually in a bit of trouble. Fortunately, potentially Dangerous are just going to drive on through as we look into Bestia, also making their own cross. At some point, though, these bridges are going to get camped, regardless of the point system. That's what we would expect to see from the previous 10 for a win, but especially now.
That's not how you should park your car, Cameron.
No, I think you'll get a ticket for that.
I parked a car like that once in college. Never got it back. All right, Ryzev going to be getting pushed up on here as Mira again. I think that they go up against each other in the last game as well. I feel like they keep kind of bumping into each other's rotations. And Fakeson's going to go ahead and get that first shot. Haven decides to try to come and give him a little bit of oversight, a little bit of help here. Facing another hit in. Fauna knocks out Martin.
Good damage.
Yep.
Slowly racking up, and then Martin goes down. Solo player from Ryzev.
Yep. Rest of his team is down by Quarry. I think it was just a spread drop, and he didn't expect to get crashed. He stayed way too long in that spread, though.
That's really what the problem is staying way too long, especially in a circle like this. I know that you're not going to be able to fight for a central position that early on, but, like, come on, guys. You're at the beginning of the plane path. You shouldn't have to take that long to loot and get into the zone. Grab a boat at Primorsk, come in from the western coast. They had a real shot of getting a good enough position, but now they're down to 3. Like, timing is still important in this game, no matter what sort of meta we're looking at here. Are they just that focused on trying to find a e-pickup?
Oh, maybe that's what
Sorry, that just like really tilted me for a second.
I mean, I think that there's a lot of teams who put that sort of like e-pickup has become, I don't want to say a crutch, but honestly, a lot of teams seem like they put a lot of eggs in that basket, you know, when once upon a time didn't even exist. All right, here they come. Pure is trying to hold. As BG comes in, immediately Bandidos is in some trouble. The first knockdown, pure RNG. Gats is out. Zayko at 25%, but manages. Nope, now he finally goes down. As Og comes in on him. Valier tries to get an aggressive forward using the UMP for the second time that we've seen. Double with it. All right, maybe it's true. Maybe he is doing it.
Dude, he's trying to make it happen.
He's like, I blacked out. I've never seen such good play in my life.
Listen, they're taking some L's, right? But the Blue Zone Grenade does finish Lowly off. I think Lowly might have just taken himself out. I don't know what happened there. But regardless, Valiant, UMP, the rest of Pure RNG, they win that fight. They did lose one. I don't know exactly where the closest Blue Zone respawn beacon, Blue Chip respawn beacon is. I think there's one in Novo, but you know, it's still early enough in the game that they should be able to do that if they wanted to send one person out, keep two there to hold on to that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea, too, especially if it's a Novo and you can send somebody in a car and they can come back, get some loot in the area. But Bestia is not going to let them have the free time to figure it out, as DraftKings is going to lead the charge to an injured pure RNG right now. Vinny is going to come in with the car. They're aware that they're getting pushed. They're immediately going to fall into a little bit of a cover position, but DraftKings has already been here to gather information. He did already see, yep, he saw Zako there. Vinny's going to go ahead and get the knock. So Zako's down. Sneak attack, tries to go around the right side, gets sprayed down by Gats as Gats gets the trade.
Good pre-fire. Now running through the smoke. DraftKings heard that. Tried to spray into the blind spot, and Gats gets another. Zako does get confirmed, but now suddenly I think this is a, what, it's a 1-on-2, but I think this is ROC coming in to spoil the fight even further.
Of course, Rock's going to get here. Did they bring a UMP too? Because everyone's bringing UMPs to this fight. As Vinny got a double with one just now. RBN's going to go ahead and grab a nice little spot here. That's a good TP push. He does fall back. The grenade didn't pass the wall. If it had, it would have been disaster for RBN, I think. Sneak attack down, not going to be resible. And Zito also going to be in a tough position. Bestia locked into the building as pure RNG no longer a threat. Did they?
Yeah, they did. No, they're not eliminated. They still had that one player go off and get the revive on that first eliminated player. So they only lose 2 at the end of all this, but they do lose this position as well. Rock versus Bestia, they're continuing to fight over it. Grenades go up onto DraftKings' position, don't find the damage. And it's once again a little bit of a holding pattern. But I like Santastico going up on the high ground to the northwest, and this is a C4 play. Is he going to nail it?
I don't understand. Okay, he's going to drive the car. Tick is on. The drive is in. Oh, no. Smart. He used the smoke to get as close as he could. He runs back, so he's not eliminated. Look at him run. Oh, my God.
Nah, he could have sent that further in.
He could have.
Again, like these are the small things, though. These players don't have that much experience playing with C4. They might be playing them in normals, but they're still learning, like, the details. Like, make sure that car goes all the way up to the wall.
Right, but you're also sending a mined car in casuals against players who maybe aren't so good that they notice the sound, right? Like, you're playing against the best players in the world here. So you saw it. The second the car came in, they're like, I know what you're doing, and immediately fell back and dodged it. They still took a ton of damage. So you're right. An extra 3 feet or 3 meters on that car parking versus a team that maybe doesn't know the sound cues just as well, and it goes very differently. But, like, I love the fact that as the players are learning and adapting, we're trying new and interesting things. The C4 car attack has become one of the more interesting ones to come out of the Masters Series.
It's only going to get more interesting as it gets utilized more and more. It might actually become a full-on, like, commonly used meta tool. Ooh, RBN dropped very, very low. Good blue zones. He had a pack to protect himself, which is good. I think it must have been some extra bullets thrown in to drop him as low as he was. Now getting back inside cover.
Cat graffiti is cool.
I think Solds is jump spotting to see if he can't grab information on someone on the roof.
Just a bit of a stalemate here between these two. The problem here with the stalemate is you're also just burning through all of your utility. Like, there's not restock potential in this area. So every grenade, every smoke, every flash that you burn here is something you're desperately going to need in the end game when you move into the circle. And I don't think it's refillable. All right, pick that up with Al-Qadsia. Got a nice little shot on Animaniacs over here. Meanwhile, the stalemate continues with Rock and Bestia going back and forth on the left side of your screen. Roth in a decent hold position, but they're going to, unless the circle does some sort of crazy dramatic north shift, they just got to go. Like, it's not really worth fighting for this spot. Animaniacs and Luminosity surround them. Right back to Rock.
We're going on the push.
Nice.
The swing comes down. DraftKings gets the better of Souls, and RBN wasn't close enough to defend, is able to stop the flush from happening. But that could have gone real bad for Rock. Bestia do get eliminated. And Liquid already have a BRD out.
Right? I think that's their strategy. Rock, I think it could have gotten better. I think they took way too long to finish that. And I think that is... They're going to have to go back out, and I think they need to regather utility. They need to put a little bit back into their gear, and I feel like that was a little bit slow in terms of the fight. But good win for them, and the circle at least on top of them, so they should be in good shape. 55 Esports choosing to make their transition right now. Potentially dangerous, driving nearby, but not adjacent, so they'll be all right.
Into the dangerous, crashing into military base.
Yeah, I
Phase
get that.
2 did confirm the island. So they're just get themselves tucked on in below 55. Shots come out, but no real damage coming from it. There are still so many teams on the north side, like not even on the island yet. We saw the little bit of Alcadzia, a little bit of Liquid there.
Yeah.
For a brief moment with that.
We saw a little Liquid. I'm sure we'll see a lot more Liquid in the late game.
Well, hopefully not. You'd expect the water, the circle to shift off the water.
No, oh, I see what you're saying. Dick. The BRDM is going to be all over the late game. I bet they have 3 tanks of gas.
Oh,
in there.
okay. If
I
it
see
makes
what
it
you
that
did.
far,
It
though.
took me a second to figure out that you were making a quality joke about water.
Yeah, I was like,
circles.
Steve, come on. This is your type of joke. You would love this.
Yeah, but you know I'm a really big Liquid stan. So like you said, we hope we don't see Liquid, and I just got personally offended and was like, oh no. But I love Liquid. All right, Rello going to make a little rotation here. They did manage to get down to the point. I like that they're using this to scout their transition and set up the E-pickup. So it's a good spot to E-pickup from. Should send them right across the middle. Have a lot of open drop options on the south side of the island. Great transition from QAD.
Where are they going to go, though? You said the south side, which they
Yeah.
could. It is free, and, you know, they have no information on what is actually taken or not, but they
Yeah,
should
but you
guess
kind
that the
of
south
assume,
is probably
right?
the most free.
100%.
But
Like that.
There's a
that
reason it's free, though.
Yeah, but I don't care. It's better than where you are now. Drop on the south, just below the road. You've got a couple of hills for cover. Work your way up. If you drop into the hot zone, like, I don't know, it's for me too high a chance of instant death. But they let's see what they do. Let's see what the pros do. They drive BRDMs. That's what they do.
Yeah, well, Alo goes down. Wait a second. Emmy finds one on that. I think, because Alo made it across. I think the rest of Liquid were going to do the classic drive off the peninsula into the water and swim the rest of the way. But I think Kurt is now just like, you know what? I'm going to hold on this BRDM. Are they going to put the BRDM on the boat? Can it fit on the ferry? I think the ferry's going to be gone. I don't think it's going to get there in time.
The ferry's got people, man. Seats taken. He saw them. He's like, I guess we're not going that way. Well, they got 3 vehicles on that boat. Very nice.
Ooh, E-pickup coming in from Liquid. So I think Kurt might continue to stay in the BRDM, go to the East Bridge, the other 2 taking the E-pickup across.
And if he
Not a
survives,
bad
he
way to
picks them up
hedge
when they get
bets
there.
on the passage to the island.
Theory, they can also scout for him as to like where they would like to see it. Like, you know, as they're in the air, they can say, I think if you drive this way, you'll be fine.
Right.
Or he just goes in the water. Here it goes. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Kurt? Send it. What a waste. Maybe it's amphibious.
Nope.
Okay. For a second, I was like, wait, what? Is
Yeah,
there a
it's like,
new
wait
change
second,
I didn't know
Am I that
about?
bad at reading patch notes that I didn't know this about this vehicle? But no. It's more so just being way too scared about the bridge being camped.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Oh no, Spartan
Wait,
goes
it
down!
is amphibious.
It is.
I didn't realize it was amphibious. Wow, dirt on my face. I have never
Yeah.
tried to drive it through the water before.
I've never tried to drive a BRDM through the water, yeah.
That is wild.
Okay, anyway, fight breaking out. Falcons, they go down Alcadzia.
That's
Cowboy
awesome.
and D getting a couple of kills for themselves, but it's only Cowboy and Broth left standing. And they get the revives. Toyo want to make quick work of them. They already have 2 kills themselves. Spray comes out with the 6x. Absolutely huge by Capitan. And then finishing off Alcadzia. Now back onto RDS. Furia facing off against, well, Luke, one member of Liquid. They've been scattered to the winds and left into these 1vx's. Red Zone could make things a bit interesting. Luke has made his way indoors, and that is the slow but steady arrival of the BRDM of Kurt in the north, but a great grenade by Kraken drops Luke down.
Why have I been using flares for packages and not for BRDMs? This is the greatest vehicle ever created. Look at that. Oh, so cool.
I never use flares just because You always force me to use them for packages for your AWM.
I love AWMs, but I didn't. I'll tell you what, man. You miss one pad. You one note. And you just don't use BRDMs. I love seeing that's why I like seeing his stuff in gunplay. Valiate's got the double with a different version of a submachine gun. This guy's out of his mind. Now remember, this was because Penta took him over here to res him. Is that correct from earlier? Yeah, because they got knocked in that initial fight. So this is the return to Valiate 2.0, 3.0 if you count his retirement. Come on, Penta. Come on, Penta. They pulled it off. Wow. Can he save the man?
I mean, on one hand, 2 versus 4. On the other, they just give like a surprise attack with them trying to drive off the boat. And those are very clear choke points there. So it wasn't the easiest thing for Luminosity to suddenly respond to, but still really good play by Pure RNG to be able to deliver that. And that is not only a BRDM, that is the Barbie pink BRDM. This is what I like to see.
Skins. Now they jump. Oh, they jump out. The fight is on, and Mira takes him down and gets themselves a nice little smoky pink BRDM to at least hide behind. I like they parked it in the bush too to hide it. Very classy. Man, that's
they can take
that
their
BRDM hidden in the bunker. You're waiting for your big reveal. Nada.
Like GTA, where you go for a new paint on a vehicle to lower your star rating.
I forgot about that. I can't wait for 6. We'll talk about that later. All right, fakes in up here on the high ground. Let's take a look at the map. It's true, though. I've been waiting for a long time. Purdy's still up somehow in the middle of the map, for those of you who are interested in the Team Liquid updates, as he continues to somehow survive. And everyone else, I think, kind of is holding their position. Mira doesn't have a lot of options for how to get into the circle. Capitan just holding this Furia push. Animaniacs, who have had to mix it up early on with Alcazia, are going to get stuck on the bridge.
Fight now, potentially dangerous in 55. You remember, they were kind of staring at each other for a while. 55 making sure potentially dangerous cannot cross this road, cannot get into the territory, cannot even get into this building that Tony is holding down. BL does eventually take Mixtall on the bridge out, so down to 10 teams. This is a bit... Whoa, what a scope! Is that a VSS scope on an AK?
Is that a VSS scope?
When you're rushing forward, Animaniacs are eliminated. Yeah, okay, now they're eliminated. There was one left over. But this whole fight here is still a lot of smokes, a lot of explosives in play. And because they're inside, the reason why Tony was stuck in first person there is because it's very common to play first person when you're indoors. It makes because it's such a tighter space, you want the closer camera to you, but playing on the roof. Taven gets Samcro down. Carrick with the trade.
Carrick's still going iron sights, by the way. Kind of wild. There's a second or third time I've seen him using iron sights. Potentially dangerous out in 9th place. Mira going to go ahead and park upstairs of the 55 potentially dangerous fight. Tony coming out, going to see if he can't find Glock to finish him off.
They're trying to pick up loot, pick up their boys.
Yep.
Potentially dangerous out.
Oh no,
Mira
the trap
was third partying. And look, Valiant gets revived again. I think Pentalo sacrificed himself to the blue to get Valiant up. You've seen that one player fly around in the bottom of the map. Don't know if he's going to touch ground. But it's a noble attempt by Pure RNG to stay in the match, stay in the game. But 55, they're also staying alive. Mira are pulling away with that shift all the way to the east. Mira realized that removing 55 really isn't that much of a necessity.
Toyo under assault here. LFP trying to make a little something happen. I think it's maybe just forcing them to stay out of their region. It's like, this is kind of our fight, man. We don't want you guys involved. Tony is just hunkered down. None of them really in a position to make any points out of this. So Tony's just going to wait because they can't justifiably stay there and hold him out. You know what I mean? Like, you got to move in a little farther at least.
So with Pentalo down, Pure RNG do finally go out. They've had a very, very interesting game, to say the least. I think they got a good number of kill points, though. Where are they at? 7. Okay, so seven kill points this round. So still a good round. They are done for the day as Mira now find Toyo under their heel with a grenade from Krafton to double up with. Toyo are, I think, all but eliminated.
That pink BRDM really working out for him.
I'm telling you, man. Barbie Dream BRDM is what it is.
The Dream.
And then
BRDM.
Krafton has one as well. That's 3 BRDMs unless Krafton stole Kurt's.
No, Kurt's still. I think. Unless Kurt ditched.
Kurt's still up, but he's on it. Yeah, I don't know where I don't know where he parked
Maybe he ditched it.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned this at the top of the show. It is a bit of a neon sign of like, hey guys, I'm here. I'm right here.
Especially if you're by yourself, because like everyone's gonna shoot at you. Then there's nothing you can do, right? Like, I do think that's part of it is getting rid of that thing when the time is right. Nice little camp out spot here for LFP. I don't think they know.
There was a moment for LFP for Kurt to try and take MHP out. It would have been that. The problem with third person is that even if you get a lot of free information, there is still a delay of even scoping in, much less getting into a crouch position and then scoping in. So you really have to know your timings.
Add lean left, lean right to prone, please.
No, that'll make prone even more overpowered. I don't think we need that.
I'm for it. All right, Haven got a nice little spray. Oh, got shot in the back. He got fire on the BRDM, so that's nice. It's gonna go down, but at what cost? As Fauna gonna hide behind his little the Barbie BRDM. I shouldn't call it that, but it does look like it. Hold his spot just a little bit longer.
Circle centers up. Kurt should still be okay for now. The problem is, how much space is Rock going to be fighting for? The hope for Kurt and Liquid is that Rock's going to be distracted by everyone else. Not just 4, but all this fighting on the west. Toyo do get eliminated, though. So down to 6 teams.
Rock's in such a good spot right now.
They really are.
Huge position for Rock. I mean, that's what Rock seems to do well. If you go back to their, play at PCS is working in silence, or previously is working in silence, and then there's Rock, they are very good at sort of, I don't want to say avoiding the mid-game battles, but finding their way sort of into this 4-up, good location, and then try to get as much out of it as you can in the second half of the match, or the final couple circles. And they've been doing that here today. And have 6 kills going into it. So really impressed with their growth. Ooh.
Good shot! Virtually instantaneous knock on the RDS. Looking to confirm that kill point as well before he can get behind cover. Doesn't overstay his welcome, RBN. Sega to back away, and then Foradoras are going to drop down from the high ground, group up with their teammate in the compound towards the center. Kurt's watching all of this. I don't think he's gonna do anything about it just yet. More good shots come out. Don't get any more follow-up knocks, but still the damage is there. RBN finds another.
Nice shot. RBN's putting in some work up here. Fauna does get Gazera flushed and a knock on our newest member of Furia. Furia in some serious trouble right now as Rock has just been devastating them from the high ground, while LFP in particular is just getting them from this side. Oh, Syntastico has a Lynx? No wonder they're dominating. That's not even fair. That gun's unfair. I say we veto Lynx unless it drops for me.
As it drops for you specifically, yeah.
Yes, 100%. Or North America at PNC.
So we're up to the top 4 now. Potentially 4 v3, v1, v1. Only one left standing for Mira, and I mean, Kurt's still dead center. I don't think anyone knows that he's there.
No. No one suspects the sneaky Kurt.
No, not at all. In fact, again, this is where the blue chip revives come into play, because what could have been knowledge of the solo of Kurt somewhere around them now has gotten hidden, potentially in the fog of war of like, oh, maybe Fora have all 4 up because of a revive. Maybe Mira have 2 up now because of a revive.
Yep. That's actually a great point. Foradores, Mira both in not the most comfortable positions. Mira's been holding on by raw brute force as well, as the LFP has been grinding out points for his team in this match. They have 11 kills so far, as he's managed to sort of just maintain in the late game. He gets up. He's going to try to get to these crates nice and quiet. He knows the Foradores are just around the bend and can hear him coming.
Thing is, crawling makes noise. It's not a lot, but it makes it.
I think it makes more than slow crouch walking, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it might, but the low
It
visual
was a wacky
profile.
video from like 6 years ago.
You would have tested that. Okay, so crate
He
comes
did.
down.
It was pretty good,
If
actually.
if ROC didn't have enough help as it is, here's another crate weapon. What's inside? What is inside? Everyone, place your bets.
Quick draw.
Oh, we'll never
Excellent.
know. Oh, is that? I think that's a Groza.
It's a rock.
Is that a
All right,
Groza? or a
Foradores
okay.
comes out. Mira is finally eliminated. Did you figure out what was in the crate?
No,
Okay.
we'll see in the end.
It's probably a BRDM. All right, Purdy is still here. The legend. The legend. I can't. I do
Okay.
it. No
But
way.
listen, Rock are now pushing forward. Look at all this ground they've made. 2 people swinging around the west side,
Yep.
2 staying on the north, just trying to keep 4 pins inside it. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure Rock, they have no reason to assume that it is not a 4v4. Now that they have this knock, they are considered a 4 versus 3. Kurt has a chance to potentially steal this whole game away, or at the very least, get a good, like, steal a kill, get a couple of knocks and kills himself.
If there's a world
There
of
it is.
Purdy
It's a
somehow
Groza.
wins this. It was a
Oh,
Groza.
grenade comes out.
So they have a Groza and a Lynx,
Yep.
which I put a red dot on at this point.
Not quite. Calm down.
All right, 2x.
4x is fine. 4x is fine.
Beal's going to
Zone's
continue
gonna
to
make
slide
this heal
backwards.
hard.
Yep. He's almost back. He's almost back. Let me in. Let me in.
Okay, he's good. Yeah.
All right, RBN solds. They're just holding the spot. They got a good position. They don't really have to force this. You know they want to. Purdy doesn't have to move. He's just going to keep waiting. And there's no possible way they know. You're right. The res thing keeps it up in the air. They have to think they're in a... Fora has to know, right?
No, there's no. I don't know if 4 would.
Well,
No,
I mean-
4 would know. They
Yeah.
would know because there's no way that
It's 5
there's no way
makes
for
no
Rock
sense.
to have 5. So yeah, 4 would know.
I'm going to assume the Foradores knows how many players are on their team. That
Yeah.
said, though, Rock has like there's no way for them to truly know, so they do have to play this. They're assuming everyone's in the same building, so why would they even look for Purdy in the sandbags? Very, very nice.
But at this point, where does Foradores think the solo is? They might actually be aware of that. Granted, they have a couple of more important things to worry about. Maybe they think up to the right, like past where Solds is. It's really hard to tell. They also don't even know that like Solds could be a solo, the solo that's shooting at them, and the rest of ROC. Like this is the thing. Like it's all kind of a bit hazy now. But really, it's about landing the shots and getting the knocks on the player in front of you. That's always how it was. It's always how it will be. Now the C4 play, is it gonna land this time? Oh, he
Whoa.
drops out. Ah.
I love the C4 attacks. Doesn't do anything, but still cool.
Wait, and how did Liquid go down? Oh, ran over. Well, there it is. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. No clue how it ended, but ROC
Wow.
come out on top. 13 kills.
You know, I think it was a Kurt surprised some people where he was, caused a little bit of confusion. Then we saw the smokes and the C4 attack. All that really matters is ROC rotated in. They held a lot of position north of where the game ended, and then they came out and they just held the dot and were able to just lock everyone else when they came out of the buildings. Not bad. What do you think, Godspeed?
I don't really know it. C4 play was so unfortunate.
Right?
On every level.
Yeah, what happened
He
with the
drove
C4?
it shallow. He got out. He just jumped out and he took too much damage.
Wait,
he
he
took
got
fall
out-
damage and
he got
just
out
got
way too-
knocked. And then the C4 exploded. I mean, because Rock was on a roll that game. I mean,
Yes,
they
they
were.
were.
I mean, they won the game, but it was just. It was funny. It was amusing to watch the attempt. At least he tried. I can respect.
You
it.
gotta respect everybody's trying their new C4 plays. They're like, "Cool, this is a thing we're doing now. Let's send it in."
I think one thing that people need to realize that we're learning just by watching is cars on flat ground do not go as far as you think they will when you drop out.
This reminds me of Zampa sending vehicles way back in the day.
Right.
To be honest.
Also, I'm just going to go ahead and take the L on that. Apparently, this thing's been floating since like 2018 or something. And I've just never...
Yeah, that thing has always been amphibious.
You're not... Okay, listen. Here, in my defense, I clearly didn't read the patch
okay.
notes when it happened 6 years ago. I never am around water, okay? And why would I risk a BRDM in the water if I don't already know that it sails? I
think I've driven...
You never know until you try.
I think I've driven a BRDM
Steve,
like once in my life ever. So
I know. I even own the pink one. But I can tell you what, I'm going to be driving BRDMs in the water for the next 2 years constantly and then stop right after the 2-year mark. Match leaderboard, 18 points for Rock Esports. Mira takes 12. For Adores at 7. Toyo at 7. And for all of you viewers out there, you should know that Godspeed did your job and Merciless made fun of me and Cameron for not knowing that in the green room chat while we casted that game. So thank you, Godspeed, for keeping us honest. Team Liquid, 49 points at the end of day one. Godspeed, walk us through the leaderboard.
I would love to, Steve.
Thanks.
I would absolutely love to. Team Liquid still in first place, but Furia, again, has not let that gap get large at all, if anything. I mean, they're only 2 points behind. We do see Rock Esports 10 points behind first and third. And then we start to see that gap fall off pretty much right around like 4th to 7th, right? You start seeing Bestie at 28, who looked like they had a really solid day overall. Only 4 placements, but 24 kills. Pure actually managed to sneak on the left side, as well as Toyo. It's a team that you were looking at, Cammy. So overall, yeah, I mean, this looks as it should. I will say, though, again, Alcadzia and LG as well being on the right side of leaderboard, even though it is 10th and 13th, and they're not far behind, still a little surprising after 6 games, but they still have 2 full days and 12 games to work with.
Yeah,
We do have a lot of games left. Go ahead, Cameron.
They are. We're at the same time. There have been 6 games so far. Like, that's still a full third of the entire event.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So, like, Luminosity and especially Alcadzia or any of the other teams around that area, if they want to make some headway and, like, really get to the top of the leaderboard and get those points needed to qualify for Masters West, like, they really need to come out swinging in the next couple of days. I don't really know what hasn't been hitting for either of those teams, or really a couple of them on the east side that we had, like, higher hopes for, but... something, because the thing is that Luminosity, Alcadzia, the reason why we're harping on them so much is, one, we have our own personal relationship with the players because we've just been covering them in North America, much less America's overall, but also that roster is, like, both of those rosters are stacked with experience.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely are. So
All right.
surprising, but yeah.
Lots of experience, but you know what? There are 12 games left to play. It's not over yet. We just have 2 more days of action. And while Team Liquid's at 49, it is not an insurmountable gain for teams who now understand, I think, the chaos of what we're going to see with the new patch and are prepared to come in looking for those kills. I think that that's something to remember. A lot of our teams are a little shaky maybe coming into this because things changed pretty dramatically since last time they played and are kind of adjusting to that. So there is that adjustment period. That said, let's take a little bit of an adjustment period as we prepare to transition. The end of games have come, and now it is time for a little bit of a post-game show. A new feature, a new show we like to call Welcome to the Masters Mic. Here in North America, we're going to get together and talk about PUBG. Godspeed.
Yeah, thanks, Toffees.
Did you like
Here,
seeing
Masters
Valley
Mike.
use submachine guns all day? I did. Cameron's miserable. All right, let's get into actual Masters Mic. We want to talk about some of the stuff that you brought to us. We're going to do it every day, so if you guys didn't get a chance to get your question picked this time around, keep sending them in. Hashtag Masters Mic NA. You can do it all day, today, tomorrow, and the day after, and we'll pick the top 3 questions we like and give the winner G-Coins. All right, this is from, and I'm going to butcher this name, Zetsuo. I believe you have asked us, is it harder to push defenders who have cover advantage in TPP? Godspeed, I think we know the answer to this, but I'm going to toss it up to you first. Is it harder to push defenders who have cover advantage in TPP?
Short answer, yeah. Yeah, definitely is.
What's the long answer?
That's up to you, Cameron. Whatever you want it to be.
Short answer,
I mean-
yes. Long answer, absolutely yes.
That's the goal here. Sit back. I got myself a little drink. Let's
It's
just
like-
chat this one out. What
No, I
makes
know,
it
Got some kombucha, you know.
I get that. I'm trying to consider like what is a scenario that third person could favor the aggressor in this, and I'm really coming up with a blank. The only thing that I can think of is when you make it up to a compound that has a wall and you're behind the wall. But you have to get to the
but I
compound
think-
first, and like, yeah, I don't think there's a single scenario that I can think of that TPP favors the attacker.
I'm sure there are very few, and I'm sure they exist. But yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, if we're not talking about smokes and utility, like the best way, even in third person or first person, to make that push happen is generally cut off their angles, right? Like, because they're going to be able to see you from behind cover. You're the one pushing, so use smokes, use whatever utility, whether it's emergency drops, in order to get close, and then just make the fight messy. Because that's what you have to do in TPP, especially if you're being held out by an angle. You just have to do whatever you can to cut off those angles, whether it's the path you're taking, if there's hills or deflate that covers that. And then yeah, smokes, but it's definitely harder to push against someone in third person.
Now, I will say there is something that I've experienced while exploring third person. Is it feels like it takes longer to scope in from your third person angle into the actual scope. I don't know if that affects the
Yeah,
actual accuracy as much
there's a
as it's
slight
just
delay.
the camera movement. So like maybe the way that you can play around that is have someone covering the window that you know is going to get peeked. And so even if you're just blind, a teammate is blind running out in the
hold on.
open. Yeah.
I feel well in the context that this person is asking again. It's like there's so many different situations, like the one you're describing, right? Like if you have a homie, like if Steve is covering my windows, I know there's a good chance that person won't get knocked, but he'll at least scare them away from shooting at me running up.
On a side note, it
is
only
he
takes
asking this as a solo situation, as a team situation,
side
right?
note,
Like there's a lot of things.
It only takes one of me to cover your windows. It takes at least 3 cameras standing next to each other. Which is why I'm a valuable
I
teammate.
didn't say
I'm
all
bulky.
that.
Valuable teammate. You're bulky. You've
But-
been climbing, doing the climbing thing. It's very, very cool.
True. Oh, his grip strength.
Have
is
you
probably
seen?
just
Cameron has been doing
unfathomable.
DDR climbing. It's wild.
It's not
like
DDR. It's not DDR climbing. That's
do the handholds light up and you go to where the handholds are lit
they
up?
do, but it's not like a game that I'm
Okay.
like hitting
All
them at the.
DDR climbing.
It's not.
All right.
What have
Now,
we answered this
yes,
question?
in answer to your question, it is obviously harder to
Great.
push someone under a cover advantage in TPP, but I would argue it's harder in every format. The difference with TPP is you don't have information when you're scouting through scopes to see them sticking their heads out. So that's what makes it harder. Is it's a lack of information push, and the only way to
Just the
counter
unknown.
that, exactly.
Yeah.
The only way to counter that is to create unknown, and so you do that with things like smoke launchers to stop them from gaining the information that they're gaining from that third Pacific angle. So that's what it comes down to. The answer to your question is yes in the short answer, but it's not an insurmountable challenge if you've had the preparation and the time to do it, to handle it. So that's number one. You got a last ad, Cameron?
No, it's just that like I don't want people to, because what you said is mostly correct. I just don't want people to undervalue the fact of, if you know, even if you're not on the angle, you know in your mind exactly where you're going to be essentially pre-firing when you peek out, which gives again the defender the advantage compared to whether you're holding the angle as the attacker or being the one running out. You don't know exactly when they're going to peek, and you have to make the reaction to that peek, if that makes sense.
It does. All right, question number 2. Let's see who got number 2. Who's our next winner of the G coin? Zigrim, Sons of Anarchy 815.
Seagram SOA. Okay.
Maybe. Could be Soaz. Seagram Soaz. What are your thoughts on 8 match days instead of 6? My thoughts.
Seagram, I apologize in advance for the lack of pronunciation, but go ahead.
Right. My thoughts? No, thank you. I think the players are already pretty exhausted. This is a mentally draining game to be up the whole time. It's not like a traditional 5v5 shooter where you sort of come for your games for the day and then you go home and you get a chance to reset. Like, these players, from the time the game starts and the tournament starts to the time they go home, it is all of the teams all in the same space, all together. And it is exhausting on top of that, because when you lose, let's say CS, when you lose a game of CS, the game is over. Okay, you and your boys get a chance to talk it out and get back into the action. When you lose a game of PUBG, you have to sit there in silence, especially at a LAN, because they don't have their cell phones, they don't have any other technology. They sit there with their headphones, their microphones, and their failures for 40 minutes waiting for a chance to try again. And that is brutal mentally, especially if you're having a bad day. I've heard players say 6 even feels like it can be a little too much nowadays.
Yeah.
I do think 8 would be devastatingly difficult. Cameron?
Yeah, the one advantage of 8 is that would allow us to play an even number of these 4 maps, 2, 2, 2, and 2. I still think that I still would prefer a scenario where it's, you know, the maps count for the same no matter what. So, you know, in this case, I think that it should be 3 maps in the pool. But otherwise, I agree, though. 8 maps is just way too much for the players to have to play. Now, if we did, like, group stage where A and B played 4, and then C and D played 4.
Yeah,
but
that's different.
Yeah, I think
that's
different.
different.
Theoretically
But
doable.
Putting the, I mean, there's a reason we call it Game 6 scrims for a reason, and that's just like by that time, by the 6th game. I mean, yes, it's just scrims, but you even see it in some of our competitions, right? We've seen it in PAS, we've even seen it at majors, we've seen it at internationals, especially from some of the teams that are really not doing well, like Cam and Steve were saying, when you have to sit there, from experience, like when you don't do well, you have to sit there. You just got eliminated first. You had a terrible crash, or you missed the spray, and you're just sitting there in silence. And you're talking to your team. You're like, all right, we did this wrong, and you try to like mentally go through all the steps. That's all great and fine, but then you're sitting there, like Cam said, for 30 minutes, like waiting for the next game, and you can't watch necessarily game. At MPL, we could turn around and kind of look at the screen behind us, but it's just sitting there in silence, basically, just like Steve said, either tilted or trying to figure out what you did wrong and then trying to adjust for the next game. So obviously physically it's not exhausting, but mentally it's very exhausting, especially going into that 6th final game of the day. I think 8 would just be excessive, unless of course each team is only playing for a day, like Cam was saying, and like a round robin, like group stage, whatever. That's fine. That I would be totally fine with. But one team playing over 6 games a day, I think, is too much.
I mean, I think the simple answer to this is just turn around. If you're watching right now and you think about when you play games with your friends, how many games, even in a casual environment where you get to reset after every death, are you playing on average in a night before you start to feel that sense of exhaustion? And I'm going to assume it's less than 8 for most people, unless you're really bad and you only hot drop lobster. But if you're a grinder and you make it into the final 3 every single time, that is a very long night for a lot of people.
And even then,
plus the level of competition you're playing against is
that's what I'm saying.
Again, world class.
But I was saying, if you sort of like compare it, you can look at like what you experience and then extrapolate that to like that level of how much more difficult it is to play the same amount of games would just be devastating mentally. So I hope that answers your question. We don't have tons of time, so we're going to go on to the next one. Third question. It is a question from Tommy. Are Falcons as good in TPP as FPP? Well, that is an interesting question. I'm going to let you guys start out. Who wants to take this one first?
I want to say yes. I haven't seen anything to make me think that they aren't. If we want to look at the fact that they're not at the top of the leaderboard here, that's not new. We've seen them not at the top of the leaderboard on day 1. We've seen them not win events. Like, what was it? El Proyecto won PAS 5 just recently.
PAS 5,
so, like, Falcons aren't indefeatable.
They didn't even make the final at PGC.
Well, yeah, I mean, even regionally,
it was a little rough.
I mean,
I'm saying even regionally, it's been a while since they've been like the undisputed kings. It's more so they just are like, they're still number 1. I think, though, again, there is a challenge of like maybe Liquid
with Liquid close behind.
Yeah, Liquid close behind. But it's not. But the point is that it's not indisputable, and so I don't think there's a reason to think that it's changed with TPP. At the end of the day, the guns still play the same, and Falcons can land headshots just as much, if not better, than everyone else.
Exactly.
Yeah, I also want to say that, like, I think they're just as good. Whether they enjoy it or not, that's a completely different question, but I think they're just as good. And I saw another question on Twitter that was kind of similar, where it's like, are they as good in TPP, but more importantly, like, can other teams beat them? What is it going to take for another team to like dethrone them in the region? And that's a hard question to answer because there's a lot of dedicated teams in our region and in the world as far as PUBG Esports generally, but it's really difficult. I don't think people realize how difficult it is to play this game for 8 years and still be at this level at the top 8 years later, still having the willpower to grind every day, to stream every day as Falcons do, like Tig, Shrimzy, right? Like these guys still play the game daily, every day.
Willpower,
at least.
That's a big
It's just
point.
crazy,
We'll get. I mean, we're just talking, right? So like, but that I think is the biggest thing that we don't talk about, right? The willpower is important. PUBG is not the kind of game, and all of us can admit this. When I travel for a while and I come back and I haven't played PUBG in a month or two or a week even, it feels like it is a tough game to get back up and running. Like you have to sort of like keep your feet under you, especially to play at this high level. And for these guys to have to maintain that dedication for 8+ years is impressive. And I will say, are they as good at TPP as FPP? My answer is yes, because at the end of the day, Cameron said it. The guns are the same. A scope is the same. Yes, gathering information is different. Rotations might be different. But the raw skills, the communication, if there is a team that has a communication focus more than the Falcons, I would be shocked. Like Gunners, the thing that he trains into them is timings, rotations, understanding communication, working together as a team. And that's the stuff that's going to translate no matter what. Exactly. That translates in all formats. There's an old movie you guys might have seen called A Knight's Tale, and in it, they asked, Sir Eric von Liechtenstein cannot be beaten, and they say, how would you beat that man? And the Earl says, the Count says, I would beat him with in a bed while he sleeps, because on a horse with a stick, that boy is unstoppable. And I think that's this case of the Falcons. You cannot beat them when they are at their best, when they catch their circles, when they're on rotation. You beat them by catching them off guard. You beat them by tilting them. You beat them at tournaments by making them not be able to have their drop spots. You have to take them off their horse. And I think that that is the key to beating the Falcons in this region, is they're too comfortable, they're too strong, and they get anything that they want. And until a team steps up and makes them nervous, it's never going to change. That's just my 2 cents.
I also just think that Falcons, when they do lose, generally just lose to themselves. I just think they're their own worst enemies because of what did I say? Frenemy? Their own worst enemy. And I don't even know what.
I wasn't going to touch it. I wasn't going to touch it.
But yeah, I mean, those guys, when they lose, it's just because they're not doing what they know they can do, right? What they're capable of. So it's just a hard team to beat, man. Falcons have been one of the best teams in the world for years, and they will continue to be until they probably stop playing.
I think
but they are beatable. They're definitely beatable.
I think the conversation around like if another team could make a roster move to match them, like we're looking at that now. With Liquid, we're looking at that now with Furia. So I think there is a possibility for teams to take their place, but for that to happen, at this point, it's no longer about who can beat Falcons. It's more, when will Falcons stop being as good? And with as veteran of a roster as they are, because like remember, look how far back H-Win's been playing professionally. Look how far back Kickstart's been playing professionally. I know he's young, but he's been playing top level North American PUBG about if not as long as all of us here have.
And Team Liquid's right behind Falcons for me, by the way. Consistency internationally, they're also one of the best teams. So we have great teams in our region, honestly.
And I will say that, while I mentioned that someone's got to catch them off guard, I do think there is a world where if Team Liquid, and this was my slate at the start of the year, the PCS miss was so devastating because I think they were on track to be the best team in North America.
Yeah, that was rough.
And that
was really rough.
Because now there's that argument where like, I still think they play a better consistent game right now than the Falcons on like an overarching line, but the fact that they missed that PCS is making it really hard to make that argument from an analyst standpoint. So I do think there is a world where Team Liquid can unseat them, but it's still always going to be these sort of back and forth between these guys. It has been for so long. It's not going to change anytime soon. Cameron, you don't think we can make that argument?
Yeah. I mean, I think you can easily make the argument that Liquid are better than Falcons from an analyst perspective. Missing one event, I mean, you said it yourself, Falcons didn't make it to the grand final of BGC, whereas when they were TSM, Liquid did. So like they just got unlucky with the one event that they missed at, I guess, is the argument for why that missing PCS sucks. And if they miss PCS again and fail to get the points needed to make BGC, that'll be different.
Cameron.
Yeah.
They missed 2 PCS.
No, I get the PCS block, but the block, right? All I'm saying is that they just had one bad weekend.
That they weren't at.
I get that, but it was one bad weekend.
Cost them 2 months.
But it was only one bad weekend. Other teams have bad weekends. They're just at the global to have the bad weekend.
I love them, by the way. I just said they're one of the best teams in the world. I'm just saying that missing that event sucked. And no one will tell you that more than Kurt.
That doesn't mean that they're not. You couldn't make the argument that they're better than the Falcons.
They're still one of the best teams.
You know what? The thing is, every year across all sports in every aspect and every type of sport, one team has a bad weekend that costs them everything, right? And that we don't say they're the GOAT if they don't win the Super Bowl, they don't win the championship. So one bad weekend slates your legacy, no matter how you slice it. I don't think it's over for them, guys. They're going to be back, and we're going to be back tomorrow. Masters Day 2 is on the way. Teams continue to find those points to make their statement that they deserve to be the best in the West. So make sure you're back at the same time in the same place. Cameron, final thoughts?
I want to see some actual C4 sends that land this time. Don't jump out. You got to go down. You got to do the sport. You got to go down with the ship. I'm sorry. I know it's scary. I know it's frightening, but you got to respect that your teammates are going to revive you. You got to go down with the ship.
What do you guys?
Yeah, I'd like to see some cool C4 plays that don't involve suicides. But that being said, I'm just looking forward to tomorrow. I'd really like to see more aggressive and more teams starting to take more note of how important these kill points are, and just going for it.
Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you from production. Thank you from us. Thank you from Krafton. Thank you from all the players for spending your 4th of July with us this evening. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Until we do, play more PUBG.